We're here. The Spritzenhaus Beer Hall. New York's own little slice of Bavarian cheese, and Killmeyer's personal haunt. Little Germany's a veritable forest of no-good varmints, and he's the biggest one with the sharpest claws. I should step carefully. Got no interest in getting scratched.
I've heard they have soft pretzels. I can't wait to try one.
We talked about this. You're staying put.
Okay. You're right. I'll just listen to my radio shows. Don't be long.
Nellie switches on the radio and tunes the dial to some torrid-sounding drama. I didn't even realize we had an AM transmitter in this heap. A pair of patrons stare each other down over a pile of cash. I pull up a chair and place my billfold on the table to show them I'm flush. I watch as their greedy eyes fix on the money. Can 3 play at this game? The other players nod their assent, and a moment later I flag down a hostess for a drink. The competition is fierce, but too fixated on the money to play their cards right. Thanks for playing, boys. I appreciate your contribution to my retirement fund. Killmeyer nods absently at the musicians, who take his cue and finish their polka with a relieved flourish. I approach the stage. Up close, their lederhosen might be even louder than their instruments. Guten Tag, gents. You don't happen to know the fellow up there, do you? I nod in Killmeyer's direction, and their flushed faces turn suddenly pale. The tuba player leans down to me, anxiously holding on to a pleasant smile.
Yeah, that's Killmeyer. Everyone knows him.
Not me. Feel like giving a girl an introduction?
Sorry, madam. We're just here to play. We don't want any trouble.
He wipes a kerchief across his brow, and his trembling hand suggests it's not the music making or the stifling heat making him perspire. I spy the corner of a well-worn photograph, a little fat-cheeked boy peeking out of his side pocket. That your son? Hope so. It'd be a bit strange to pocket a photo of someone else's kid.
Yes.
Let me guess. His safety, his future. It's all at the whim of the big man upstairs, and how well you dance to his tune. Or play, I guess.
How did you...
Not my first rodeo, pal. You got those in Germany? Never mind. Thanks. Listen, Fritz. One way or another, I'm meeting Killmeyer. Who knows what I might say? I'm sure your snot-nosed kid would be upset to hear you didn't want to help a girl in need. Without a word, he steps off the stage and scurries over to Killmeyer. I see the little tattletale point an accusing finger in my direction, and the big man's thugs descend the stairs towards me. I maintain a calm exterior. Hello, boys. Can I buy you around? As expected, a rough hand snatches my collar and lifts me a foot off the floor like I'm made of paper. Killmeyer looms above, an emperor at the gladiator ring, his fat finger poised to seal my fate. I've got time for just one move. Behind me, a barmaid shuffles past, ignoring my plight. Can't say I blame her. I blindly snatch a sign off her tray and swing it into the side of the thug's face like I'm trying to clear the stands with his head. Awash in a sparkling golden spray of Pilsner and shattered glass, I regain my footing. There's a tight silence, broken only by my assailant's floor-level groans. The rest of the heavies look eagerly to their superior for permission to end my night. To my delight, and their disappointment, he shakes his head and crooks a come-hither finger my way. Bit messy as introductions go, but it did the trick.
Sorry, madam. We're just here to play. We don't want any trouble.
All right, then. Enjoy your evening. The place is a riot of music, laughter, and German conviviality. Spilled beer makes a flytrap of the floor. Rusting suits of armor guard the perimeter, and the air stinks of sweat and smoked meat. The bartender here at Spritzenhaus serves up more than a stiff drink. If it's guns and it's stolen, he's the man to see. There's no better place to pick up a little contingency plan for a run gone sideways.
He serves the shots, and I am not talking schnapps.
Show me what you've got.
Come back soon. I've always gotten us around.
Balthazar Kilmeyer's a great bear of a man, with scars and fine silk stretched over his overfed frame. He affects a kingly air, adorned with gold from the gaudy rings screwed onto his sausage fingers to the schoolboy curls plastered to his skull. Herr Kilmeyer, can I have a word?
Aha! A word, a drink, a bite of sausage. It's all yours for the taking, meine Schatzi. I don't believe we've met. Dieter, bring her a beer.
No thanks. I'm here to talk business.
I make it a point to only do business with people I know. And we've only just met, my dear. Please, I insist.
One of his cronies appears with a glass beer mug as tall as my boot. Foam sloshes out as he pushes it into my hands. At the same moment, I feel a pinch as the goon next to me points a switchblade at my ribs. A test, then. Listen, pal. I know better than to come here empty-handed. Can we skip the formalities? I produced the old compass Throg gave me, and watch Kilmeyer's face contort with a sickening mix of boyish glee and patriotic pride.
Ein Hofstadter. These were used by my country's navy in the war. My father had one just like it. I never thought to see one again. Very thoughtful gift indeed. I am at your disposal.
A casual flick of Kilmeyer's hand sends the staff into a frenzy as they clear a table for him downstairs. He settles his great bulk onto the groaning, protesting bench, and gestures magnanimously for me to sit across from him.
Now then, what is your name, Liebling?
Gia Randazzo.
Oh, you are an impressive young woman, Miss Randazzo. Why don't you stay with us for a while, and we'll get to know each other more intimately?
He runs his tongue over his lips, a pig slavering at the trough. Sweat glistens on his forehead. His goons loom like vultures. Suddenly, I feel like vomiting. Seems like you know everyone here pretty well, especially that tuba player over there. What is it you've got on him, anyway?
Heinrich? Ah, what he lacks in loyalty, he makes up for in talent, but I have other ways of ensuring fealty.
Like what?
Must we speak of such unpleasant things? Let it suffice to say, Heinrich is now very enthusiastic about working for me.
Why don't you give the poor guy a break? He looks half dead up there on that stage. Killmeyer scans my face suspiciously, like he's searching it for weaknesses. Eventually, he shrugs, waving his hand to dismiss the polka players. They clutch their hearts with relieved gratitude and scurry off the stage.
You are kind, my dear. It is sadly a rare trait, and one I value highly.
Tempting. But tonight I'm just after an Aether core. A Bronson, if you can get one. His eye twitches involuntarily, and then the beer hall echoes with his booming laughter. I wait, impassive, while he wipes the tears from his ruddy cheeks. Seeing my expression, though, he gapes in disbelief.
You are serious? But this is impossible, Liebling.
I was told nothing's impossible for the great Killmeyer. What's one little Aether core to the Baron of Klein Deutschland?
As susceptible as I am to flattery, I am also not a fool. It is true, I can get anything I want, but nothing comes free. And what you are asking, it carries a high price indeed.
Of course. Name it.
Straight to it, eh? Very well then. 100,000.
I'm afraid that's not going to work for me.
Oh? And why not?
Who do I look like, Apollo Diamond? Come on, be reasonable.
I think I have been more than reasonable with you, Schatzi. These are my terms. Take them or leave them.
Let me ask you, how well do you know Mar Magdalene? The air pressure drops around us, squeezing Killmeyer's goons into their collars. I can practically feel my ears pop.
You are new to Klein Deutschland, Liebling, so I will excuse your mistake. We do not speak of Frau Weiss here, except to curse her name.
Ah, I see. Must be tough having your barony stolen out from under you. I get why you'd be sore. I'm pushing my luck. The fat man draws in breath and expands, like the next thing out of his mouth won't be words, but a jet of flame.
I caution you, Fraulein. You amuse me, but my patience has limits. Understand this. I will have my barony back from that elderly witch, and if you speak of her again in my presence, they will be your last words.
Okay, take it easy. I get the picture. I'll drop it. What's my guarantee you can source the part I need?
You are a cosmopolitan woman. You must know there are no guarantees in life, but perhaps it will soothe you to know I have many contacts in the free homes here who have access to such things. If you have the money, I will find your trinket.
That's it?
Not enough for you, eh? All I can offer is my word.
That's what's making me queasy. You didn't even ask for details. That tells me one of two things. Either you really can get anything, or you're full of it. My vision becomes a silver screen vignette, tightening in until all I can see is his gold-capped grin, stretching across his wide, pallid face.
Business is the art of trust, would you not agree? We shall have to trust one another.
Yeah, I suppose we will. Fine. You got a deal.
Excellent. Give me some time to find your little trinket. In the meanwhile, you are free to enjoy the accommodations here. On the house.
Thanks. And just so you know, I'll have an expert verify the part's legit before you see a single dime from me.
I would be disappointed if you didn't, my dear.
Thanks for your time. I've got to go.
Ah, shame. I shall count the minutes until our next meeting. Auf Wiedersehen, my dear.
The air outside, thick with pollution and city grime, is still a welcome relief after the stifling choke of Spritzenhaus. The feeling passes quickly as I notice my ride is empty. Not a physicist in sight.
Nellie? What the hell?
The radio's still playing, but the kid's nowhere to be seen. Instead, all that's left is a scrap of paper on her seat. Nellie's note is cryptic, written in a frantic hand. I can barely make out the details. Something about hearing an urgent message on the radio and heading to Ellis Island. Damn it. That kid will be the death of me. I'm like a filly wearing blinders as I gallop towards Ellis Island, which is why I don't see Dufresne's night black ride until it's right up alongside me. He's looking distinctly worse for wear, if no less grimly determined.
Found you.
You again? Leave me alone, you drip.
You went and bruised my pride back in White Street. Afraid it's personal now.
I thought you were just after the kid.
Oh, I am. I'll find her and bring her home. You can tell me where she is now, like a good girl. Or I can dig it out from under your fingernails.
You'll have to run me off the road first.
Suit yourself.
These roads are falling apart. Hey! I'm still paying off this heap! Off this heap!
Not looking good.
Great balls of fire! My transmission!
Retreat, Crest. I'll take it from here.
Found you.
You again? Leave me.
You went and bruised my
I thought you were just after the kid.
Oh, I am.
You'll have to run me off the.
Suit yourself.
These roads are falling apart.
Great balls of fire! My transmission! Cheese and crackers! Not my automobile! Cheese and crackers! Not my automobile!
That one hurt.
found you.
You again?
You went and brewed.
I thought you were.
Oh, I am.
You'll have to run.
Suit yourself.
Easy crackers, not my automobile.
These roads are falling apart.
Great balls of fire! My transmission!
Today you got lucky. Something else needs my attention. Besides, no sense killing you in such a public setting. We'll meet again, smuggler.
You better hope we don't.
Okay, where's Nellie? I suppose the main building would be the first place to look. A shattered concrete base and a broken heel is all that's left of the Statue of Liberty. She fell into the well years back, and nobody's seen her since. Something about it reminds me of a poem I've probably forgotten. Ellis Island's immigration hub, where the American dream supposedly begins. A lot of huddled masses. Not a lot of breathing free these days, though. Passenger liners shuttle people in from all over the world, and smaller ferries escort them to their new homes in the city's baronies. Above the bustling hum of the ferry, I hear the distinctive ringing of a bluebell, making his rounds to collect fares. They're a common enough sight, but I never did get used to seeing children doing shift work. He approaches me with a smile.
Hello, miss. There's a nickel, please.
What's the deal with you bluebells anyway?
Well, we wear blue, and we ring these little bells to signal departure. Or make announcements to passengers like yourself.
Yeah, I got that. But how come you're all kids?
Couldn't say, miss. It's a good job, and I'm lucky to have it.
And what do your parents have to say about it?
Not much, miss. Seeing as they aren't around anymore. Will there be anything else?
What's the latest at Ellis Island?
You didn't hear it from me, but the hubbub is there's some disagreement between the Bengali League and the Dresden Coalition. They're both fighting for space at the docks on account of the war.
The Dresden Coalition? How's a kid like you know so much anyway?
Part of the job, miss. Spoke to a fellow from Calcutta the other day. Some kind of delegate, I think. He seemed real sore about the whole thing. I said to him, we got space here for everyone.
And what did he say?
He said this is supposed to be the land of opportunity, but some folk get more opportunity than others.
You think that's true?
I reckon he's right, miss. But I do believe New York can be a home to anyone.
I believe you're right, kid. What's the state of things in the city right now?
Everyone's talking about White Street, even up in the Heights. It's been a long time since someone took down a baron in broad daylight.
Did they say who did it?
I'm not one to spread rumors, miss.
It's okay, you can trust me. What's the word about the perpetrator?
Well, they say 8-Shot Rendazzo did it. She is the most vicious killer in all the lowers. I met some folks who canceled their trip to Randall's and Ward's on account of being so scared they run into her.
She sounds real dangerous. But you don't believe every rumor you hear, do you?
You think she's innocent?
You know how people talk. Maybe she was in the wrong place at the wrong time. What if she's actually a good person?
I don't know, miss. Seems to me you have to make quite a few mistakes to end up in that situation in the first place.
I think you've got her number, kid. I hand the kid a nickel, which he deposits smoothly in the barreled coin collector at his waist.
Much obliged, miss.
See ya, kid.
Have a nice day.
The building's stained glass fresco bathes the cavernous space in multicolored light, sprinkling a surreal, numinous calm atop the human tumult. Banners representing some of the city's baronies hang like advertisements on a marquee, selling hope and prosperity to desperate newcomers. Too bad for them, it's all snake oil. The immigration officers are doing their best to keep things civil amongst the din, but they look like they haven't had a break in hours. A few haven't even had a chance to shave. One family in particular seemed to be half asleep on their feet. Seeing the hardship of their journey, I'm suddenly a little girl again, standing just where they are, feeling just as tired and just as scared. Anything Customs raises their eyebrows at ends up here. I peer inside the crack of the door and notice the alarm wire, rigged to detect entry. I slide a knife into the gap and run it down toward the jam. The sharp edge slices the wire neatly in two, and I gently pry open the latch. A second later, I'm inside. Well, what have we here? Lying on top of a stack of conspicuously forged documents sits a shiny chrome pistol. I slide it under my coat and slip back into the foyer before anyone's the wiser. Scanning the crowd, I finally pick out the shine of Nellie's distinctive platinum blonde hair. She's talking to a middle-aged man I don't know. I make sure to keep her in eyeshot and keep my temper in check as I make my way downstairs towards them. Pardon the interruption, but what the hell, Nellie? Nellie spins, her expression betraying genuine shock at my sudden appearance. She's keyed up with emotion, her neck flushed, and her words spill out faster than she can control them.
Gia, why are you... Gia, this is Professor Alistair Gardner. I can't believe it. I thought he was dead.
As did I, my dear. When I woke up, bruised and bloody, and you were nowhere to be found. But we're together again, and that's what matters.
I know. Gia, isn't it wonderful?
Oh, hello, Miss Randazzo. I've heard so much about you already.
Nice to meet you. Heard a lot about you, too.
Indeed, it was a pleasure meeting you. Now, Eleanor, don't you think we ought to...
It was extraordinary, Gia. He wrote in the radio show and left a secret message just for me. Between segments, they read personal advertisements. You see, the professor didn't use names, but I knew immediately it was him. I'm sorry I had to leave so quickly.
As she babbles, I cast an eye over her companion. He seems pleasant, if a bit fidgety, like he's impatient or something. What's going on here exactly? I heard about the attack at the Institute. Surprised anyone made it out.
So am I. A terrible, terrible tragedy.
But we're still here, and we're together again.
We certainly are, my dear.
The scholar seems reluctant to share more details about the attack. I suppose it's understandable. Who'd want to relive that? Clutched in his hand, I can see a pair of ferry tickets. They're close enough for me to read the words Olympus Gates stamped across the top. That's the entrance to the Heights, and those ferries aren't cheap. Gardner clocks me eyeing the tickets in his hand and smoothly pockets them. Going somewhere?
Well, of course! We've got to get back to Olympus Park. There's so much to do.
Indeed, my dear. And if we want to make our ferry, we better get going.
Wait a second. Nellie, you can't just leave.
But Professor Gardner...
You have to fix the well. And I just ran into our old friend, Dufresne. Did you know he's still looking for you? You can't go back to the Heights. It's not safe. Nellie seems pulled in opposite directions, like she's stuck between magnets, her mind rapidly computing the factors separating her new life in the lowers and her old mentor who's suddenly back in the flesh.
Professor, Gia is right. I'm being foolish. I have to stay and fix the well.
I don't think these tickets are refundable, but if you think that's what's best, I know enough by now not to try and stop you.
All right then. I'll stay and finish my work. We've got a well to fix.
I wish you the best of luck. Please contact me if you need my help.
Professor, don't be ridiculous. You're coming to stay with us at the hole, isn't he, Gia?
Oh no, I couldn't. I won't impose myself like that. Don't give it another thought.
I'm getting awfully sick of people not listening to me. You're coming to stay with us, and that's final.
Gardner looks to me, shrugging helplessly. I've spent enough time with Eleanor Reinhardt to know exactly how he feels. We share a small half-smile. Hell, always room for one more. I'm headed there now anyways. We have lots to talk about.
Woo!
Welcome to the hole, Professor. It isn't much, but it's home.
How quaint.
We'll find you somewhere to stay. Oh, and just wait until you see my lab. Wait, I've got to clean up.
Thank you again, Miss Randazzo. I'm going to get myself situated. I'll see you both very soon.
As he totters off on his cane, the kid turns to me, her eyes sparkling like twin gemstones.
Thank you, Gia. I can't tell you what it means to me to have him back.
Enough to run off on me without a word?
Oh, of course. How thoughtless of me. I'm sorry, Gia. Did you get my note at least? Well, you did find me. I had no choice. I had to go. I thought he was dead. You understand, don't you?
I feel two spiteful wolves circling each other within me. The kid's lucid, pleading stare makes one thing clear. My next words will burrow straight into her heart. I better choose them carefully. Look, I get it. If I had a chance to see my Zio Alfonso again... But kid, you're in it now, understand? You've started something that can't be stopped, and you're the only one at the wheel. I think you have to finish this, but you shouldn't listen to anyone, me included. Decide what you want to do, then do it. Nellie smiles, and my whole world lights up like fireworks.
Thank you, Gia. I really needed to hear that. Especially from you.
I got my moments. Nellie practically sprints off to rejoin her mentor, and I adjust my hat before setting off to visit our resident movie star.
Good day.
What do you need? See you soon.
Back so soon. Take your time, but do not linger. So long.
I'm about to knock on the door when I hear muffled voices on the other side. I lean my ear against the cold wood, snatches of tense conversation fluttering past me like crisp leaves on the wind.
And for the birthday bash, if there's enough money...
Need help now. How many more islands before...
Understand that, but if we...
Not good enough. I'm alone out here.
Oh, damn it, Sam. Tell her.
The divide between the two erstwhile leaders of the underground seems to be widening. I'm no politician, but it seems to me they're in dire need of unity in their ranks if they don't want this campaign to fall apart before the votes are counted. I give the door a few sharp knocks. Apollo's face and his expensive aftershave are there to greet me when it opens. He ushers me in.
Sophie's agitated. You heard her, Sam. The situation is becoming more unstable, and Mom's birthday is only days away. We have to move.
Sophie?
Sophie Seltzer, leader of the Does and our mole in Dreamland. Sharp as a switchblade, but thankfully she's with us. And she needs my help dealing with Mom now.
Look, I agree. Mom is a loose bolt who wants tightening. The Aetherians are the only thing holding that monstrosity up in the sky. And I can't say the labor talks are going great. But you saw the girls' demonstration. We can't ignore the well.
You know what I can't ignore? The pledge you and I made. You remember, don't you? The strong, the weak, the worthy, the meek, etc.
Should I come back later? Apollo and Sam deflate, letting their hackles down like a pair of chastised dogs.
Sorry, Gia. We tend to get carried away. How'd the meet with Killmeyer go?
I want to know more about this Sophie of yours.
Sure. You ever heard of a fellow called Dropper Brody?
You saying she was the one who finally got the drop on him?
Nothing gets by you, darling. Finnegan Drive, the Peony Parade, even the baseball debacle in 33, all Sophie. Every one of the city's sleazy urban legends involves her in one way or another. Suppose that's why I like her so much.
Sounds like she and I are cut from a similar cloth. But how can you trust her?
I'm running a rebel cell, Gia dear. How can I trust anyone? Everything eventually comes down to needs and wants. She wants Mom gone. So do we. For now, that's enough.
I want to know more about this situation with Marm. What's she up to exactly?
She's expanding her territory recklessly and amassing huge wealth for her birthday bash. At a great human cost.
Which is why we have to act quickly.
What do you mean? What human cost?
She's taking over entire islands and grafting them onto Dreamland. Blackmail, extortion, force, nothing's beneath her. We're not sure where she's getting the technology she uses, but whenever she absorbs an island, people die.
What kind of technology is Marm using?
It's far too powerful for simple black market refits. It has to cost a fortune to do what she's doing. Meaning it's specialized. The kind of kit nobody in the lowers has ever seen.
So where's she getting it from then?
Oh, that, Gia darling, is the million-dollar question. And you've got to help us answer it.
The meet with Killmeyer went well, I think. He says he can get the Aether core. But he's asking a king's ransom for it.
Damn. Maybe we ought to just steal it from him.
Killmeyer has connections with people that don't exist, who get supplies from places nobody can find. Marm may have embarrassed him, but that's only made him more dangerous. And we don't have a mole in his camp like we do with Marm.
What he's asking... it's ludicrous. I'm rich, darling, but I'm not that rich.
Are we going to ignore the girl's warning about the well?
People are dying, Sam. We can't just stand by.
So what do? Countless more lives will be lost if we don't consider the bigger picture. We need to reprioritize our plans.
I'll say this much for sure, gents. We don't just sit here flapping our gums about it. Apollo looks ready to lash out at me, but at a stern look from Iron Hand, he thinks better of it, and the pair cross their arms in unison. The squabble that had been building like a storm front above our heads dissipates. They fume silently for what feels like an eternity. I mull over their words, and the image of Marm wading through piles of gold, snatching up other baronies like a shark swimming through crowded waters. Then it hits me. Wait a second. You said Marm's loaded, right? Gold, treasure, the works? They nod at me in sync. Tweedledee and Tweedledum. Let's steal it. They stare at me, then at one another, dumbfounded. In an instant, they snap into focus and lean in close as they weigh the risks in hushed, excited tones.
Not as crazy as it sounds, Sam. She might be onto something.
It's robbing Peter to pay Paul, but might be our best shot. Killmeyer's on the alert, but Marm's not. She's distracted. We can use that.
And she can't keep expanding without capital. We'd stop her dead in her tracks.
The girl can fix the well.
And Marm gets a sucker punch where it'll really hurt.
So, are we robbing a casino or what? All three of us burst out laughing, and Apollo embraces Sam as he whoops with excitement. Their passion is infectious, and Apollo's eyes are alight with purpose as he clasps his hands together.
Ha! All right. Here's the plan. 1, I'll hook Gia up with Sophie. They can coordinate and figure out how to access Marm's vault inside the Pandemonium Casino.
2, we stage a distraction, grab the loot, and get out.
And finally, 3, you meet with Killmeyer again and get that Aether core.
Well, what are we just standing around for? Let's get to work.
What do you need?
Now that I think about it, I don't think I've ever heard you say anything positive about Dreamland.
That's because there's not much to say. Sure, they're not yanking up every able-bodied citizen for their war. Sure, they won't lock you up for having a bottle of booze. But they're cutthroats. Money's everything over there. They don't care who you have to step on to get it. So as long as you have enough scratch.
I'd like to believe they're not all that heartless. And last I checked, cutthroats is how the rest of the city describes the whole.
Don't say I didn't warn you. And try not to blow your wallet at one of their tables. Both hands on the wheel, yeah?
Make it snappy, would you? Arrivederci, darling.
Oh, hello. All right.
Maybe a quick drink. Somewhere quiet to calm down before I head out again.
There you are.
You used to work for Marm, right? How'd you end up in Dreamland? Tiana's elegant face splits, my question hitting her like a splotch of ink on pristine paper.
Everyone knows the stories. Marm's rogue gallery of super criminals. Her trade school and those. For a young woman left with nothing. Dreamland was a piece of driftwood at sea. Tetka found me young, alone, and afraid. She saw potential, and I was eager to learn. It was, how they say, meant to be.
So why'd you leave? Sure, you've got a nice operation, but it couldn't have been easy at the start. Marm's does would have had you set for life. Might have even been in the running to be Marm's heir.
And what of you? Your reputation may not be as clean now, but it wasn't always this way. Why did you never agree to be someone's pet smuggler?
I have no answer. None that she wouldn't know already, and she knows it.
Marm's does may be princesses of Dreamland, but they'll always be beholden to her first. It was a price I would not pay. A feeling you're no doubt familiar with. Happy hunting.
I enter into the old tavern, one of the last vestiges of when this island had more radishes than people. Cress works at an old radio in the corner, and Thomas spit-shines a glass at the bar.
This damn thing won't work.
The old boatman hunches on his stool, kissing the wood and dancing cheek to cheek with an empty glass of amber. You all right there, Throg?
I was just...
He straightens up, eyes closed, resting his head on his shoulder while he puts together his next words.
I was just thinking.
Looked like more than that.
You caught me.
He resumes his position and begins to hum a sad old tune that reminds me of a place I'd never known.
Miss?
You said you used to be married. Is she...
No. LMA, she and the kids left the city many years ago.
You still keep contact?
I hear about them. LMA worked for the newspaper. Well, she's retired, but writes guest columns. Pen still as sharp as a set of pike teeth. Our eldest went into theater. On tour in Europe, last I heard. Youngest is a captain, upstate.
Captain, huh? Must run in the family. I've barely finished speaking the words when the old sailor's eyes swell, a hint of pride stuck in a pool of melancholy.
No captains here, Miss Randazzo. Mr. Throg'll do.
Almost Marm's birthday. Ever take time off to enjoy the party?
Few times. Back when it was still the Parade of Triumph.
Parade of Triumph? Not sure I ever heard of it.
That'd be because the old girl swallowed it up. Used to be a celebration of Dreamland's accomplishments.
Let me guess. Marm couldn't help but make it about herself?
No. Caused a stir among her lieutenants at the time. Emboldened a few to try mutiny.
That solemn look could fill a history book. The coup failed, and the parade became a yearly celebration of her, cementing Marm's legacy into another cornerstone of the barony.
Bye now.
The man sits sanguine at a table, sipping something warm while reading a book. In French? Nothing like some light reading. Getting comfortable?
Why, yes. Yes, I am. Thank you, Miss Randazzo. I appreciate you asking.
Not what you're used to.
No, but it's... I'm glad to be near Eleanor. And Thomas is quite the brilliant mixologist. Made me a tea cocktail I'd never even heard of.
He waits for some reply, perhaps some witty repartee about tea variety. I'm just going to have to disappoint. Well, if you need anything...
Don't worry, it's not your job to play babysitter. I can take care of myself. Thank you, though, for offering. Miss Randazzo.
Nellie called you Professor. So what's your job up there exactly? I thought you couldn't even get into Olympus Park unless you were already one of the city's brightest.
That title's more of an affectionate artifact these days. I still teach on occasion, between supervising our younger members and the lab, but Olympus Park keeps me busy being their mouthpiece. To your point, while we recruit the city's brightest, many often come from less robust backgrounds. So we try to fill in the gaps and give them opportunities they might not have elsewhere.
Uh-huh. How many of those include Lowers recruits?
Admittedly, less than I would like. New York is a very big place. There are hundreds of baronies in the Lowers alone. They all require a unique touch. Too many brilliant minds slip through the cracks. But we do what we can. For example, 3 months ago, I recruited a lovely woman from Bell's Point. She demonstrated a radio doll and a snap-on umbrella cover.
A doll and an umbrella cover? Don't usually see the likes of those on Heights posters.
A shame, because they're no less intriguing. A talking doll that could be repurposed for long-distance communication. An umbrella cover that was prototyped despite being told it was undoable. If someone could do that with limited resources, think of what they could do in an ideal working environment.
You were on Ellis Island for a while. See much of the Lowers from there?
I'm afraid not. I needed to remain close to the station in case Eleanor heard my message.
So you never stepped away from your post once?
Well, I did make one personal trip. I used to visit a hole-in-the-wall coffee shop, back when I spent more time in the lowers. It had a delightful roast. I wish now I'd talked the secret out of them.
Why? What happened to it?
The most recent Baron decided to pave a new road over it. Apparently, they got tired of driving around the neighborhood.
You used to spend time in the lowers?
Miss Randazzo, I hate to draw attention to my age, but there are still some of us who remember watching the first Uppers Island fly. I was born in the lowers, and I worked here for some number of years.
Hard to imagine it. We don't have much in the way of higher education, let alone what you'd find upstairs.
Oh, I wasn't in academia back then. I was a clerk. My family helped manage affairs between Uppers and Lowers baronies. Banal, but necessary, until the Prosperity Crusades started.
The Prosperity Crusades. The first time the Uppers and the Lowers barons ever warred against each other, fighting over islands like kids over toys. More than a few were left broken beyond repair. Heard about those days. It's what got Angel's Court sunk, right? A riot broke out. Didn't end until the barony crashed into the burrows.
A dreadful time, but losing an island over a senseless squabble was among the worst of it. A truce was signed, but... well, I don't need to tell you the rest.
In other words, the moment Angel's Court faded from memory, baronies went back to war.
Take care out there.
Back so soon. So long.
Yes?
Must be a shock, finding out your mentor's been alive all this time. If it were Zio, I still wouldn't believe it.
I really thought he was dead. He was caught in the explosion. There was debris everywhere, and there was blood. And he wasn't... If I'd stayed even a moment longer, maybe I would have realized he was still alive.
You couldn't have. You said it yourself. Dufresne was there, and he would have taken you away to who knows where. Would that have done Gardner any good? My assurance is water to a sunflower mid-wilt. She perks back to her usual sunny demeanor.
You're right. I think he understands. When I found him, you know what he did? He said he was so relieved that I was safe. It was the most emotional I've ever seen him.
I know you can't finish Daisy until we get you that core, but it's hard to picture you sitting around sipping coffee and reading a book while you wait.
Of course not, silly. There's still too much left to do. There's construction of the device, obviously, and I'm waiting for Professor Gardner's peer review to ensure I haven't missed anything. Oh, and I need to install the new materials. I'd initially improvised from what I could find, but Professor Gardner put Tiana in contact with his suppliers. It'll increase Daisy's range and stability significantly.
Sounds like a full plate. Scheduling any room for sleep in there, Professor?
Oh, well, it'll be very busy, but it's nothing I can't handle. We're on a tight schedule, and we're finally making progress. A few weeks of extra work never hurt.
You and Gardner seem pretty close. If I didn't know any better, I might have pegged him as your dad or uncle.
He isn't. I mean, we're close, but it's not like that. Except, he helped look after me when I came to the Heights. The other scientists helped, but we were colleagues. Alistair was there for me through my move, and my doctorate, and even my birthdays.
What about your folks? You lose contact with them when you moved upstairs?
It's not that I can't contact them. I'm just not sure we'd have much to talk about, or if they'd want me to bother them.
Not the best relationship with them, huh?
It's complicated. Mother and father love me, but I'm not sure they always know what to do with me. Sometimes it's like I'm speaking Latin and they're speaking Greek. But when an opportunity to go to the Heights was announced, they still supported me, even if it meant they'd have to let me go. Goodbye for now.
Damn thing won't work.
She gives the radio a lovingly spiteful kick, jostling a box of tools and spare parts next to it. Finally, after several more expletives, the radio springs to life.
It's the bottom of the 8th. The Metro Maniacs have the New England rails on the ropes. If Cookie Anderson can strike out one more...
Cress, covered in sweat, sits down on the floor and leans her head against the radio, listening intently.
Ah, it's still going. And Cookie's pitching still. I bet you $5 that he walks the next bat.
Cress gives a small smile and rolls her head to face Gardner.
I'll take that bet, old man. It's your money to lose.
And it's a strikeout! Cookie Anderson sends us into the ninth. If the Maniacs can hold on, they might have a shot at the World Series.
Ah, that's unfortunate. Looks like I owe you. But if you're still confident, how about another friendly wager? My rails against your Maniacs. I bet we come back and win it all.
Down one, with Butters Dickinson up next. Hope you brought more than that fancy suit of yours, Gia. Want in? Easy money.
Sorry, Cress. I'm going to have to go with Alistair on this one. The rails have been knocking out wins all season. The Maniacs are a long shot, even with a lead.
Are you a fan, Miss Randazzo? I wouldn't have guessed.
The Maniacs are great, but the rails were my first. I've been a fan ever since.
Traitor.
I find a spot near Gardner and put my feet up too close to the man's tee. Gotta hand it to him. He fights the urge to move his cup and saucer right away.
And without a single base gained by the Maniacs in the top of the ninth, it's up to Fatty McDaniels to win it for the rails here in the bottom. Pancho Duxa's on third.
It's not looking good, Miss Carter. Now, if you want, I'm willing to give you a chance to pull out. I wouldn't want to punish your faith in the Maniacs.
Not on your life.
And it's going, gone! Fatty McDaniels has done it. And Pancho comes home. Ladies and gentlemen, what a comeback. And here comes Fatty now.
Bunch of cheaters. All of them. Hey there. Drive safe.
I've got the other shipment coming in soon. But it will be later than you wanted.
Come on. Everything is late here in the hole. Why do you think I'm planning on dying here? I better get a couple more years at least.
Thomas, I will get you your spirits before the end of the week.
Perfect!
I don't think I would have survived Nellie without an inoculation shot from Thomas. Years of knowing the man, I don't think I've ever seen that grin of his drop.
Ah, Gia, you're back! Oh my, why the long face? I've got something for you that'll be perfect.
He slides me a drink of something bitter and earthy with a side of peanuts. One family in particular seemed to be half asleep on their feet. above the bustling hum of the ferry.
Hello, miss. There's a nickel, please.
See ya, kid.
Have a nice day.
Dreamland is a winding jumble of golden bands of light, its islands thrown together like an overflowing jewelry box. As I come out a tunnel, yellow and black shadows dive into my rear view.
Hey sis, can you do us a solid?
Depends on the ask.
See Lucy over here? She just graduated, so we're taking her out to celebrate. Gotta help her earn her stripes now that she's running with the big girls. You look like you can take a hit. Mind if she wails on you a bit?
I'll drive you off the road if you try.
Oh, goody. Come on, Lucy.
That was too close for comfort. This place is falling apart, fast.
Great balls of fire! My transmission!
Not looking good. Pandemonium is the beating heart of human desire in the lowers. But while it promises the world, it'll take even more in return. Hopefully, Sophie's help doesn't come with the same set of strings.
Gia, I'm gonna go stay with the cars. I'll meet you when you're done.
Why? Sophie's the one who wanted to meet.
She wants to meet you. I know all about Dreamland. They don't like rats on their marble floors. I walk in with you. They'll throw you out on your ass right next to mine.
I glance at the security guards by the door, already watching us intently. Their fiery eyes clash against Cress's watery blues. All right, sit tight. I'll be back soon.
Be careful, Gia. You can't trust those sparkly vultures.
The fountains outside Pandemonium are a gaudy display. In a place like the lowers, where ordinary people struggle to get clean water, these spew torrents of the stuff over a pool of filthy coins. I peer into the rippling water and scan the endless landscape of copper and silver. The coins all seem like the usual fare, not worth getting my hands wet.
Oh my, 68! I wish I could be as active as Marm at that age. Did you know she still makes all her weekly appearances? Why, I hear she'll be present at the...
Hello, my friend. Test your hands in a game of nimbleness and daring. The name of the game is Snapdragon. All you gotta do is snatch a raisin from the jaws of the flaming brandy, and you win a prize.
What the hell? Deal me in. The dealer lights the glass. Blue and orange flames leap along the brim, but its looks are scarier than its bite. The flames only lick my palms as I pull free a warm and slightly sweetened raisin.
Congratulations! Say, you seem like a bold lady. If you liked that, there's plenty more coming, courtesy of Soap Jackson.
Soap? Marm knows someone else is running a racket on her doorstep?
No, Soap would never. She invited him to host her birthday bash, and it's not a Soap Jackson party if everyone's not having a ring-a-ding time.
The fountains flush with enough coin to tempt any slots addict into taking a dip. I watch a twitchy-handed woman gaze longingly at its waters, under the security's watchful eye. Zio used to say, scrimp and save every advantage you can get for a rainy day. I rub a coin for luck and add it to the pool of spent wishes. Bright lights, loud sounds, potent smells. Pandemonium is as much a fortress as it is a casino, surviving even the fire that charred it to the bone. Marm simply rebuilt it, as big and gaudy as ever. It's a siren call to every sucker, but I don't make it 3 steps forward before I'm accosted.
Miss Giovanna, Miss Sulzer sends her warmest welcome. She's expecting you at her personal table on the 2nd floor.
Thanks, pal. I'll head up in a sec.
Oh, before you proceed upstairs, Miss Giovanna, we're accepting presents from Magdalene Weiss to celebrate her birthday. A gift is highly encouraged if one intends to use our facilities.
Not even the concierge's stone-cut face can hide the faintest ugly crack as he looks me over. But I've dealt with harder stiffs at the glass cage. I'll see what I can rustle up on short notice. The effigy of Magdalene Marm Weiss graces me with her life story on a golden plaque. Orphan to barren. Not a line dedicated to any of the dark deeds done to get there, though. Crowds of somebodies loiter about, decked out in their finest for a chance to lose their shirts. Dreamland takes in every bored thrill-seeker, but Pandemonium gets the deepest pockets. Pandemonium's guards play two faces, hospitality and pest control. A goon flashes compensation vouchers at a table while his partner marches off a rowdy schmuck towards a closed door. The closer I get, the itchier my palms. There are more trophies and firepower here than in a dragon's hoard. Watchful eyes from security guards and curious glances from guests follow me up. Whoever I am, if I can visit Pandemonium, I've got to be someone who can afford the birthday tax. I shuffle through my shallow pockets for something shiny enough to pass. It's a drip in an ocean of gold, but it's enough to turn onlooker curiosity into indifference. The closer I get, the itchy ancient reptiles must be back in season. Zio used to complain his stint in the dinosaur expedition racket came a decade too late.
Pardon me, miss, but I saw your gift. I thought it was lovely. Too bad some of us don't have friends who are that generous.
The light past the doorway's blotted out by a hulking shadow. It gives me a wide grin.
Miss, Mom thanks you for your generosity.
He steps aside, and suddenly I'm a guest of honor. Staff members try to hit me with grins, stuff vouchers into my palms, and hustle me to open tables. I turn them down all for the second floor.
Are you trying to insult me, Miss Salzer?
A manila folder slaps the table like a white glove. The challenger locks eyes with the woman across from him, daring her to flinch or draw.
I've been doing business with Mom since before you could even stand up to her skirts. I've built half the streets you walk on, and you repay me by showing me this garbage.
We have other properties, of course. However, this offer is not an insult. Think of it as a token of Marm's esteem. A chance to get ahead of a gold rush. This property is awful, and some competitors have already backed out. What they've overlooked is that this is non-dock land. We're unable to add new islands to it, so we intend to add a beach.
A beach, eh? My wife and I recently visited one of the Uppers beaches to get away from the Coney Island mobs. But you know Uppers folk. They quibble about social propriety, but we can't here.
You seem quite passionate. How would you see a beach, then, for honest locals like us? Not the tourists. Giovanna! It's been an age!
She beams at me with a swell of sentimentality. Before I can process it, she rises and sweeps me into a hug like we're long-lost sisters.
Oh, I'm so happy to see you. But I'm afraid you're early. I told you, open bidding for Steeple Boardwalk doesn't begin until tomorrow.
What? She's bidding too.
She is. Giovanna's new money. A change of pace from the usual competitors. What was it you wanted the boardwalk for again? You made it sound quite ambitious.
I was thinking I'd cover the whole square in lights. Maybe build a Ferris wheel and run some air shows. Hire some stunt flyers from the uppers to run shows daily.
Well, well. Good luck, because you won't be doing that on Steeple. Miss Salzer, I've made up my mind. Send the paperwork to my people for review.
He leaves the table with a victorious smile and a head full of plans. But his smile's got nothing on Sophie's.
Well done. Thank you, darling. That man has been exhausting to deal with.
Uh-huh. Any truth to this gold rush?
No more than anywhere else. It will be beautiful once he cleans up the trash and patches the cracks. And the locals are nice. If you pay well enough.
And when he finds out it's not what you sold him on?
People who spend that kind of money never want to believe they've made a bad deal. He'll find every way to justify it to himself with barely a word from me.
She hooks my arm in hers and leads me to the table. Along the way, I spot her enforcer by the stairs, and black and gold-clad staff milling about the floor. Not worried about eavesdroppers?
This is my table, which makes it the house's table. Anyone who's fond of their ears will give us privacy, or learn to live without one.
All right, enough of the pleasantries. Apollo said you'd know how to get into Marm's vault.
Yes, I'm sure our tall, dark, and fiery-tempered friend has told you all about me. But I've never met you.
That's my line. You're Marm's right-hand woman. How do I know you aren't looking to double-cross us and get a free ticket to the top?
Because, quite simply, there are far less complicated ways to destroy the underground and take my place in Dreamland than a Machiavellian heist.
She gathers the cards, shuffling them as easily as she breathed.
Do you play Kill the King?
I've played a few rounds. Why?
Just a friendly game. You can learn a lot about a person from how they play.
And what's this friendly game going to cost?
How about a secret? Losers share something they've never told anyone else. We deal in a lot of currencies in Dreamland, but few are as valuable as information.
What rules are we using?
Crown reversal, to keep things simple. Every round, we pick a card to duel. Queen beats king, jack beats queen. Numbers that add up to 10 or more beat jack. And aces beat everyone except the king. First woman to 10 wins.
You said you learn a lot about someone from how they play.
You see, an aggressive player might be risk-friendly, while a defensive player only makes safe deals. The most pleasant person might have a horrible temper while under stress. Or they simply prefer number cards.
Hold up. If we're playing, I want a fresh deck.
A new deck? Really, Giovanna? Do you distrust me that much already?
Would you trust you? She inhales softly, rolling her eyes playfully while she signals a staff member. The decks are swapped, and a shuffled hand is passed across the table. We trade blows across a polished table. King versus king, numbers versus queen, numbers versus numbers.
I thought Eli's killer would be a little taller.
Same to you. Apollo said he had a mole. Wasn't expecting Marm's second. We peer over our cards. Sophie's poker face is as calm as a lake. I see if I can make ripples. Jack of spades. Sophie gracefully hands me a queen. What's your angle? You aren't just Marm's second, you saved her life.
You sound suspicious.
Because it doesn't add up. A fire nearly takes Marm out with her casino. They don't catch the culprit, but they see you pulling Marm to safety. A few weeks later, she names you her heir. We slide our cards forward, locking edges. From where I'm standing, you're either throwing away a comfy life, or you're planning an upgrade.
Oh, which one I want is no secret. I want what the underground wants.
Her card scratches my glove as we flip. Ace takes numbers.
You know, I played Mr. Valentine in that very chair. He was Marm's favorite gentleman criminal and excellent at cards.
Excellent at getting himself shot, too.
But the madrigals weren't to your taste? I hear they made out quite well after a run-in with 8 shots. So well, they've stopped taking work from us to focus on a new venture.
Her 7 and 10 mob my jack. I watch her fingers worry along the edges of a card. 1 jack's left. How many aces and kings?
Your history. Valentine, Eli. I wonder, what does 8-shot Randazzo want with Dreamland? Are you looking to add another baron to your dashboard?
Look, Sophie, do I look like a bloodthirsty sadist to you? I'm a smuggler. I'm not here for some vendetta. I'm just a gal looking to get paid. I take a chance on King of Clubs. She clubs me with a queen. A 7 and a 4. I take her jack and add a point to my pile. You want to trade reps? Let's start with yours. The Benedict Casino, the Juno Silk Heist, the disappearance of Dropper Brody. Any of that true?
Now. No one's ever proven that Dropper and I have even been in the same room.
Ace and King of Hearts. I hand her my ace. We continue firing cards at each other. Sophie shoots down my card and the next, building a tidy sum of points on her side of the table. A few more hands like this and she'll sweep. Zio Alfonso never played an honest game in his life, and I watch Sophie's hands and fur-trimmed sleeves for any of his old tricks. Nothing.
Do I have a stain on my coat?
No. Must have been seeing things. To both our lack of surprise, the next hand is hers. I play to the end anyway, even when I throw out my king to get slaughtered by Sophie's queen.
Well done, Giovanna. Now about my prize.
Fine. What do you want to know?
I want to know a side of 8-shot randazzo that no one else knows. Tell me about a smuggling job. A never-heard-before tale.
A client in the East Quarter lied to us about a job, stuck us with hot cargo that would have gotten us hunted across the city. We thought about dumping it off the edge. Instead, we smuggled it back into the client's base. Never saw a cent out of it, but we avoided a whole lot of trouble when bruisers showed up to do a looky-loo.
How unfortunate. If only they'd seen a shark instead of a mark. And what was the name of this client?
Andy Spencer, a broker. Or was. If he's still in the business, he's keeping his head down. Anyway, if you're satisfied, maybe we can talk about the job. Starting with how we're getting to the vault.
Of course. We'll need information. Fortunately, everything we need is right below.
She waves a gloved hand over the railing, directing my gaze to the bustle below. No wonder she'd seen me coming. The whole floor is laid bare like pieces on a chessboard.
No one cares if you gawk. Everyone knows the house is always watching.
The view's dizzying. 1,000 sounds and images and characters play out. But before I can pick which one to follow, something snuffs them out. Hushed silence steals through pandemonium, like a reaper through a dying town. Sophie, what's going on?
The queen of the house. You've arrived just in time to see how she works.
Every one of Marm's goons is wearing iron and muscle under pressed suits, but none of them make crowds part faster than the Dreamland doe walking the floor. I thought pandemonium was yours.
It's Marm's. I simply manage it for her. She owns everything in pandemonium, including every dear heart on payroll.
2 armies hired by cash and devotion. We're not leaving with Marm's money without a fight. Who's handling Marm's loot?
Matzi Brothers Moving Company. A local group. Marm has an exclusive contract with them to move items from the hall to the vault. One of the very few people allowed to lay even a finger on her wealth without a trip to the underline.
The cart's barely enough to make a molehole in Marm's hoard. How are we going to clear out the whole vault? Part poisonous viper, part soothing vixen, Magdalene Weiss is an ancient dragon in the lowers. Beauty, elegance, and deadliness hold her above her age and the masses.
Hello, my darling guests. I trust you are all enjoying your stay. I walked through these halls, and do you know what I saw? Full pockets, smiles, eager for the chase. And then, the rest of you.
The aged Baron's laugh is a silky rumble vibrating off cavernous walls.
Now, I ask you to pause your games for a little diversion. A game between myself and one of my beloved dolls. Elizabeth, say hello.
The young woman on the platform waves as she enters the arena. Sharp uniform, polished goggles, muscles raring for a fight. She jabs a finger at some sap at the slot machines.
Hey, you with the gross tie! Get your greasy paws off the level while Mom's talking. This is a prime entertainment.
Ah, you see how protective she is, and so confident. Some of you must already be familiar with her achievements. The Dreamland Hippodrome, the Schuster Cup, and of course, the surprise conquest of Belmont Castles.
It's a moment out of a greeting card. The elderly Baron's hand on her adopted daughter's shoulder. An indulgent smile on her face, but the borders are dark. Lizzie's shoulders tighten as she takes her seat. These card shows happen often? Or this a special occasion?
Both. You see, we all get a turn in that chair. It's about quality time with Marm and showing off to her guests. But Lizzie's in the hot seat. Castles was supposed to become another lieutenant's territory until Lizzie took it. And now Marm's in one of her moods.
What? She's mad the wrong doe took it? What does it matter who gets the job done? It's still Dreamland's banners going up.
The problem, Giovanna, is that Lizzie didn't get permission. Marm will call it triumph in the headlines, but she'll never allow Lizzie to get away with overstepping her. It sets a bad precedent.
Who would you put money on?
Are you asking me for a bet?
I couldn't afford your rate. I just want to know if your sister's got a shot.
Then I'll do you a favor and spare your wallet. No, not in the slightest.
The slow draw of cards. The Sato voices calling their bets. The friendly facade splits into bloodshed with their opening hands. First hand, Lizzie throws a valiant play. Marm slaps it down with ease. Second hand, Lizzie tries another angle. Marm cuts her off, carving through Lizzie's chips and pride. The doe's more prey than knight. By the fifth hand, her hands weaken, from bold to timid. Fingers dance between cards indecisively. I can feel her desire to retreat from here.
Call or fold, girl?
I call.
I tear my eyes off them. I didn't come here to watch a beating. Sophie said the intel we need is below. All I gotta do is find it. Every patron holds their breath, but there's not a quiver of fear. Their ghoulish smiles spread, mouths slavering in anticipation. I give the game another glance. Marm continues batting away Lizzie's assault with elegance and power. Something tickles my curiosity. Zio once called Marm a great white among sharks, but something's fishy. I've had some long lucky streaks, but never the kind that wins me every hand. How's she doing it?
Marm makes her own luck in every way possible. It's part of her mystique.
The crowd's a sea of bloodlust. I break them into individual numbers in my head. Too many bodies break between us, the vault and the exit. Pandemonium got any slow days?
It's near Marm's birthday, so no. The celebration is a weeks-long affair. We have tourists coming in from all over the world, and it's only going to get busier the closer we are to the big day.
So, we need to find a way to get them out of the way. The hall holds its breath for the final blow. A full house coming down on a meager high card.
Over already? My, what a game! Don't you agree, Elizabeth?
Sure was. You were amazing, Mom.
The crowd applauds, taken in by the heartwarming display. The bustle returns to the hall. Tables fill with smiles and vices, but Marm and Lizzie remain on the platform. Baron Magdalene Weiss turns her razor-sharp gaze towards the balcony. I'm caught, staring down the maw of the beast, but I'm not the intended target.
Excuse me, Giovanna. I need to see what Marm wants.
Think she's on to us?
I doubt it. If anyone checks my appointments, all they should see is I was meeting an old friend of no importance. On that note, please avoid drawing attention until I'm back.
She disappears with the flutter of her cape. Despite what she says, my eyes follow her down to the ground floor. Maybe I should listen in. If information's currency, I need every bit I can get. My silent steps follow Sophie's trail and come out near a stairwell. Nearby crowds have scattered, but Sophie smooths her cloak of armor and walks into the den.
Marm! Lizzie! Excellent game as always. Can I tempt either of you into a drink at the bar? On me, of course. Frida's developed a delicious new cocktail that does wonders as a refresher.
Ah, Sophia, you are too kind. How is someone to grow without constructive criticism, You watched our game. What did you think of Elizabeth's play towards the fifth hand?
I strain my ears and catch something that doesn't belong. I scramble back into the doorway, seconds before Doe and her lightly clacking heels pass by.
Well, Lizzie, simply put, you weren't aggressive enough.
Weren't aggressive enough? Are you going blind?
My eyes were quite well, which is why I saw what most of the hall did. You second-guessing your cards. You knew the rules of the day. You were told to sell a complete loss, but you nearly blew the show over a moment of ego.
Fantastic! You see? Even Sophia sees it. Oh, but don't look so sour. There's always room for improvement. Next time, you will not hesitate to follow the rules, yes?
No, Mom. It won't happen again.
Her face is hot enough to tint her goggle lenses red. She spits fire at the only target she has.
Thanks a lot, Princess.
She races off, slamming the doors behind her. It could have been an act of rage or a cry for help, but Marm's already dismissed her for her other daughter. All it takes is a gesture, and Sophie lends Marm her ear. All it takes are whispered words, and Sophie's whole body becomes a frozen lake. I'm left to wonder as I hurry back to my seat. A few minutes later, Sophie returns. Despite her calm face, her movements are choppy. Looked serious down there. What did Marm want?
Patrol, and it can't wait.
Sophie, you can't just take off. We weren't done talking.
Well, hurry up then. We'll chat on the road. Think of it as a guided tour.
So, where's this guided tour taking us?
Don't look so suspicious. We're simply making a quick visit to the downtown exchange. The place where, for the right price, everything your heart desires can be bought, sold, or bartered. Have you visited?
Not since my 21st birthday.
My. That has been a while. You'll find it's changed a bit. Shall we?
Cress is where she said she'd be, sitting with the cars and scaring off snooty valets. I feel like I'm stepping onto an icy river as Cress and Sophie trade appraising looks.
Sophie?
Indeed. Miss Carter, correct? A pleasure to finally meet you, darling. I've heard so much about you.
Then you should already know. I don't give away information as freely as whoever you're gossiping with.
I feel the warning crack beneath the ice. I thought we were in a hurry. Their problem?
Not at all. We're simply getting to know each other, aren't we?
Yeah, sure. I figure I've got your number.
bartender here at Spritzenhaus.
You come to get a load?
Show me what you've got.
Come back soon. I've always got...
We've got a tail.
Ah, that'll be one of my sisters. Someone wants to play.
What's the matter, Sophie? Too good for a goodbye now?
Lizzie, darling. I have a patrol to get to. And I thought I told you to enjoy a drink at the bar on me.
Oh, go suck on a lemon. I don't want your pity. I want to see how sharp you are. You and your friends.
Hey, I didn't sign up to be part of any grudge match.
I thought your game with Mom would have tired you out a little. But I was wrong. How about we settle things with a friendly wager? You can even pick the game.
Battle Royale. You and me. First car to stall out's a goose egg.
Beautiful, darling. Now, if only you could take some of that fire and put it towards your car play.
Can it, princess? Whoopsie daisy.
Do that again, and I'll shoot your repulsors out.
of this. I'm out of here.
The other Doe lieutenant runs for it. We catch her breath and shake off enough adrenaline to run a marathon. You really pissed her off, huh?
I usually do. Lizzie wanted to play. It's nothing for you to worry your head about. She'll sulk about it for a day or two and then call me up for a lunch date.
Uh-huh. Got any other sisterly games I need to prep for?
Think of Lizzie as a taste of what we'll have to contend with during the heist. Believe it or not, she's one of the tamer does.
I round the corner and find myself in the mother of all traffic jams. I strain my neck to see what's causing the gridlock and spot a number of Marm's finest have cordoned off the road ahead. I breathe out slowly to steady myself. I'm not carrying anything explicitly illegal, but there's enough heat around me right now that just getting recognized could be trouble. The car in front of me floats past the barricades, and I idle forward slowly, making an effort not to look jumpy. Evening, ma'am. If you don't mind my asking, what is this about?
Routine crowd control. A lot of money out on these streets tonight. Mom thinks trouble's bad for business, so she sent us out to make sure nobody gets any ideas.
Never can be too careful. Glad you're out here making sure everything's on the up and up.
Glad you think so. Means this won't be any more unpleasant than it has to be. Open your trunk so I can take a quick look and send you on your way.
Do what you've got to do. I've got nothing to hide. I pop the trunk and wait for Marm's finest to finish looking to her satisfaction. After a brief search, she waves me past, and I'm back underway. Folks say if it exists, it's in downtown Exchange. The golden cavern shimmers under the light of 1,000 shops and stalls, manned by a fleet of vendors and back-alley cons, and each pays a cut to Marm. Maybe that's why Sophie parks between the two shadiest alleys on the block without a wink of worry. I'm tempted to keep driving, but she waves me over.
Don't be so skittish, darling. Our car thieves have more discerning palates. The ones who don't will have their tastes swiftly corrected.
It's not only criminals giving Sophie and her car a wide berth. One look at her feathered cap and I see passers-by pick another street. So what are we doing exactly? You bring me along to help you dangle some sap for their last penny?
Quite the suggestion, but no. We'll be checking in with the community. Collecting monthly dues, fielding complaints, the usual.
That's it?
Not every patrol's a trip to the Underline. Oh, but I do have to run an errand for Marm. Don't worry about the details. We'll get to it later.
Why wait? We've got a minute.
Goodness, Giovanna. Are you always this hot-blooded and impatient?
Only when I'm being jerked around. How do I know your memory won't go foggy later?
You're right. It is quite easy to forget things. Tell me, do you remember why I invited you to Dreamland?
To get information.
Correct. So I suggest you fill your head with intel instead of Marm's whims. We'll start with this neighborhood. Crimscram's owner wants a word. Urshel & Sons has dues. And Air Fisher at the Flying Ace owes me information. How's your acting?
I've talked my way through more than a few scraps.
Excellent.
Why? Soph, why? Lines of children scroll near a broken window. How's that for symbolism? People talk about the city's metaphorical underbelly, but this is the real thing. A hidden enclave where Dreamland's vital organs pulse with life. They say the exchange started as a smuggler's market. One of Marm's first acts as Baron was to transform it into a proper community. Can't say it didn't pay off.
Look what the cat dragged in.
Show me what you've got.
We have a little bit of everything. I hope you're satisfied.
These crates are black market fare. They've had all their shipping and customs markers removed. They're also reinforced with metal brackets and dovetail joints to protect something valuable. The food stall is a casket. Fish lie out haphazardly, organized by stages of rot, and the shopkeep sits with his book like a mortician in wait of mourners.
Welcome. Tell me, do you know what the catch of the day is?
I scan his setup. Too obvious not to be a front. The walls made of trick paneling, the counter feels hollow when I lean on it, and nothing here is worth his pricey foreign timepiece. Downtown Exchange allows anything with a price tag, so why does he need to hide his stock? How about something off menu?
Oh? I'll see what's in the bag.
Unfortunately, Herr Fisher, we're not here to shop. Marm has a favor. You see, she loved that little piece he recommended. Do you have any more?
That time already, Miss Seltzer?
I'm afraid so.
Fisher thumbs his book, as though the answers to her questions are hiding in its pages.
There's been a new graffiti artist. Some of the shops started complaining. You best start there.
Sophie simply waves and heads out, pleasant, efficient, and satisfied with a transaction known to only them. I turn the pieces through my head as we round the corner. Is this about that errand Marm has you running?
Would it matter if it was?
That's what I want to know. What's that time again?
If you must know, it's community management. Marm's schools may attract the brightest future rogues in the barony, but she worries about the street children. The ones we don't control.
So what? We're going to lean on a bunch of street kids because Marm's paranoid?
Of course not. They're too short. We'll check in, make sure they're following the rules, and, if needed, educate. No back-wrenching required. Now then, let's go find our graffiti artist.
Accompanied by the murmur of crowds and the bustle of the exchange, the rumbling could have been a percussion band next door, if it hadn't started to roar.
Tremor.
Sophie pulls me under a shop as the world rolls. I grab the doorframe before the ground throws me into a wall. Shattered windows, straining metal plates, roars from below that threaten to swallow us whole. And then it's over. The door creaks, signaling the return of bustling streets. I see resignation, dismay, and anger, but not a look of surprise. Soph, what the hell's going on? Since when does Dreamland get island tremors?
More recently. Ever since Marm... Oh, darling, your jaw. Relax. There won't be another one so soon.
What are you staring at? You... Miss Sulzer. I mean, hello.
Hello to you too, darling.
Miss Sulzer, hello. Come in, come in. And who's this? Can I get you anything, doll? We got a new radiator and some fresh bits straight from the burrows.
Lily, darling. This is Giovanna. She's here to take a census of the neighborhood.
Pleasure. We're getting numbers for neighborhood planning. I need your name, age, and occupation.
Oh, well, of course you are. The neighborhood's been a little, how to put it, chaotic lately. But don't let me distract you. Name, Lily Lopez. Occupation, scrap dealer, age. You know what, I'll just write that down.
Thanks. While you're at it, maybe you can fill me in about what's going on around here.
Giovanna's a transfer. Quick as a whip with a pen, but a little... out of touch with the ground floor.
Sure thing. So, first thing you should know, write in pencil because Dreamland's expanding fast. Lots of renovations, lots of new islands, lots of people moving in and out. Business is booming.
Looks like you've been in the scrap game for a while.
Since I was knee-high. I've tried a few places, hopped a few islands, a stint with the scrappers, but Dreamland always calls me back.
Thought most scrap dealers preferred setting up in White Street.
Don't go comparing me to those vultures. They got no sense of perspective. You could hand them a nugget of gold, and they'd melt it into bullets. Besides, White Street's not attracting anyone these days. Not after old Eli took the final ferry trip downstairs.
See, you got a full stack of orders. Must be doing pretty well for yourself.
I can barely keep up with the demand. New islands are like sandboxes. Every investor can't wait to plant their mark, and they're all demanding rush orders on parts. And don't get me started on the cleanup. You think they're the ones throwing on gloves and digging through the debris?
Thanks. Anything else I should know?
Well, maybe less for you, and more for Miss Sulzer? How do I put this?
Come now, Lily. Don't be shy. You said on the phone you had a few concerns. Something you couldn't leave with my office?
Sure. It's just... Miss Sulzer, you've got Mom's ear. Could you maybe tell her to slow down a little? All this expansion biz is stressing folks out. You know how it is. Not everyone's got somewhere to go.
I'm well aware. How about this? Send me an estimate of how many are missing a roof over their heads, and I'll see what I can do.
Hi, how can I... Miss Sulzer! I mean, hello. I have this month's payment here, already counted it twice, receipts included.
Mr. Herschel, hello. And thank you so much, darling. I can always count on you to be organized.
Gosh, thank you, Miss Sulzer.
Are you occupied?
No, anything for the dose.
Excellent. Mr. Herschel, this is Giovanna, one of my new bookkeepers. I like to get her familiar with our regular revenue streams. Could we borrow your record book?
You're not going to mark it up or anything, are you?
Just a quick check and I'll get out of your hair. He hands me a leather-bound book. Organized is right. The numbers go back years, detailing a business that's gone from in the black to borderline red in the last year. A lot more money's going out than in. Business all right, Mr. Herschel?
Business has been consistent. We're a generational store, so I inherited most of our customers, but it's wartime and Marm's birthday, so costs are understandably increased. Tax increases are expected this time of year, and they say it'll go back down after the celebrations. Right, Miss Sulzer?
We'll know soon. For now, don't worry your head over it. At least until after Marm's birthday.
Something wrong? You seem on edge.
What? Am I? I mean, why would I be nervous? I'm always happy to help the dose.
That's a relief. Because I would hate if my bookkeeper or I were to have made you uncomfortable in any way.
No, Miss Sulzer, you and your associate are fine. You've been pleasant, reasonable people.
Thank you, and you're very sweet. Oh, I need something for the paperwork. Who collected last month's dues? Was it Mary? Eliza?
Pearl? She's a disciplined woman, always has a firm grasp on the numbers.
Ah, of course. Giovanna, remember that name, please. I'm sure you'll see more of her work eventually.
I thought Marm's big day was supposed to be a barony-wide celebration.
Everyone has to contribute a little, or a lot.
The price of being a tourism barony, I'm afraid. But I do hope you're getting something in return, Mr. Herschel.
Right, we get peak visitors for a month, and so that helps float the books for the rest of the year. It's been an expensive year, but it'll balance out, right, Miss Sulzer?
Eventually, darling.
Everything's in order.
Oh, good. Happy to be of service.
Despite the reprieve, he keeps throwing quick glances Sophie's way. His mouth is a wavering line, from open to closed, fighting between speaking his mind and risking his head. He's scared, but it wasn't Soph he was watching like a hawk. There's something else on this shivering pup's mind. Maybe he was hiding something? Something that wasn't on the books.
Where are you going? Please?
Something on your mind? You don't need to worry. I've already said you're clean. I trace my hand over piles of baubles and goods, my eyes tracing the pipes on the ceiling. But what's this? This doesn't seem to lead to anything.
Giovanna, the books are good.
Sophie's tone said more than her words. Was she hiding something too? Maybe I play with her for a change. I must have been mistaken, don't you think, Mr. Herschel? Now, what were you saying before?
Yes. Miss Sulzer, I've heard rumors about an inventory requisition. Is it true?
Oh, someone has been asking around, haven't they, Mr. Herschel? If you're aware of that much, you should know that Marm's birthday is a special occasion. She's turning 68 after all.
But that'll take months of my stock. I won't have.
Of course you can't. But Marm is generous. She knows you've been having trouble with certain business partners.
He could have found a new life as a bleached bedsheet in the Raymond district back in White Street if he'd wanted.
Don't worry, Mr. Herschel. Marm is willing to provide you contacts with new suppliers at a significant discount in exchange for your services. Your business with the Romanians is no longer necessary.
Oh, Miss Sulzer, thank you so much.
Our conversation ends with a clatter. A display of cans scatters over the floor like a string of ripped beads. The culprit attempts to put them back, big wet eyes begging for help.
Excuse me? Ma'am? Can you help me, please?
Gosh darn it! Jenna, you're supposed to be banned.
Herschel shoos the girl out, alternating between fixing the display and apologizing to the customer. Exactly what the girl wanted. She slips out, wallet in hand.
Let's take a detour, shall we? I'd like to follow up with that one.
And do what? Cuff her for pickpocketing?
Do I look like I carry a pair? But if it'll put your mind at ease, I don't plan on spiriting anyone away against their will. I just want to talk.
Lines of children scroll near a broken window. The artist is long gone. I catch sight of a mess of blonde hair. She bounds towards a narrow lane, steps as soft and quick as an alley cat. But Sophie's already one step ahead. The girl skitters back, all but hissing.
Let me go! I'll scream! I mean it!
Easy, kid. We just want to talk.
Nuh-uh! I didn't do anything. You're just picking on me because of stupid Mr. Herschel.
You look pretty chipper for a kid in tears.
I cleaned up my face. Really, really fast.
The girl must have hidden the wallet in a hurry. Her foot bounces, likely chafing from the wallet flap wedged between her ankle and shoe buckle. Hey, kid. Your shoe's untied.
No, it's not. I mean, thank you, miss.
She's too obvious, too quick to pretend she's got nothing to hide. Sophie still waits for her to finish pushing the wallet out of sight.
Hello, darling. Sorry about the scare, Miss...
Jenna Campbell.
Well, Jenna, I thought I saw a stain on your shoe, but I believe I was mistaken. Don't you agree?
Aha! Thank you, Miss Salter.
So, that's it? You chase her down, exchange a few words, and send her off with a pat on her head?
Yes. We investigated a problem, and I determined it wasn't worth further action. Besides, that barely had enough to last a day.
The girl's a wisp, floating from window to window, as though she'd blow away at the slightest breeze. Finally, she finds rest at an unattended crate she unceremoniously marks with an X. An easy target.
Hello, darling.
Despite a welcome as inviting as a river in summer, the girl plunges into terror. Her hollow eyes well with the knowledge she's been caught red-handed. Hey, easy, kid. No one's in trouble. You were just drawing a picture.
Yes? This looks like an interesting work in progress. Were you going to sign it, Miss...
Winnie?
A pleasure to meet you, Miss Winnie. What were you drawing before we interrupted?
It's... for my friends.
By yourself? They putting you up to something?
No, not they're good friends. They helped me. I can't do anything for them except draw.
She's either got angels looking out for her, or the devil's looking for an easy mark. I lean down to her level. Okay, I believe you. But remember something. Friends don't let friends get pinched. She holds my gaze, still and silent. However, she nods without a tremor. A word of advice, kid. One mark's a coincidence. The same one over and over will get you caught. You want to keep drawing? Change it up. Use different shapes or colors, or make a code. With only a nod, the wisp drifts off to other haunting grounds.
That was sweet. See a little of yourself in her?
Something like that. You learn to scrape by in the burrows, too. The days were harsh enough with trash raining down on us, but at least we had family to rely on. I only hope Winnie's friends are worth the trust.
Well, that takes care of the neighborhood. Enjoying the sights?
It's something, I'll give you that much.
Good, because our next stop is less scenic. It's a walk, but I'm sure you'll manage.
Another shop?
The errand. Also, it's off the beaten path, so try to keep your wallet stowed away.
She leads me through a gaping, darkened opening going down. Each step turns golden light into sickly yellow. Narrowing corridors close around us, and steel plating becomes brittle under our feet. My foot goes through a step. I scream. Visions of falling tens of feet below play through my head until Sophie catches me.
Careful, darling. The island's still settling.
Yeah, I figured. This place is falling apart.
It is, isn't it? Anyway, watch your step. There might be more. Oh, and if you hear anything from above, move.
Finally, we hit rock bottom. We're surrounded by warped walls and lost dreams. The neighborhood's a crushed ceramic, swept out of sight and tiptoed around by the few who remain. Madonna, what happened here? I haven't been in Dreamland in a while, but I don't remember there being this many street kids, or this much decay.
Well, Giovanna, when most of the neighborhood moves out, that leaves vacancies. It's reasonably safe if you have nowhere else. Just mind the cracks.
What happened? She looks at me with as much sympathy as you'd give a child learning Santa doesn't exist, before she directs my gaze upward.
Do you see the island to the left? Above the old grocer's. Imagine putting it flush against another island. Good. Now what if you slam them together?
She gives me time to piece it together. It's not a pretty puzzle. You said you were checking in with the street kids. Meeting with anyone in particular?
Not yet. For now, we observe. Don't want to scare the little dears.
I look down the hole and feel the world spin. It's an endless shaft of islands jutting in and out, ever downward with barely a hint of sky. Something carved through the upper floors with the grace of a butcher, leaving everything from the neck down barely in one piece.
Miss Sulzer! Miss Sulzer! Are you recruiting for the school? Please, would you consider my niece? She isn't well, but she's smart and diligent. I can...
I'm sorry, Mr. Brown, but you know I can't. Marm's very particular about who she lets in.
Miss, are you with the Does? Could you put in a word for my niece?
What? She not criminal enough for you? Or is it that she has family?
By the look of her, you know as well as I do that there's nothing there. Maybe a confidence woman with those eyes, but she doesn't need the trade schools for that. Marm only takes those who show promise, or who truly need an escape.
For a second, I'm back with my folks and Zio. They were arguing about me smuggling. Zio Alfonso argued I deserve my shot. I almost echo the words until Sophie shakes her head. Slight, but firm. Sorry, pal. Not my call. His head sinks, and he leaves without another word.
Hey, lady. Want to see a magic trick? I can make a coin disappear before your eyes.
All right. Here. Show me.
Thank you. You see your coin here? I'm going to say the magic words. Abracadabra, abracadabra. On the count of 3, this coin will disappear. 3, 2, 1.
He fulfills his promise with a bolt down the street, taking my coin with him.
Give it back!
A mess of wild hair and thrashing limbs hit the wall. Despite the older boy having inches on her to dangle the wallet, Jenna's got him treed.
Get off me, you ugly little harpy! You're clawing up my...
She rakes her nails deep into his fleshy forearm and he howls. His claws uncurl, dropping the wallet with a pitiful thud.
Freak! This is
is why no one wants you!
While he scampers off to lick his wounds, there's no triumph or joy. Angry tears trickle around the corners of Jenna's eyes as she retrieves her battered, flattened prize.
All of that fuss over pennies. I wouldn't be surprised if she's made an enemy for life.
Rather she end up a target for life instead? Sophie looks from Jenna to me with a slow, warm smile.
Honestly, she should have hit harder. The only way to make sure a pest stays down is by smashing them.
No, Winnie. You're supposed to trip, shoulder catch, then pull.
It's a classroom of 3. Based on her hand stuck in the other girl's pocket, Winnie's batting low marks.
Just give up already. She's hopeless.
No, she's not. Winnie found the open window. And unlike you, she can do numbers. Winnie, how much more do we need for today's haul?
5, 30, 40 cents.
You're always babying her. Who cares if she can count? If she can't steal, she's useless.
They're careless, cruel words spoken with the confidence that no one will argue back. However, Winnie's hands form tiny fists pressed firmly against her coat.
Ah, someone's angry. Tell me, how do you see that shaking out?
Sorry, are you asking me to bet on kids fighting?
It's just a question, darling. Not everything has to be so mercenary.
The kid's not stupid. Throwing the first punch looks bad, no matter how much they deserve it.
Quite unfairly, too. But blending in is the right play. After all, who would you prefer by your side? An even-tempered treasurer? Or a talentless, penniless bully?
Sophie's a piece of gold in a muddy river. Every street we walk, every urchin we talk to, leaves ripples of fear and hunger. Some shirk back, but too many tiny, starved faces follow our every move. Sophie looks back like she's picking cards at the table. When she stops, they scramble over dirt and limb to be a glint in her eye. Sophie, why aren't you telling me about this errand?
There's another step to community management. You see, checking in, enforcement, and education are all part of it. But we also find potential. Marm tells me we have an opening in the Does. And I owe her a recruit before the end of the day. From what I've seen, I believe Jenna or Winnie will do.
So that's it then? This whole guided tour was a front for snatching kids?
Don't be such a sanctimonious sap. You chose to tag along. You must have heard the stories. Or did you seriously believe everything we do involves a smile and a gun?
If I'm a sap, what does that make you? You might be with the underground, but you and Marm are cut from the same cloth. The temperature drops faster than a fall through the waters of Old Coney Island.
Gia, do you know what it's like to never feel full? To know you could cut every purse, sell every paper, shine every shoe, and still be poor in every way that matters. You want to feel righteous? Then you can decide. Who deserves a warm bed and a meal?
I take in the faces around me, each echoing a desperate yearning. They really want to be like her, but I know who it has to be. The one with hollow eyes that fill with every flutter of Sophie's cape. There are plenty of sharks on the street. If anyone needs the does in their corner, it's Winnie.
They will. Believe what you will about the does, but she will learn to stand on her own.
She approaches the girl. Winnie's caught mid-float, torn between flight and grounded confusion, until Sophie leans down with a smile and a casino chip.
Hello, Winnie. Would you like somewhere to stay tonight? There's a steeple in the old brewery district. Show this to the front, and they'll get you settled with a nice hot meal and a bed after they show you around. And if you stay, we can discuss schooling.
Winnie's pale face is a wordless cry of fear. Fear that this isn't real. Fear of what happens if she takes that chip. But her hand still hovers over the token, unsure of what to do.
This isn't an order. It's Simply an offer. Although I hope you say yes. The choice is yours.
The silence fills with something new. Winnie's frail fingers grab the chip like a freshly born soul reaching for the light.
Thank you.
Winnie's off, carried by hope and a ticket to a new life. Sophie's feet weigh like concrete heels, dragging her towards the open bar top.
Is it true? Winnie's gone?
Yeah. You two close?
Not really, but she was one of us. We look out for each other. No one else does. And you've seen her. She wasn't good. But she'll be okay, because she's going to be a doe. The Dreamland does rule the barony. No one lays a stinking hand on a doe, or yells at them, or takes from them.
Thank you, darling. It smells as wonderful as always. Here, your usual.
She hands the shopkeep a fat envelope, and he takes a walk. The bar's emptied of everyone except for the dough and 2 pieces of cake. She motions me toward an empty seat.
Here, bee sting cake, the best in the lowers. The owner's been making it for years. At least as long as his deliveries arrive.
I take a bite. Caramelized almonds and vanilla cream linger on my tongue. A sweet balm to a bitter moment.
It's good, isn't it? I try to stop by every time I patrol downtown Exchange. Takes the edge off.
For a while, the only things that pass between us are the soft clinking of dull cutlery on chipped porcelain and the scent of honey.
I don't enjoy it, you know.
Which part?
Recruitment. It may come as a surprise, but the leader of the does does have some inkling of what awaits our recruits.
She skewers an almond, still angry, but I doubt I'm the one who she wants to snap. Then why do it?
Because the Baron and her does make hard decisions every day. It's part of our charm. Along with the hope that if lost girls like us can make it, anyone can. After all, a doe might face a bullet, become a cutthroat, or perform unwanted tasks. But that's business. A little discomfort for an extra 10, 30, 60 years of life.
I feel a lull in her speech, a silent invite. Is she looking for validation? Or an alternative? Let's say you weren't a doe. Where would you go?
I'm not entirely sure. I've been a pickpocket since before I could walk.
Humor me. Right now, if you could be anywhere else, where would it be? She nudges an almond speck through a streak of cream.
You know, I've never seen a real beach. Coney Islands is so artificial. But I'd need something to keep myself busy once the novelty of sunshine and waves wore off.
My Zio could never sit still either. Always picked up a new hustle whenever he traveled.
A gentleman of culture. Wherever I'd be, it'd certainly be different.
The clinking stops. She stares deep into the empty plate like it's a scrying mirror.
You know, despite everything, I admire Marm. Whatever she is now, she'll always be the lost girl who climbed her way to the top of the lowers. And she brought us with her.
Then why'd you join the underground?
'Cause as brilliant as Marm is, she's always been hungry. We all are. And not all of us have the power to wreck our home while chasing a self-destructive whim.
She jabs an accusatory fork at the floor. A gaping wound whistles back at us, lined by debris and fresh cracks. Injuries that mirror the plaza's caved-in buildings and broken pillars. Marm caused that island tremor.
Indirectly, of course. But when you recklessly expand your territory past its limits, there are costs. And the costs are growing by the day.
Dreamland's the richest barony in the lowers. If anyone can afford a patch job, it's you.
Oh, we try. Think of Dreamland as a stack of spinning plates. Impressive, but prone to shattering. You see, Marm has a dream. She's always wanted to be the woman behind the biggest, wealthiest barony in the city. And it broke her up when she had to shelve it.
Not by choice, from the sounds of it.
No, it was island capacity. At least until someone gave her Aether powerful enough to support every island you could dream of. Marm saw her chance and declared us back in business.
Something rings familiar. A new, more powerful Aether. This new Aether, it happened to be red?
Ah, I see you've heard of it. Apollo warned me White Street has something similar. A new kind of Aether weapon?
Had. It blew up with Eli. She taps a delicate, expectant finger. I changed topics before she could ask me about a melted wreck of blood-stained metal. Something's always bothered me about White Street. How'd they get their hands on a souped-up piece of Aether tech anyway?
I assume they shared Marm's supplier. Whoever they are.
Surprised Marm never told you.
Marm's frustratingly tight-lipped about her VIPs. But rest assured, if I knew who they were, they'd receive a personal tour of the Underline.
Why? You think they set Marm up?
An excellent question. What I do know is this. Marm would have retired a satisfied woman if someone had invaded her with the promise of one more island.
I've heard a lot of things about Marm, but stupid's never been one of them. What'd she get out of breaking her barony?
The chance to win one last gamble. How grand can she make Dreamland while she's still able?
Swell. So if she's playing for bragging rights, what'd she get if she loses?
Honestly, I doubt she thinks she can. But Marm is Marm. And she's never been one to call the game early.
Alright, let's say we steal Marm's money and stop her expansion. You still haven't said a word about what happens afterward.
Well, this is the lowers. Shooting the Baron and swapping them out with someone new is quite traditional.
Look, Sophie, I get it. You don't know me, but you either trust me enough to give me a straight answer, or you don't. My words put a wrinkle in her practiced spiel. For a moment, she looks just as unsure as I am.
And I'll give you this. No. If we succeed, I won't become Baron. My sisters would never stand for it, let alone the Underground or you. However, I have no intention of letting Dreamland become another White Street.
Okay. Thanks for the honesty.
Excellent. Now then, shall we go somewhere private to finish our earlier conversation?
Fine. I've got to stop back home anyway. What Sophie said hangs over my thoughts like a storm cloud. There's something more to this red Aether, and Nellie's been mum on the details ever since Eli's parade. I think it's time I got some answers. As I round the corner, a murky haze hangs in the air. Up ahead, there's a disabled vehicle hovering above the tarmac. A befuddled man in a soot-stained suit looks up from his perch over the open hood and flags me down.
Please, you've got to help me get off the road. If Mom's thugs find me blocking a public street, they'll impound the car. And I've already got an outstanding debt with the house. I'll never get it out.
I size the poor guy up as best I can. I check out his hands. No calluses on his knuckles. No concealed gun spoiling the line of his suit. He's just a schmuck who needs help. I roll up my sleeves as I strut toward his open hood. Walking over here, I was confident. But the engine compartment is so full of crap I can't see much of anything. I feel a tug at my shirt tail.
Hurry, they're coming!
I pull my head out of the cloud to see Marm's thugs speeding over to investigate. Given the heat around me, it's too risky to attract that kind of attention. So I turn on my heel and head back toward my car.
Where are you going? I thought you said you'd help.
Wish I could, friend, but I can't risk the impound for a perfect stranger. Good luck with Dreamland's finest. I step on the gas and speed off before I become the center of attention, leaving the stranded motorist to his fate. Nellie's not here. Maybe she's at the root cellar with Gardner.
Back so soon. Do widzenia.
What do you need?
Look, Cress, about what happened at Pandemonium.
If you're about to apologize, save it. I don't want to hear from you. Dreamland's never been kind to Aetherians. Only got worse after that damn fire.
Amateur sleuths and tabloids alike have thrown around answers to the Pandemonium fire like it's a game of pitchpenny. A vengeful Aetherian might have only been one of them, but it had still left a mark.
Both hands on the wheel, yeah?
Good day. Thank you.
Ah, Miss Randazzo. Until next time.
Yes?
I found this while snooping around. What do you think?
Oh, wowzers! I might be able to make you something with this. If you can find me some more material, I bet I could make something to help you while you're out on the road. This is enough for something else I've been working on. I'm so excited for you to see it. Just check the steamer trunk the next time you're here. Bye for now.
Yes, darling?
You used to be like Winnie and Jenna, right? So how'd you end up with the doughs?
Through the usual means, really.
Abandon a child, leave her to fend for herself, and if she's very clever, very tough, or very anything, she might get an invitation to one of Marm's schools.
Somehow, I doubt that's all there was. You weren't just interested in those two because you liked them. They had something special. She slowly smiles, as pleased as a magician pulling back their curtain on some years-old trick.
There are a lot of young couriers in the city. If you wear the right outfit and say the right things, anyone could be persuaded to give you what you ask for.
Knowing you, that must have worked out pretty nicely.
Beautifully. I got a new coat, a bolt of silk, and a doe's button before they tracked me down. Fortunately, the doe was in need of a recruit, and I was in need of new opportunities.
About Winnie, she decide to be a doe?
She did. She'll require a lighter touch than other recruits, but we'll make do. Apparently, the poor thing had only been on the street a week before you and I found her. Her father died in a mugging, you see. He was their only family.
Poor thing doesn't cover the half of it. That's barely enough time to grieve, let alone figure out how to live alone.
That is some consolation. It's easier to grieve or feel anything, really, when your needs are taken care of. Otherwise, the training will keep her occupied. See you soon, darling.
Ah, Gia. I see you brought a guest, though not one unwelcome. It's nice to see you outside of the negotiating table, Sophia.
Sam, darling. You look well, though busy as always, I see. And hello, Apollo, dear. You look good. In a way that would be every publicist's nightmare if it ever landed on the front page.
And who's going to be the one to take the snapshot, darling? You?
Their smiles start as cool and polite as passing acquaintances, but they quickly crack into grins as they share a peal of laughter like age-old friends on a night out.
Oh, glad to have you, Soph. Gia, how are we looking?
Got a good look at the place. It'll be tough to crack, but so is the tomb. If we play our cards right, we can be in and out before Marm knows what's happening.
That's what I like to hear. Don't keep us in suspense now, darling. What's the plan?
We prep as much as possible. Way I see it, we got 3 problems to solve. The crowds, the loot, and the getaway. Pandemonium's going to be packed. We're going to need everyone out of our way.
Marm loves ending things with a bang. It's why Soap Jackson's closing the night with a fireworks show. If it were to happen sooner, everyone, including Marm, would be forced outside.
Think you can shift the schedule?
Of course not. Marm would have my head. But if someone very clever were to sneak into one of Soap's parties, they may be able to convince Soap to help coordinate a surprise.
Talk to me before you go. Might have an idea or two on the how.
I saw one of his flunkies running games. I thought the name sounded familiar. Former baseball player turned hustler, right?
Oh, yes. A rather tacky man. Loves his parties as much as he loves to gamble when he's lucid.
Not your type, huh?
He and I enjoy different games. Fortunately, that means he's always looking for new players.
In my experience, that's as good as an open invite. No good party's complete without a surprise guest.
He's working for Marm. Why are you sure he'd help us?
Soap's a free spirit. You hire the man because he knows how to throw a party, not for loyalty.
And I'm going to persuade him how, exactly?
I'm sure you know how to be persuasive. Flatter him, bribe him, convince him Marm's surprise is a reward in itself. Or simply beat his ego until he does it out of spite.
Sophie, you said only a few people are allowed to touch Marm's cash. Who are they exactly?
Let's see. There's Gunther, the concierge, the movers, select security members and does, and me. But even if I got you uniforms, we could hardly carry it out ourselves.
The movers are still the Matsey Brothers Moving Company, correct? If so, they may be persuaded to help. The Undercity League meets not only with Dreamland's Baron, but also its Ledgeman Union. I am told relations between them have become difficult.
Enough they won't turn around and go to Marm? Wait, when you say Luca Mazzi, do you mean...
The former world's champion boxer. Or the terrifying Avenger who left a streak of broken strikebreakers behind him?
Just surprised he and Marm would ever strike a deal.
Matsey Brothers Moving Company does excellent work, and his rates are reasonable. And you know what they say, darling. Better to keep your enemies close and on a tight leash.
All right. Sounds convincing. How do we get him on side?
Luca sees the world in black and whites. He shows you who he is and expects you to do the same. If you are yourself, Gia, I'm sure he will listen. He respects a good heart.
Our biggest hurdle's the escape. Even if we get the loot out, Marm's got an army.
Yes, we're outgunned in a fight. If only we had more killers around. Eh, Sam?
You can't win a war on bullets alone.
Then we simply give them a problem even Marm herself couldn't ignore. Another fire.
It doesn't take much to read between the lines, but the proposal still sparks a jolt through the room.
It's a lovely building, and I'll miss my table. The Pandemonium's always been a symbol of Marm's power. As confident as she is, nothing would alarm her more than to watch her casino go up again.
Oh, well, that settles it. We'll empty the castle, rob the treasury, and burn the rest to the ground.
After we've emptied it of civilians.
I know Dreamland's kept quiet on the details, but you does ever figure out how the culprit pulled it off?
Officially, all evidence was lost in the fire. Unofficially, someone smuggled an accelerant right under our nose. Filled the place with it.
You really have no idea who did it.
Trust me, Giovanna. Whoever you're thinking of, you can bet we got to them first. Not a single one talked. All took their secrets to old New York.
If Marm's busy with the fire, who's left to worry about?
It'll be Marm's birthday, so all lieutenants will be expected to attend. You've met Lizzie, of course. Alice seems vapid, but don't let her fool you. And Pearl solves everything with an iron fist. I expect we'll have to deal with at least one of them. More if we're unlucky.
Okay, but if Marm's that worried, I doubt she's made it easy to burn a second time.
Oh, there's no doubt Marm's put safety measures even I have no idea of. Which is why we'll want to talk to her pet architect. Anton Klossner designed both Pandemoniums. He once showed me the blueprints and they're easily his masterpiece. If anyone knows of a weakness, it's him.
Think you still got him?
He should, but he's a notorious recluse. Fortunately, he adores Marm, So I'm sure I can convince him to bring himself and the blueprints to an investor event.
All right, that's enough to get started. Anything else we should know?
Only a word of caution, darling. Expect to see more security measures as we get closer to the date, and try to plan accordingly.
Oh, nothing we can't handle. You heard the woman. In and out job. So let's get to work.
In the comics, the cops always...
Hello again. See you soon, darling.
What do you need? Both hands on the wheel, yeah?
Holding up all right?
Thought the Undercity League was supposed to be a neutral organization, but here you are, helping to run the underground from the top.
The League is unaware of my affiliation with the Underground, and I'd prefer it stay that way. If, God forbid, I'm discovered, that will allow them to deny culpability.
Still a hell of a risk if you ask me. What's stopping the Barons from deciding the whole League's gotta go? The Aether's pale washed eyes fall on mine, feeling centuries older than his salt-peppered hair would imply.
I've dealt with Barons longer than the Underground. Though the Barons may call us rats, and though they may disparage our contributions, they need someone to keep the peace. Without us, they would be putting themselves at the mercy of hundreds of thousands of Aether's.
I grimace as I place myself in the Baron's shoes. I could get rid of the League. Most Aether's would keep us flying, but one might decide to let us drop. That's enough to make me flinch. I've read a little of the Undercity League in the papers. Your name usually comes up with it.
It keeps us visible. Though the headlines are not always flattering, they remind the world that Aether's exist. They force topsiders to see us as fellow humans, making it easier to get their cooperation.
From what Cress said in White Street, it doesn't sound like every Baron agrees.
Cressa often sees a glass half empty, for good reason. However, wars are not fought with only one weapon. Negotiation is a tool you use for prolonged conflict. And when negotiation fails, the League offers alternatives. Legal aid, financial support, and on the rare occasion, physical solutions.
White Street's in civil war right now. How are the Aether's holding up?
Better than others. Although Eli's forces are in conflict, most of the fighting remains topside. However, the lack of leadership makes negotiations precarious.
Surprised there's anyone left to negotiate with. Figured Eli's people would be too busy fighting each other to obey the chain of command.
Certain offices hold more protections than others, such as the scrapyard. It's currently controlled by Theodore Lutzko. It gives him authority over the supply lines.
We've met. From what I heard, he's been less than reliable about sending supplies to Aether's.
Lutzko is not a malicious man. He takes his duty seriously. However, when you consistently deprioritize your Aether's, there are consequences. When things calm down, I hope to visit Arkstad again. There's a memorial plan for those lost in Eli's purge, including Alexander and Maria. I'd like to attend if possible.
Because they were fellow Aether's? Or because they were part of the Underground?
They were more than that. They were good friends, and Arkstad deserves to know that the League stands with them. Cressa shouldn't have to go and mourn alone. See you!
Say Apollo. Why do they call him Soap, anyway?
I gather it's on account of his squeaky clean gambling record. Never lost a single bet, if you believe the stories. But I prefer to think of it this way. He's as slippery as they come.
So, remind me then, why is it we think he'll help us take down Marm?
He might not. But he's a socialite, and we're highly susceptible to flattery and bribery. I'm sure you can convince him.
That's all you got for me?
Sorry, darling, can't do much else from here. But you've got a handle on things, right?
If I didn't, you and I wouldn't even be talking right now.
That's what I like to hear. Good luck. They say Soap's parties are as wild as they come. I'd like to see it myself sometime.
Yeah, can't wait. Talk to you later.
Ah, you're back.
How's an uppers movie star go from whining and dining celebs to running a lowers rebellion?
Would you believe the movies inspired me?
That's it? You played enough pretend revolutionaries you decided to be one for real?
Why not? I have more than enough money to fund a war chest and the drive to use it. Why not use it to fix this rotten town, eh?
A lot of celebs dabble in philanthropy. They usually stick to dropping donations and running charity balls without needing to step 1 foot in the trenches. I watch as the glib plating flakes off, revealing the fiery resolve underneath.
And? What good are those? The system's broken. Might toss it all down the well while I'm at it.
But you're sure fighting the Barons will fix it?
Oh, it's just the start. I look at the people we're helping, and you know who I see. My parents. Good people. Fled to this country to escape violence, only to face the same hatred here. The underground might be small now, but we fight the fight others can't. Better than getting fat off caviar, I say.
So what's the story between you and Sam? I know the Undercity League's got some pull around the city, but I doubt that usually includes movie stars.
Luck, I suppose. Old Iron Hand helped me out of a scrap back in the early days. Sorted out some trouble between me and the Paupers.
Paupers? What the hell did you do to piss them off?
Needed a spot to hide, I'm afraid. I was running supplies to a budding resistance group when the shooting started. Ducked into an Aether tunnel before they took my head off.
And you got lost. He smiles, as innocent as a wolf idling near a field of sheep.
I'd heard rumors of Aetherians fighting the fight. Bypassing terriers, smuggling resources, rolling back years added to contracts, etc. Thought I'd see if they'd like to chat. Took a few meetings before Ironhand was willing to let slip that he was one of them. After that, we were as close as houses on fire. Till next time.
Oh, but what if we used an alternating charge? It could increase Daisy's output exponentially.
I suppose it's possible. However, you'll need an opposing resonance.
Of course! We can start with datasets 13 through to 15, measure particle strength, and the... Oh, hi, Gia! The professor and I were discussing a new dispersal test. He was just telling me of a supplier who could...
That's great, but it's not why I'm here. Remember Eli's red Aether? Somehow Marm's got her hands on it. A lot of it. It's how she's expanding her barony. The reminder shuts a blind over her enthusiasm. Her shoulders shrink, withering like a plant in a dark cupboard.
What? How? It shouldn't have...
Shouldn't have been what? Gotten out? You said that before, back in White Street. Where's this red Aether coming from?
It's... Gia, I wish I could tell you. Truly, but I simply can't.
What Eleanor means is that she signed an agreement, one with, regrettably, severe penalties for breaking confidentiality.
What sort of penalties are we talking about?
The kind that could ruin a researcher. To start, you'd lose your position at the finest Aether Institute in the country and all its resources. Then you'd have to pay back any outstanding investments the Institute's put into your work.
It'd be really, really bad, Gia. And my parents, what would they say? They expected me to thrive at the Institute. If I were cast out of the Heights, that'd be a terrible disappointment.
Olympus Park has that much pull?
Quite. The Heights doesn't have barons, but it does have a number of influential benefactors, some of which sit on the board. I promise you, drawing their ire is not an enjoyable experience.
This doesn't sound like the first time you're hearing about Red Aether.
Oh, Alistair is one of the experts who helped. I mean...
It's all right, Eleanor. You're quite correct, Miss Randazzo. I'm familiar with Red Aether and its applications, for better and worse. Which is why I find it troubling to hear it spread further than a tiny corner of Eleanor's lab.
Look, kid, I get it. But you've seen it yourself. That stuff is out there, and we need to know where it's coming from. Next time could be a hell of a lot worse than a cannon.
I know, but... Professor, isn't there something we can do? Surely an exception can be made.
Gardner smooths his hand over the table, regarding Nellie's plea like a puzzle short a corner piece. He finds the solution with a soft rap of his knuckles.
Well, only one of us has clearance and tenure. If, hypothetically, I were to consult while you were away at the bar, you could hardly be held accountable. Oh, and order what you like. It's a business expense.
Thank you so much, Professor Gardner. Oh, but what should I get? I usually drink soda or water, you see. Maybe something that takes a while to make?
I'm confident you'll find something.
Nellie flits off to the bar to learn spirits, leaving me with her mentor. Despite the clinking of glasses behind the bar and the stains on warped wood, the man looks at me like I'm a student in his office.
How much do you know about Red Aether, Miss Randazzo?
Tightly focused Aether, right? You increase the resonance until its energy potential increases enough to turn it red. Makes it powerful but unstable.
You're absolutely correct. We'll skip the basics then. Have you ever met researchers with cabin fever? They get up to the most novel experiments, flight, light, even music, thanks to our Aether resonance team. It's how we ended up with a new kind of Aether, and the crater in the birch room.
The Heights made Red Aether?
You have to understand, Miss Randazzo. Olympus Park creates new wonders every day, but not everything should ever be released. We couldn't even trust ourselves with Red Aether, so we locked it away.
Then why is it in the lowers?
I have my suspicions. Olympus Park is not as untouchable as our namesake. There is no shortage of bad actors who tear through the walls to get their hands on even a drop of our tech. Such as hiring a villain to break into the Heights, destroy our lab, and attempt to kidnap one of our prized scientists.
The professor's palm rests on the top of his cane, as solemn and heavy as a hand on a headstone. I wonder if he still feels the heat of explosives and fire, if he was even conscious for it.
It was an utter tragedy. I recruited them, truly brilliant people. Lost in an instant thanks to sheer recklessness.
You said you came to bloody, bruised, and alone. And sometime after that, you ended up on Ellis Island.
An awful thing to wake to. I had board members at my heels fighting my request to leave, investigators demanding to know what happened, doctors ordering bed rest, but it worked out. Eleanor safe. And that's all that matters.
She sounds like a lot more than a researcher to you. Gardner simply smiles, as naturally as if Nellie were really his own.
I've known Eleanor since she was 16. Her parents, lovely people, knew that they had a genuine prodigy. They didn't want their child to go out into the world alone. I gave my word she wouldn't.
You said it yourself. The Heights isn't untouchable, and the gunman who started the fire's still running around. Why risk bringing her back to the scene of the crime?
I'm embarrassed to admit I simply wasn't thinking. I'd finally found Eleanor. I'd heard war had broken out in White Street, and I thought, she's been through so much. Best get her home quickly.
If you were in that much of a rush, what took you so long to find her? You obviously have resources. There's faster ways to find someone than planting coded messages in radio ads.
You know the lowers more intimately than I, Miss Randazzo. Money, influence, and connections only go so far when half the baronies are in conflict. And believe me, I tried.
A deep weariness drapes around his shoulders, made up of several weeks worrying. He looks to the bar, as though confirming Nellie was still where he'd left her.
I'm aware I seem unreasonable. I came into your lives and nearly spirited Eleanor away without explanation. But wouldn't you do anything to keep someone you cared about safe?
My mind places the shadowed streets and warring baronies against a kiss of sunlight from upstairs, and I hate that I see his point. There's a creep chasing Nellie. Black hat, scars, professional killer. Calls himself Dufresne. Know anything about him? Gardner's brows twitch downward, leaving furrows deep enough to catch water.
I'm afraid I wouldn't. Arson and murder aren't quite my department. What about you, Miss Randazzo? Surely you and your friends have looked into him?
Mostly through our run-ins. He said someone hired him to bring her home.
Eleanor still has family and associates in the uppers. Perhaps not everyone was pleased when she left her old life for the Heights.
Enough to keep Dufresne on the hunt? Someone like him isn't cheap. If Nellie knew anyone else with that kind of money, she wouldn't have worried about cash flow.
Then perhaps we're looking at it from the wrong angle. Eleanor has a mind that's seen once in a generation. If, say, someone is willing to kill for a wallet, what would they do for a scientist capable of fixing the well?
My skin wants to crawl off my seat. Dufresne had torn apart my car to get Nellie's journal. If Nellie's gray matter was that valuable, his faceless employer might never give up the chase. At the bar, Thomas puts away a load of glasses, each clinking away to its rightful place. I stare, feeling like I'm a few glasses short a full set of answers. Sounds like the brainiacs in the Heights don't know what's going on either.
Unfortunately. I'm truly sorry I can't tell you more, but maybe we can still find some answers. I'll inform them of the red Aether leak. See what they can find.
I bite back a cynical remark about whether the Heights will share when Nellie trots back with an amber-filled glass.
So, how was it? Did you need a little longer?
Got the gist of it, thanks. Wait, is that bourbon?
Oh, yes! I've never tried it, but the gentleman at the bar ordered 2 on the rocks already, so it must be good.
Oh, my dear, that's a rather strong drink. Are you certain that's where you'd like to start?
Oh, well, I'm certain I can manage, and it would be a shame to waste it.
Hey, kid, let me have a sip? Before Nellie can stop me, I snag the glass and down the contents.
Gia!
Trust me. Unless you want to be seeing in circles, start with something you can dip your toes in.
I suppose you're right.
Well put. I believe Thomas has something more beginner-friendly on the top right shelf. Let's try that. Hello. Goodbye for now.
Hello, miss. Clear skies to...
I ankle over to the bar, squeezing between a chair and the dough to order a well-deserved drink. The routine lowers my guard, leaving me vulnerable to the unknown passenger in my pocket. What the? Instead of a wallet, my fingers close around a kitschy elephant doll. If the doll wearing Dreamland's colors wasn't enough of a smoking gun, Sophie's laugh is. Soph, what the hell is this?
It's Topsy, one of Dreamland's most darling mascots. We even have a building in her likeness.
Yeah, well, bully for Topsy. What's she doing in my pocket?
Don't look so suspicious. I was only having a little fun, and I needed an excuse to practice my sleight of hand.
So what? You thought you'd slip a doll into my pocket? I would have thought you'd try making off with my wallet.
We're not all common cut purses. I could pick the pocket of everyone here, and they'd go to bed without realizing it. But that's so... banal. Leaving something they're unfamiliar with, however, requires finesse.
I don't know about that. Pickpocketing and reverse pickpocketing are pretty similar if you ask me.
Oh? Why don't you give it a try then? We can make a game of it. Put Topsy into Tiana's handbag without her noticing.
What are we playing for? More secrets?
Tempting, but no. I'd hate to make things feel stale. So why not a drink? You can pick whichever you like.
All right. And if I lose?
I'll try to pick something within your budget. This is for fun.
Why Tiana? She do something to warrant a hazing?
Nothing recent, but she and I used to attend school together. I thought she could do with a little nostalgia.
Uh-huh. So you won't mind taking the fall when Tiana gets mad?
Of course. It is my idea, after all. And unless she's grown rusty, she'll know who's to blame anyway.
What the hell? I could use the practice. Just have your money ready. We work out a plan. I take Topsy to a nearby stool and idle for a few, creating a cushion of deniability before Sophie starts.
Tiana, darling. You seem comfortable. Taking a break?
Sophia, tell me, does Tetka know where you spend your time off?
I don't think Mom cares, as long as I have the sense to do it away from prying eyes. The whole may be drab, but I'll give it this much. No one would suspect anyone of taste to come here.
That is what makes it good for business, no? Particularly the kind done under the table.
While the pair of old schoolmates chat each other up, Sophie awaits my instruction. Tiana might be quicker with a pen than a knife, but her insight's still sharp enough to cut through any obvious ploys. I tap the counter 3 times.
Gunther's easy to bribe, you see. He loves peach schnapps and... Oh, that is a lovely pocket you have hidden in your wrap. May I?
Aha. You know what they say. Look, but don't touch.
Of course. Then, may I get your professional opinion? You see, Mom's recruited a new tailor from Bluebird, and I'm not convinced of the design.
Tiana smiles thinly. I don't know who's giving the harder shakedown, but soon they're talking tailors and imports. As Tiana's critical eye probes Sophie's cape, I slip the doll into her hiding spot.
Is that so? I'll pass her name along then. Thank you, darling. How should I repay you? A drink, perhaps?
Ha! Information like that will cost you more than a glass of wine. Come see me after hours. I'm sure we'll find something suitable to settle your debt.
Tiana reaches for her bag. I feel like I'm watching a thriller. Anticipation building to a silent orchestra as I hear the bag click open and Tiana gasp.
Sophia, Giovanna.
Just having a little fun.
You know, there are circuses that are hiring. Perhaps you two would do better to audition there.
Relax. You'll give yourself wrinkles. It was just a little prank. I recently picked up this doll and thought I'd remind you of old times.
You remind me why I am no longer one of Marm's lost girls. Giovanna is not one of your orphans. Save your games for them.
The fence gathers her bag and leaves. To my surprise, she takes the doll with her. Maybe next time I see Topsy, she'll be on the shelf of Pier 6 with a lush price tag. What was that about?
Oh, nothing much. We does compete with each other from an early age, so we learn to make games of it. Leaving surprises for one another is one of the first things we learn.
And you never grew out of it, huh? That's why Lizzie tried jumping you. It's just another game to you does.
Yes, not every game is as dangerous as a car chase, but they stick with us all the same. So, I like to ensure girls like Winnie learn healthier ones. But never mind that. You won the bet, and I owe you a drink. What would you like?
We settle up. I might have felt a little bad ordering a glass that'd rival the glass cages, if she didn't order something more expensive for herself.
Yes, darling?
Tiana never talks much about her school days.
That's no surprise. She was rather quick to leave once she learned everything she could. And before we even had a chance to take her out to celebrate graduation.
She talks about Marm, though. Her Tetka. From the sounds of it, Marm used to be pretty fond of her before their falling out. Must have made things tense on occasion.
Are you asking if I was ever jealous of her?
Were you?
It's certainly possible. But as you've already seen, I have my share of green-eyed rivals to deal with. Between them and Tiana was always the lesser threat.
I've seen Tiana shake down schmucks for giving her a bum deal. Lesser threat's the last way I'd describe her.
It's because, Giovanna, she and I weren't playing the same game. Even back then, I never felt her interests were in competing to be Mom's heir. And I've never had an interest in her little fencing scheme. Take care.
Look what the cat dragged in. See ya.
Zdravo. Do widzenia.
Hi, Gia. Bye for now.
There's a commotion at the far end of the boulevard. A group of Marm's enforcers have begun running a velvet rope across the thoroughfare while directing traffic down the nearest side street. Normally, this wouldn't be an issue, but I've been drawing a lot of attention to myself lately, and there's a strong chance one of the goons might recognize me if I get too close. I pull the car onto the sidewalk. The motorist next to me shoots me a wide-eyed glance. I wink wryly at him before I gun the engine, tearing through the roped-off section and around the corner. I'm gone and out of sight before the enforcers have a chance to catch up. The yacht is a declaration of wealth and power as subtle as a boot to the throat. It's a world I have no business setting foot into, but I'm going to do it anyway.
Let's just take a stroll over here, shall we?
Sophie plucks at my elbow and guides me to a section of the deck that has been roped off previously. It's as private there as it's going to get, concealed in deep shadow. Sophie fishes a leather valise out from the shadows. She dutifully stands in front of me, blocking the leers of any looky-loos before handing me my new skin.
Your gown, Cinderella?
Sophie's picked out something elegant that's also businesslike. Putting it on is like entering a world of privilege I've never known. I can feel my face flush as I change, even in this private corner. So, what do you think?
Yes, that should do. Good work on my part if I do say so myself.
Why do I need a disguise?
Marm has pulled out all the stops for tonight's little soiree. Which means we need you to look presentable. Goodness, girl, what did you do to your hair?
I washed it.
Cute. Let's run a brush through it and touch up your makeup. You should dress up your speech a tad, but not too much. Business, my dear. That's the key ingredient to this ratatouille.
My favorite flavor. Look, is all this cloak and dagger stuff really necessary? All the charm and levity drains out of Sophie's face like water down a storm drain.
You know what you look like right now, Giovanna? You look like a bum from the hole. A smuggler and a criminal.
All I'm saying is...
You're not from this world. I live in it. You want to play cowboy and do it your own way? I wish you luck. You want to get things done? Put on the clothes and plaster a smile across that mug.
So what's my cover?
Your nom de guerre for this evening is Miss Fiorella. A young shadowbacker in various unassuming lowers businesses. You're looking to expand your investment portfolio.
Won't I stand out?
You're a smaller fish than Marm usually deals with. But she has a soft spot for ladies with an enterprising nature. So remember, tough, but with table manners.
Got it. Pat yourself on the back later, Soph. Klossner's definitely showing up, right? Will he have the blueprints with him?
It's a certainty. I requested that he bring them specifically for the purpose of modeling a replica cake of Pandemonium for Mom's birthday. She does love her sweets, the old dear.
That's all well and good, but I'll need to get close to him to nab those blueprints. Otherwise, this is all for nothing.
Relax. It's a cinch. Klossner will be on stage as a part of the docking speeches. He's the one with the round-frame cheaters. When he bellies up for his turn, go through his things. As easy as quiche.
Shouldn't that be easy as pie?
I'm showing off tonight, remember? Pie is so... common.
Well, ooh la la to you too. All right, enough horsing around. What are you up to during all this?
Being Marm's shadow. I hope you won't require my assistance, but if the situation grows desperate, I can run interference for you.
Hoping I won't need it. This situation is eggs and coffee. See you there. Party is in full swing. Have-swapping stories about screwing over the have-nots, enjoying success now that they don't have to bruise their own knuckles. Some guy in a penguin suit passes by, so I snatch a flute of bubbly to steel my nerves.
Are you enjoying the music? Wunderbar! They can play anything from Voller to Toscanini. They're worth every penny, but I get them for free. Their brother owes me.
Not for the first time. I wonder why I'm always making deals with the devil. One devil with many different names and faces, who's sure to catch me one of these days.
That egghead's a lost cause. I bring him a business proposal, and that crumb treats me like a church lady collecting for war orphans.
If it isn't the redoubtable Miss Fiorella. Hello, darling. Isn't this party wonderful? Shall I set you up with a fresh drink?
Sophie, nice venue. I see our hostess didn't cheap out on the liquor either. A Class A act all around, if it weren't for the other guests.
Yes, business sometimes makes unpleasant bedfellows, doesn't it? At least the men have the good sense not to act ungentlemanly in public. Marm takes a dim view of such behavior.
Pardon me, miss. You look like a worldly woman of taste and discrimination. Tell me, do you find yourself more drawn these days to dining out or to taking in a good show?
Sorry, are you asking me out on a date?
Perish the thought. I'm not from the lowers. I was hoping to gain your opinion so I can make an informed decision. I'm looking to make some new investments.
The Lowers is practically run on Burroughs-style fish and chips. You set up a storefront and get a cook who knows his business, and you'll see a return by the end of the year, guaranteed.
Fried fish. A Burroughs recipe, you say? Forgive me, but that makes no sense. Aren't the Burroughs all but abandoned by this point? Why would I cater to them?
Look, people didn't leave the Burroughs on a whim. The street kids moved house, but they still ache for a taste of home. A fish joint in a burg full of expats could clean up.
A fish joint. I see, you make a good point. I should do some more research. Thank you for your time, miss.
Pardon me? Oh, pardon me, miss. Do you have a moment for a conversation? T.L. Watkins. I write biographies. The Venerable Baron has commissioned a story of her life in honor of the upcoming anniversary. I would love to hear any anecdotes you'd care to share.
I've heard a few things.
Leave out no detail, however salacious, just as long as they don't get me killed.
Ever heard about the love of Marm's life? Bet you haven't.
That's a new one. Certainly, Marm has been seen around town with a gent or two, but everyone knows she's never settled down.
He was a poor kid. No one knows what barony he came from. He pulled himself up from nothing, worked his tail off, all to make a home for the two of them.
So what happened next?
That's the tricky part. Some say he was shipped out during the war and died overseas, or he passed from the wasting. Some say he was killed to warn Marm off. Whatever the real story is, they all end the same way. Marm would never love again.
Who knew Marm was capable of such heart-rending devotion? What a tragedy. Beautiful in its way. Who wouldn't be moved by such a story?
The second the words escape the author's mouth, I know the answer. Marm wouldn't. She tore her heart in half and learned to do without it. I take it you've already heard of the Hackthorn disaster?
Who hasn't? An entire ferry liner carrying migrants from the burrows into the lowers crashing into an island? Why, Marm herself was on board the General Hackthorn, if memory serves.
I wait for his brain to catch up to his mouth. He already knows everything I could tell him about the subject.
Oh, poor thing. A young Magdalene, emerging from the wreckage, surviving despite the odds, growing up with nothing, finding a way to thrive on the dangerous streets. Truly inspiring.
Did you get a good look at Marm's silk wrap?
Now that you mention it, that's a Juno scarf, isn't it? As exclusive as it gets. Even the well-heeled in the uppers can't get their mitts on one without connections. Are you saying...
Look back in the archives a few years, and you'll find that an Aether freighter carrying Juno's seasonal line was hijacked before Fashion Week. Marm had that nifty piece a few days later.
I see. My, Marm has...
With a sudden thought and a burst of speed, the excited biographer begins to scribble rapidly.
Her shadowy hands looming just over the city, plucking at invisible strings. That's good.
Hope there's something there you can use. If you don't mind, I'm going to see about refreshing this drink.
I can't thank you enough for these leads you provided on Marm's life story.
Don't mention it. Really, don't mention it. I'd like to continue my own life story.
Hold on just a moment. If you like well-written pieces, this is the article that actually attracted Marm's attention.
The hack hands me an article printed on high-quality, glossy paper like you'd see in a fancy arts rag. The article paints Marm as a genteel patron of the arts. Convincing, unless you've actually met her. The second half of the article is about pandemonium and its design. A lot of words like incandescent and revolutionary are sprinkled throughout. There's a quote by the man himself about the need to ignore distractions in pursuit of one's art. Classy. Interesting. Thanks. This looks like the door to the stock room at the back of the bar. There's almost certainly heavy foot traffic from the staff. So if I want a drink on the house, I suppose I'll have to get creative. I snatch a half-empty bottle of an aggressively mid-shelf wine from the nearest empty table and strut up to the door with all the swagger of a peacock on parade. The barback answers the door, squinting at me with annoyance. Guess he's not used to dealing directly with customers, which makes this the perfect time to lean on him. What the hell is this? Do you really think the Duke is going to drink this swill?
The Duke?
The Duke of Old York is on this cruise. We ordered top shelf, and if this is it, you can bet his lordship won't be booking with you the next time he crosses the pond. The barback ruffles his hair nervously, shuffling through a few bottles before emerging with an elegant black bottle covered at the top with burnished gold foil, hugging the neck like a tuxedo collar.
Here, on the house. Please convey our apologies to his lordship.
friends and colleagues. Now, to Sterile.
Softly, I approach Anton Klossner, the architect of Pandemonium. Like any good mad tinkerer, he can't help but toy with his speech until the very end, so he doesn't notice me.
Criminal hooligans and grubby investors. I do hope you're enjoying yourselves at my employer's expense. That would be fun, but no.
Near his feet, I notice a worn but expensive buffalo leather satchel, just about the right size for a set of blueprints. But now's not the time to make my play. I just take my seat when Marm and her entourage step out in front of a waiting audience.
Good evening, my friends. I've enjoyed a fine life in the greatest city in the world. I enjoy the rule of more than 100 islands, but I have always had a special spot in my heart for Kleindeutschland. In those days, my youth was my armor. I took a pack of girls from my orphanage, and together we formed what would one day become my beloved dolls. The Mädchen would never be hungry again. In the course of my business, I have made firm friends with people of all walks of life. Let's all give a hand to one of those friends, Mr. Killmeyer, honorary citizen of the barony.
The crowd's attention moves to Killmeyer, who is sprawled out over a couch in one corner of the audience. He raises his champagne flute sourly, knowing the light won't move until he responds. For a heartbeat, Killmeyer and I make eye contact. Should I play it smooth, or tweak his nose to remind him of our deal? I can't help myself from shooting Killmeyer a flirty wink. He gracelessly spits out a mouthful of his champagne onto his trousers with a surprise. I love this job sometimes.
Now, don't worry yourself, my good friend. You no longer have to forge your path alone. Look!
Surrounded by waves of cheering, I try to keep my mind on the job and on watching Klossner, but I can't help myself. The applause dies down abruptly as everyone follows Marm's eyeline.
Behold, my friends, behold the future!
I see Killmeyer's island glowing brightly. My stomach drops. The island looms ever larger, coming towards us. Ponderous, inevitable. I want a better look, but it's too far off. One of the guests at my table has a pair of opera glasses hanging halfway out of her purse. They're not much, but they might be enough to give me a clearer look at the approaching island. Between the approaching island and Marm's presence, it should be child's play to cover the opera glasses with a napkin and deposit them into my lap without being spotted. I move my arms as if stretching my back to reach the glasses, but accidentally jog a passing server, causing him to spill on my neighbor and drop his tray in a loud clatter. Killmeyer clutches his champagne flute so hard I expect it to shatter like the bits of foundation crumbling loose from the island. A long silence descends, followed by a smattering wave of applause.
Friends, bear witness. We will usher in this marvelous land of tomorrow with the designs of the one and only Anton Klossner, designer of Pandemonium and countless other works.
Klossner stands halfway up from his seat, his forehead dripping with sweat, thick and pungent with fear. He favors the crowd with an airy wave, but he walks like a man about to face a firing squad.
Yes, thank you, Marm. We plan to remake Kleindeutschland with new marvels, in the spirit of our previous works.
Klossner seems drunk on his own brilliance. The applause dies down. Carefully, I circle around to where he was sitting. All eyes are glued to either the stage or the new Dreamland annex. I sidle over to the architect's abandoned bag and dive inside with both hands and sift through loose papers, pens, small bottles, but there are no blueprints in the bag. None at all. Frantically, I dig deeper. I find schematics for some kind of Aether device. I'd need Nellie to make sense of these. There are no plans here, but they have to be here. They have to, or this is all for nothing. I'm starting to panic when a loud whisper startles me in the middle of my search.
Say, what are you up to under the table there, little lady? Did you lose an earring?
I'm going to vomit. I'm airsick. It sounds fishy even to my own ears. Luckily, this stiff's had a few.
Oh my. Just stay there, lady. I'll go find a guy with a bucket or something.
The partygoer scurries off, not wanting his suit ruined. Even so, I've been made. I get up as soon as his back's turned and glide away as inconspicuously as possible.
Thank you, Anton, for your exciting and thorough presentation. If any of you care to discuss business with Mr. Klossner, do visit him at his table. Otherwise, please enjoy yourselves.
The venue is buffeted with laughter and applause as Marm leaves the stage. The band strikes up again, and soon, adventurous couples begin to dance. I need to find Sophie, now.
A little bird told me that he saw one of Marm's little helpers gallivanting around town with the comptroller. A married man! Is there no shame anymore?
You know, I had the most charming dish the other day while I was out with Rodney. I've never seen the like. Apparently, Burroughs-style street food is all the rage these days.
So, how did your pitch go? Did Klossner bite?
He listened just long enough to laugh in my face once he found out who I'm working for. The bastard! My boss is gonna have my head if I can't get Klossner on the payroll.
I don't have more time to talk down to you, so let me be perfectly clear. Even if you had all the money in the uppers, you couldn't afford my services. Your project is pedestrian, uninspired, and unworthy of even a sliver of my attention. I'd wish you a good evening, but frankly, I don't care how your evening goes.
There you are. Did you find the package?
No dice, Soph. No prints. No sign of them anywhere. You swore he would have them. What the hell happened?
Giovanna, I'm telling you. I heard Klossner and Marm talking about the replica cake just before. I know he has them. You must have missed something.
I practically disemboweled that satchel. You said this guy never leaves his house. If we don't get the blueprints tonight, we're sunk. Could he have stashed them somewhere else?
I suppose it's possible, but I can't say for sure. Marm would know, but she's busy being the life of the party.
In that case, we'll have to go to the horse's mouth. Can you get Klossner alone?
I'm supposed to be watching Marm's back, so that's not the right play. Maybe I can set him up. He's the nervous type. Frazzle him and he'll go off by himself somewhere. I'll need your help to make it work. Find me someone I can tear into. I'm going to make a scene so big that Klossner won't be able to handle it.
You're not going to fit some poor chump for a Chicago overcoat, are you?
Gia, we might be a lawless bunch up here, but give me a little credit.
Is this really necessary, Soph? Can't you just ask him to meet you somewhere out of the way?
We have the same employer, but he doesn't work for me. If I ask him to meet here, someone will find out and I'll have to answer for it. It wouldn't look right. Trust me, this is the right play.
While we're at it, what's Killmeyer doing here anyway? I'm surprised he bothered to show, seeing as how Marm cut him off at the knees.
It's tradition to keep the old Baron around when someone gets annexed. Trust me, even if Killmeyer hates Marm like poison, he'll want to stay on her good side. Still, you wouldn't be a good pick for our little plan. Marm's watching him like a hawk to see if he falls out of line, which, let's face it, he probably will. Besides, he has a reputation as lousy company.
Okay, you've convinced me. Who's our pigeon?
Find someone whose inconvenience won't keep you up at night. Look around. It won't take long to find someone obnoxious or gauche or about to step into trouble with Marm.
A group of ladies speak in loud whispers about all the goings-on. I peg them as a gaggle of gossips, trading information to get ahead, to get out from behind, or just for the fun of it.
And if that was his wife, I've got a bridge to sell you. Excuse me, do I know you?
I'm Fiorella. Sorry, I wasn't aware this was a private table.
Very funny. But unless you've got something juicy to share, you might want to move along. This seat's for talkers.
You want a little ammunition? I can pick out anyone here wearing a cheap knockoff from 100 paces.
100 paces? How rugged. Well, let's see it.
Back before everything went to hell, Needles and I used to spend our time in the Raymond district pointing out counterfeit duds. That ought to impress these sharp-toothed witches. See the redhead with the gent in the marigold cravat? That gown's a copy of a Benar original. The buttons in the back? Glass. The real deals are mother of pearl.
Seems like Lady Osmond's sugar daddy must have fallen on hard times. Oh, excellent. Do it again.
Maybe later.
How delightful! Come, sit down, have a drink. We have much to discuss.
I clench my jaw and sit through a seemingly endless stream of pap. Who's cheating on their taxes? Who's sleeping with whose husband? After what feels like hours, something interesting crops up.
Marm certainly knows how to throw a first-class shindig. In fact, one wonders how she's able to take care of business and still find time to plan such grand parties year after year.
You might want to keep your voice down.
Will there even be a next year? A little bird told me that Marm had another health scare. Did you see how Miss Sulzer had to help her up the stairs from the stage?
Ahem. So, have you seen that new Apollo Diamond feature? No? Maybe we should go see it right now. What do you think?
Say, what did you all think of that speech that Klossner fellow gave? He seems like a fascinating gent.
He might be brilliant, but he's terrible company and has no civility whatsoever. He called my uncle a caveman and told him to go pick fleas off his wife. I practically fainted. I shouldn't say this, but I saw someone put the frighteners on him earlier. Klossner was trying his luck at blackjack, and a sharp-dressed man approached him. That gas-bag architect turned white as a sheet and as good as ran away to cower behind Mom's entourage. I laughed so hard I nearly started to hiccup.
Just between us, I can see you've got your thumb on the pulse of this party. Anything interesting happen here tonight?
I saw Councilman Jacobs making time with his campaign manager's daughter behind the kitchen. Let's see. What else? Oh, stay away from the poker table with the red and black felt.
Oh? Why is that?
Apparently, a young man at that table has been raking in quite a bit tonight. Mrs. Johnson says he looks just like Tommy Bonneville, a notorious swindler. But I wouldn't know. I don't read crime rags.
Those doughs are something else, aren't they?
Have you heard the latest dish? Alice is making time with, get this, Apollo Diamond himself. Can you believe it? A screen star paired with a notorious criminal? What is this world coming to?
Think I've raked enough muck for tonight with you lot. Thanks for letting me cool my heels.
Come back when you've got more muck, as you put it. You know, on occasion, these rougher nouveau rich can provide some benefit to society.
The gossips and delicate remarks about Marm's health are all the reason I need to point her out to Sophie.
You know, I had the most charming dish.
So, how did your pitch go?
You listened just long enough to...
This must be the fellow who sent Anton packing. Maybe I should find out what went down. Klossner's a pretty tough nut to crack, isn't he? Why is he treating you like a leper?
I had him on the line, and halfway through my spiel, I mentioned my company is based in Rogers Point, and he vamoosed right out of there. How was I supposed to know he and the Baron had beef?
That's why it pays to do your research, pal. Klossner keeps to himself because he's terrified of Krieger. Mom had to put up a whole platoon of does just to get him out of there in one piece.
That was years ago. How am I supposed to know that he's still messing himself over the whole thing?
Maybe so, pal, but judging from his reaction, I bet Klossner is still expecting Krieger to put a contract out on him over the defection. Who knows? He might even be right.
Any idea why Klossner is so terrified of Baron Krieger? I've never even heard of the guy.
That's probably for the best. Krieger goes to great lengths to keep people from talking about his activities.
The border around Rogers Point has been closed for some time now. Smuggled expats usually change their names and faces. If it weren't for Marm's protection, Klossner would be a dead duck.
This Krieger sounds plenty dangerous, but I can't help thinking about how much cash an enterprising runner could make ferrying people out of Rogers Point. At the bar, I spy a well-dressed boor waving around a hefty bottle of booze. He's red in the face and 3 sheets to the wind, and trying to make time with a powerfully uninterested young lady.
Go on, doll face. This is Primo Giggle Juice. It's my pleasure. Enjoy it. Think of me when you take a snort.
That's very generous of you. But I had another drink in mind. Have a nice night, okay?
Oh, come on. This isn't just regular old liquor store brandy, see? They just don't make a batch of this once every 10-15 years. What do you say?
Oh, look. She looks like someone who knows from good booze. Say, what do you like?
I only drink the top shelf article. If it's not the best, it's not for me.
Oh, an aficionado. It sounds to me like you'd get a lot more out of this brandy.
Oh, hey, wait. Just give me a...
No, I insist. A drink of such singular quality should go to someone who really knows how to appreciate it. Ta-ta!
Wait a minute, come back. I was just saying... Now, why'd you have to go and do that? I'm telling you, she was just about to crack.
Right. Sophie was right. It didn't take me long at all to find someone I could hang out to dry without feeling a bit bad about it. I leg it before I start to look good to this creep.
Yes. Papa's gonna buy a new pair of alligator shoes. Why don't you just save time and hand your money over now, you crumb bums?
I roll the sweet champagne over my taste buds as the loudmouth uses both hands to gather the pot. The dealer pauses before dealing again. The loudmouth wins again, with less grace than before. I stare at the player's hands and wait. In the blink of an eye, I see a card appear in his hand. I didn't catch a flick of the wrist or any of the other classic signs. Something shifty's going on here. I keep my ears peeled as another hand comes out. This time I hear a slight brushing of metal on cloth, and I instantly know his racket. Yep, there it is. A wire sticking out from his pant leg. Nobody's going to miss a cheater at a gaming table, least of all Sophie. Looks like I've found a sacrificial lamb.
So, Gia, did you find me a fall guy?
Sophie, the guy at the card table. Spied him using a Keplinger holdout.
My. Fearless flyer. Let's make an example of him, shall we? Right. I'll get to work on our mark. Why don't you kick back for now? Get a little rest. Take in the show. Just keep a close eye on Klossner. We don't want to lose track of him.
Sophie turns away, and in a blink, she's checked her hair, touched up her makeup, and adjusted her skirt. I can't tell if she's enjoying herself or just showing off. Maybe both. The card sharp keeps a boyish grin on his face, radiating a pure innocence. Sophie's hand shoots out like a piston, clearly exposing the rod and cable of the Keplinger's holdout running up his sleeve. In no time at all, his hands have been bound and he is deposited by the goons onto a small platform attached to a pulley, hung high above the yawning abyss.
Attention! Please allow me to introduce tonight's entertainment. This is Tommy Bonneville. You might recognize him from his winning streak at the poker tables. Say hello, Tommy.
Hi, folks.
Splendid. Since Mr. Cheat enjoys games of chance, he will play a very special game. Based on one of Marm's favorites, Russian roulette. The pulley just behind me is paramount to the game. Regard this platform upon which our contestant stands. Regard these two ropes. One rope is unattached, and cutting it will have no effect. The other will release the platform when cut. Here's where you come in, friends. You, the audience, will choose which rope I cut. Left or right. One will ensure our contestant's safety. The other helps our friend enjoy the night air.
Something about this smells funny to me. I edge closer to the platform to get a better look at the pulley mechanism. The two ropes are knotted and obscured in different areas. My eyes follow the line closely, and I can't help but grin at Sophie's cleverness. Neither rope, when cut, will drop the platform. It's a ruse.
So what will it be, folks? Left or right?
Left.
Right.
All of a sudden, I'm glad I didn't pick some random sap for this punishment. One of Marm's goons walks forward and hands Sophie a polished scimitar, its honed edge gleaming in the moonlight. Sophie takes the weapon in her left hand, blade facing towards the night sky. Theatrically, Sophie plucks a single hair from the contestant's head to test the sword's sharpness. Sophie's really playing to the crowd. They're eating it up. I don't want anything to do with the blood sport laid out before me. Sophie pivots to the right and slashes through the rope like a knife through cooked pasta. I see the blade part the rope, hear the line giving way. I see the contestant's mouth distend in an expression of utter horror, a blood-curdling scream ripping forth. Sophie's grin is broad enough that I can see every one of her front teeth, shining like cut ice. She's having a great time. The platform plummets. By 10 feet, no more. With a pop and a bounce, the platform springs back up, the contestant sprawled out across its spare surface. The cheat lays prostrate, his hands folded. From the low drone of his voice, I can tell that he is praying. Tears splash from his cheeks.
Darling, shh. Relax. We were just having a little fun. Of course we wouldn't ruin such a lovely evening with an execution. Thanks for being such a good sport. Folks, let's give our contestant a great big hand.
Wild cheers deafen me as the crowd voices their approval of the stunt. With surprising care, the audience members take the contestant into their waiting hands. In the meantime, Marm and her escort have made their way to where Sophie still stands by the swinging platform.
Sophie, Sophie, my beautiful, brilliant Haitian. Just look at those smiling faces. Now, let me take care of you for a spell. Clyde, Giuseppe, bring my good girl here a warm drink and a chair.
Thank you, Marm. You know what's best. Like always.
I've just sprawled in my seat with a plate of hors d'oeuvres when I spy Klossner pushing through a crowd of revelers. Now's my chance. I cram a canapé into my mouth and stride across the lawn. Klossner is here, relaxing in a comfy chair. He's writing in a large, leather-covered notebook and humming quietly. He looks almost serene. Barbells, ropes, even a gyro wheel have been set in one corner as a sort of exercise center. The doughs probably work out here while Marm relaxes with a drink. I take hold of one of the smaller weights. The wrapped grip is perfectly sized to my hand. The pool is completely full and spotlessly clean. It must have cost an arm and a leg to maintain this area. Eli Tillingast is probably spinning in his grave. Watching from the entrance, I catch a rare glimpse of Anton Klossner at rest, alone with his thoughts. He looks up and murmurs to himself constantly, in fits and starts. He pauses to write in his notebook, then taps his pen once against his teeth before writing in a heavy hand, as if through carbon copy. The pen scratches are audible from here. Mr. Klossner, are you not enjoying the party?
Who's that? Oh, it's just a... What do you want? Please leave me be.
I'm sorry, Mr. Klossner. Anton, if I may. That was rude of me. My name is Fiorella. I'm an investor. Nobody special, really. I just wanted the chance to talk to you about your work.
Just another little fish looking to make herself into a shark, growing fat on the chum of my designs. Can't you see I have no interest? I have more money than I can ever spend.
You misunderstand me, Anton. I'm not here as an investor. I'm here because I'm a great admirer of your work. I had hoped to tell you how much you've inspired me.
Oh, an admirer.
Your designs are not only beautiful, but practical, built to last. I'd be willing to bet that, barring disaster, your buildings will still stand just as firm in 500 years' time.
Of course they're built well. You think I'd lend my name to just any ramshackle hut, disposed to blow away like so much straw? Stick to investment. You bore me. If you'll excuse me.
Okay, I admit it. The truth is, I don't know how to express how I feel about it, but I can't stop thinking about Pandemonium. I remember first stepping into Pandemonium. I was overwhelmed. I had stepped into a perfect corner of a perfect world. The facade, the art, the lighting, everything felt significant.
An honest answer. I have the same feeling. My life is a struggle to surpass that work.
But how did you come up with it in the first place? I've always wanted to know how it began. Will you ever publish your sketches or blueprints, or donate them to a museum?
Impossible. I can never share the blueprints for Pandemonium, because they no longer exist, except in my head. Marm had the physical plans destroyed. Recently, in fact.
Just like that, all our plans are flushed down the John. I've got to pivot somehow to get the information out of Klossner while he's here, in the flesh. I see. How are you finishing the rebuild without the blueprints? That must be quite a challenge.
The answer, my dear, is patience. It took time, care, and my direct supervision. Marm was in touch with me constantly, but why are you so interested in the blueprints?
Klossner's eyes slide off my face to the door beyond. I have to act fast. I'm sick of indulging this Abercrombie's ego. I look over my shoulder, then I draw my gun, smooth as water, and jam the barrel into his ribs. I can feel my teeth bare in a hideous grin. So, the blueprints are in your head? Let's see them. Or I'll go looking for them myself.
My dear, you're very much mistaken if you think that's the first gun I've ever faced. Put it down this instant.
I withdraw the gun, but only so it's more telling when I stick the barrel up under his jaw. You're not listening, Buster. Blueprints, now. Or you'll be chasing your head down Main Street. I can't lay the cheerful murderous act on Klossner like Sophie with the show on the platform, but the loaded gun lends an authenticity all its own. His defiant face crumbles into terror. Hands shaking, Klossner pens in more details on the pandemonium sketch. It's not anywhere close to perfect. After a couple of minutes, he hangs it up and pushes the sketch toward me. This just won't do, Mr. Klossner. Where's the rest of it? I know you didn't build pandemonium with this as a blueprint.
Young lady, I've had several glasses of liquor and champagne, and you're forcing me to work at gunpoint. This is the best you're going to get, so take it or shoot me.
I heft the barbell I lifted from the exercise area. His eyes widen. Oof, this thing is heavy. I can barely hold it up. I stand and hold the barbell up in the air over his right knee. He licks his lips as a bead of sweat runs down the side of his nose.
Heavens! Give me this sketch. I'll do as you ask. Just keep that thing away from me!
Klossner takes a deep breath to master himself, then starts sketching. He's slick with perspiration like he's just run a marathon, but his hand is rock steady.
There you are, you evil woman. Happy now?
Not just yet, Herr Klossner. I know you've got more in that head than what you're showing me here.
Please! I've already shown you more than I'm allowed. If it's any more detailed, she'll know it was me. You may have the gun, but we're both dead if you force me.
Okay, fine. You're not scared of me. You won't go any further. I respect that. I guess I'll just have to let Baron Krieger know your whereabouts.
Give me the pen, and to hell with you.
With every ounce of resistance drained out of him, Klossner works diligently over the sketch, pausing to remember specifics. Fear has motivated him to recreate his masterpiece on notebook paper. My ears catch the resonant note of the docking horn. It's time to go. Klossner and I stare at each other. He's not sure what to think. Okay, Klossner, you've done your part. Take off. If you want to enjoy your golden years, you'll keep your trap shut and forget you ever met me.
I have to ask, do you really think he'll get away with this?
I hold up the sketch, done over in his own hand. The work bears his signature style so strongly, it might as well be a signed confession. My insurance policy is right here, Klossner. One peep from you and this goes directly to Marm. How do you think she'll deal with your indiscretions?
This is why I never leave the house. This is why I hate parties. I can't wait to return to my studio and lock all the doors and windows. Maybe have myself bricked in while I'm at it. I should have left just after that sick game with that lecher.
I'm already walking away. I fight to keep a triumphant, evil grin off my face, with only partial success. I don't have to like how I got it done, but I got it done. I'm passing through an intersection when a courier van speeds into my periphery. I turn hard, whipping the front end around to avoid a collision.
What does he want?
The driver flags us off the road into an alcove before jumping out, gingerly setting a large crate on the sidewalk and fleeing the scene before any questions can be asked. Sophie pulls a concealed knife from around her hip and pries open the crate. Inside, frozen into a sneer of bestial rage, is the head of a lion.
Oh, that time of year again already?
Time to send you a lion's head?
Pearl's idea of a threat. Which is ironic since she's the one enamored of cats. Gia, I've seen you in action. I need your help.
I'm going to need the details of this sudden and mysterious task.
I'll explain if you're willing to help me. I have to know that we trust each other for this to work.
Why would Pearl send you a lion's head if she likes lions?
Pearl clawed her way almost to the top. She never earned the thing, only took it. When cruelty is all you know, you'll sacrifice anything to make a point.
Even something she cares about?
The circus probably had a sick lion. I doubt she'd kill one just for sport.
Sure. What do you need? The side of Sophie's mouth curls appreciatively at my expression of trust.
Every year for her birthday, Marm holds a race for everyone in Dreamland. Everyone gets a free meal out of it, and everyone's distracted for a day. My sisters and I are the opening act. We make an appearance to get the crowd excited, and we sponsor a poor sucker an honored entrant to the race.
So I'm your sucker?
I'd hardly call you that, Giovanna. You're a competent driver, and you can hold your own in a fight. I can't lose twice in a row.
True, I can outrun most.
Think of this more like a chariot race than a stock car race.
So, do we need to find horses on short notice?
Very short notice. I've been so busy with everything else that I almost forgot. I like to go look around first. Just take a look at the track, you know? I'm sure you know where the Dreamland Hippodrome is.
Yes?
Came across this.
This is great! Exactly what I was needing. I think I can now finish this little side project I've been working on. I'll leave something for you in the steamer trunk when it's all done. Come back soon!
There you are.
I found some things that are more...
And pray tell, what diamonds in the rough have you found, Mishichu?
What can you offer me?
I already have someone in mind.
What can you offer me?
You don't come across something like this without getting your hands dirty. Don't be a stranger.
All right. There shouldn't be anyone around but a few vendors setting up.
Marm's private box. I can't imagine we're supposed to be here. The space is lavish despite its simplicity. Marm doesn't mind paying for the finest comforts, even in a room she uses once a year. But in the silence, I feel a tickle of danger on the back of my neck.
No, we're not. It's exhilarating, isn't it, darling? The Does have a time-honored tradition of backbiting and sabotage. Last year, I let my guard down and my entrant didn't quite finish. That won't happen again, so here we are.
Didn't quite finish?
Oh, don't worry about it, darling. Check around here first. I don't think my sisters would be brazen enough to rig Marm's box, but it's worth looking.
A bottle of wine sits, unopened, on the table. Poisoned wine might be in fairy tales, but only because it's a timeless method of assassination. The seal's intact, no signs of tampering. Rivière de Fou, 26 vintage. Marm prefers the finer things, it seems. I have to wonder what it cost her, but I doubt there's a price she's unwilling to pay. Bottle seems clean.
Good. Would be criminal if anyone dared ruin it. Bordeaux was abandoned to the wasting in 27, and there will never be another bottle.
Are all your sisters sommeliers?
No, darling. But they're all aware of what happened to the last lieutenant who ruined one of Marm's private stock.
A beautiful, comfortable, upholstered chair. The kind of throne a modern queen might sit on. No explosives taped to the bottom, though. Graceful lines, classical inspiration. The architect hasn't been to Rome, but they've at least seen pictures. The Hippodrome can accommodate tens of thousands of people. Will there really be that many in attendance? A beautiful, comfortable... My eyes trace over ornate gilding, sliding along the path of woven silver to the mic's connection at the back of the receiver. At the insertion point are 4 screws, one missing a washer. Huh. Sophie, look at this. Sophie gingerly pops open the back of the receiver. Inside are too many wires, needles pierced through an angry red cylinder. My breath catches, but I swallow the terror before it can choke.
It looks like someone's gotten sloppy. See here? This is the detonator. That wire leads to the mic. This one leads to the TNT.
Sophie, we shouldn't be here, let alone tugging on bomb wires.
Come now, Giovanna. You said you would help. Also, it's safe as long as you don't generate any sparks. Just watch. You might need to know this later.
Sophie's knife reappears as though by magic. She rests an arm against the radio case and holds the wire leading into the dynamite, cutting up and through the fuse in one smooth motion. She shouts, jumping back from the device. I only have the ghost of a moment to react. Quicksilver hits my veins, time freezing in the space between panic and action. I see Sophie, her knife hand drawn back, expression blank. Not shocked, not terrified that she cut the wrong wire. I don't even flinch. 2 seconds pass like an hour, until Sophie looks back at me with a smile.
Would you look at that? I guess I didn't make a mistake after all.
You made a mistake trying to fool me in the first place.
Nerves of steel on you, Gia. I never had any doubt about your abilities, but this proves it.
Next time you do that, plan on me socking you one in the kisser.
Oh, I always plan on taking a hit. It looks like we're safe from the big one today, though.
We should get out of here before anyone shows up. Come with me down to the garage. Sophie leads us down to a dirty garage. Oil chokes the air with an acrid undertone of blood.
Come take a look at these beauties.
Along one wall of the shop rest 4 brand new cars, festooned with gaudy flash and glitz. They look like they were designed for a parade, or maybe some angry circus clown's revenge. Sophie runs her fingers over the wheel well, an expression on her face like rapture. She turns back and smiles, genuine pride apparent in her demeanor. They really are beautiful. I can tell someone put their heart and soul into the design. Sophie is a beacon, joy and pride illuminating the space between us. I'm almost blinded by her light as she tosses me a set of keys.
I'm glad you think so. This one's yours. If you survive the race, you keep it.
Why not my own car? I'd probably make a better showing in something I already know.
It helps keep things fair. Every contestant gets one.
I don't like the way you just said fair.
All's fair in love and death races. I can hear crowds filtering in. We should get ready.
Before we go, I wanted to ask about the other does. The way you talk about Pearl, she seems like a real piece of work.
That's one way to put it. Pearl views everything as a game of dominance. She covets my position as Marm's second-in-command, and believes she's stronger than me.
Is she?
Gia, darling. What a question. Pearl might beat me in a fistfight, but she lacks any subtlety. An effective leader commands respect through both fear and love. And Pearl commands only one of those.
How about Lizzie?
Oh, Lizzie. I sometimes wonder why she's in her position. Lizzie is more interested in what power brings her than the power itself. She is rash, impulsive, and emotional. She'll never be a leader.
Will her driver be a threat in this race?
That you can count on. Lizzie is a race driver herself. And the Hippodrome race is a point of pride for her. She won last year's race, and a driver this year is likely to be even better. That's why you're here.
I'm your ringer, huh?
I've sponsored entrants who could drive and those who could fight. I've never had one who could do both. I can't lose this year, Gia. I can't. And you're the best I know.
How about Alice?
She hides behind her coy smiles and honeyed lies. And the moment she's discovered, she scurries away to hide.
Yet she's one of your sisters.
Alice is the only one of my sisters who has the social skills for leadership. Perhaps even more than me. But leading requires a backbone, which Alice does not, and will never have.
Sophie's insults betray a respect for Alice, perhaps even fear. I know enough.
Good. Let's go.
Who emerges from the gates?
The gate opens to a tumultuous roar. The car shivers with the buzz of 100,000 voices, all intent on what they've come to see.
Your beloved, your protectors, your dreamland knows. Sophie, I didn't think you'd come.
After your lovely invitation? How could I miss it? It's too bad Fluffy couldn't make it, but I mounted him on a spike. So maybe he'll be able to see from there.
It's a shame we use proxies for the race. Your head would be pretty on a spike. So lovely that you're here, Sophie. It always puts Pearl in a better mood. I'd be happier if we didn't have to drive like snails. Come now, Lizzie. You can fulfill your death wish on your own time.
Are conversations with your sisters always so...
snippy? Mostly when Pearl's involved. Alice fancies herself too clever for open threats. And Lizzie can't be bothered by the politics as long as she gets what she wants.
Sophie smiles dreamily, her words clashing with the feeling behind them. The crowd watches on, a deep and roiling sea filled with thirst. For drink, for spectacle, and for blood.
It's something, isn't it? Whatever I might say about Marm, she knows how to throw a party.
One corner of the track turns before passing a tall gate that opens up into the city. The race might not be confined to the stadium, but we follow the inner track to thunderous, expectant applause.
I'm sure you all brought remarkable drivers this year.
Good enough to beat yours again. Oh, yes. I hope you found a replacement for your last driver. If I remembered right, she didn't make it.
At least my last driver knew how to handle a shifter. Yours looked like someone had filled her tank with mud.
Did they?
No. It was molasses.
Now, ladies. I'm sure we'll have an explosively good time watching our entrance. No need to take the gloves off now.
Lizzie's laughter comes over the radio, followed by pregnant silence.
Giovanna, check the glove compartment. Carefully.
Didn't you check your car before we started?
My car was in a private garage. Nobody was getting in there besides me.
Nobody?
Not without a command from Marm. And Marm isn't going to let one of my sisters in just to sabotage my car.
So then what am I looking for?
Just humor me.
Did one of your sisters say something?
I think so. It's just a hunch, but I listened.
It's a good way to stay alive. Looking at the button on the glove box, I think back to the wire leading into the microphone earlier. Instead of pressing it, I pull the passenger seat back as far as it can go and maneuver my head down below the box. Underneath the compartment are wires. Too many damn wires. And there, fastened as clearly as before, a stick of dynamite. It's wired up to blow us to Kingdom Come.
Here. Remember what I showed you? If you're careful, we'll get out of this alive.
She palms me her knife. Avoid any sudden braking, please. All this backbiting, all these political machinations. I don't have the time or patience for any of it. I lean back in my seat and give the dynamite a sharp kick. I can tell immediately that I only have a second. No, damn it. Who's going to win this fight? Me? Or a bunch of I give the explosive another kick. As it turns out, the chemicals fixed the fight.
All right. There shouldn't...
Marm's private. The space is...
No, we're not. The doors have...
Didn't quite...
Oh, don't worry about it, darling.
Graceful lines. The hippodrome can accommodate. A bottle of wine sits. The seal's intact. Bottle seems clean.
Good. Would be...
Are all your sisters sommelier?
No, darling.
A beautiful, comfortable... My eyes trace over our... Sophie. Look, Sophie, ginger...
It looks like someone's got...
Sophie, we...
Come now, Gio.
Sophie's knife, she shouts, jumping back from the device. I look at Sophie, and that's what I tell myself. 2 seconds pass like an hour.
Would you look at that?
I thought
we were about to
I feel a rush of... Next time you do...
Oh,
We should get out of... Sophie leads us down to a...
Come take a look at...
Along one wall of Sophie runs her... They really are... Sophie is...
I'm glad you think so.
Why not my own?
It helps...
I don't like the... Before we go, the way you talk about...
That's one...
Is she?
Gia...
The way you talk about...
That's one...
Is she?
Gia...
How about Lizzie?
Oh, Lizzie.
Will her driver...
That you can...
I'm your ringer, huh?
I've sponsored... I can't lose this year.
How about Alice?
She hides...
Yet she's...
Alice is...
Sophie's insults betray... I know enough.
Good.
The gate...
After your...
Come now.
Our conversations...
Snippet.
Sophie... The crowd...
It's some...
One corner of the...
I'm sure you...
Oh, yes.
At least my
Did they?
No.
Lizzie's laughter comes.
Giovanna.
Didn't you check your...
My car was in a...
Nobody?
Not without a
So then what...
Just humor me.
Did one of your...
I think so.
It's a good way to stay alive. Looking at the butt underneath the compartment. It's wired up...
Here.
She palms me her... Avoid any sudden braking, please. All this... I lean back. I can tell him I only have a second. No, damn it. Who's going to win this fight? Me or a bunch of chemicals packed into a paper sleeve? I give the explosive another kick. Harder this time. With a soft pop, it comes loose from the tape and rolls onto the floor.
What in the name of...
I just wanted to see how you'd react.
You're out of your mind.
I guess I'd have to be, to volunteer for this. I pick up the stick of dynamite and toss it out the window toward the inside of the track. It bounces off the infield once, then explodes with unrivaled violence.
Jeepers creepers, what was that?
Someone left me a gift. My driver has no respect for birthdays.
What a shame. And what a gift that would have been. Next time, open it and save us all some trouble.
Outbound radio is disabled, so I can't talk to the other drivers. This whole thing's not about us. Not about Sophie or the other does either. This is all about Marm and the attention she demands. Well, let's see if I can steal the show.
It's looking a little dull on the track. Prepare to be energized. The spotlight shines ahead. Which of my daughter's entrants is brave enough to take center stage? Stretch out your trigger fingers, drivers. It's time for an... Lizzie's entrant is down and out. It looks like she won't be taking the victory 2 years running. What a shame! Pearl's entrant has taken a dive. Alice.
There, last one left. I wonder if I won a prize. Not the sort of prize I had in mind. I pulled to the side of the track. The smell of nitroglycerin hangs metallic in the air. Or maybe the smell is something else.
What? What happened?
The cheering has turned to screams, drones flying away in every direction. There's an entirely different sort of spectacle in the stands, but the people have gotten the blood they thirsted for after all.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. Could we have missed one? It doesn't make sense. The perpetrator of this terrible deed will be caught and punished. Have no fear. His attack on Dreamland will not be allowed to go unanswered.
This is a doozy of a time for a speech.
Get out of there. Meet me outside. And that is why, with my leadership, we will spread the will of Dreamland across the sky. The extremists will soon find that they too love the freedom of...
I cut my car past the throngs of terrified people, fleeing in every direction. Nobody pays me enough mind to notice the vanishing act. Sophie waits in an alley outside, leaning against the hood of her car. What happened in there?
It was right after you'd finished. Solid performance, by the way.
Thanks.
A bomb went off, right in the middle of the stands. Judging by the blast, probably the same kind we disposed of.
But why would one of the does want to kill people in the stands? The car bomb made plenty of sense. Naturally, one of your sisters would want to blow the two of us up. Everyone wins.
Everyone but us.
Which do you think is the most likely?
I'm not sure. Alice tipped me off, but it seemed intentional. Pearl would be more direct if she wanted to kill me, and Lizzie wouldn't take the time.
It has to be one of them. Nothing else makes sense. The bomb in Marm's box. That could be one of the other does trying to take her out, along with her top lieutenant, in one fell swoop. That's what I would do.
One bomb in the car, one in the box. Leadership gone. That makes sense.
The audience attack doesn't fit the pattern. None of your sisters gain anything by killing bystanders.
I can't think of a reason.
Unless... Marm's speech came awfully well prepared on the tail of that explosion.
What do you mean?
I have a solution that fits the whole sordid affair.
Don't keep me in suspense.
Marm's speech, right after the last explosion. She was awfully quick on the draw with that.
So?
So what if Marm knew it was going to happen before it did? What if she planted the bombs in your car and her box, knowing we'd find them? You'd assume it was one of the other does and close ranks on her side.
Let's say you're right. What does she get out of bombing the stands? Why would any of us believe it was another of our sisters?
Think about what she said right after. She promised revenge on her enemies and protection for her people. What if this was all to gather some public support for some new acquisition? Sophie's face is a split sandbag, spilling into a flood.
It wouldn't be the first time she capitalized on a tragedy. But this openly? This...
You know her better than I do. Is this beyond what she's capable of?
Oh, damn it, Gia, I don't know. But I need a drink. All those people.
Let's go get one then. I know a good spot, if you don't mind the dark.
Here, the prize money. You earned it.
Thanks.
Did you break something?
Show me what you've got.
Luck favors the prepared. Don't be a stranger.
I round the corner and find myself in the mother of all traffic jams. I strain my neck to see what's causing the gridlock, and spot a number of Marm's finest have cordoned off the road ahead. I breathe out slowly to steady myself. I'm not carrying anything explicitly illegal, but there's enough heat around me right now that just getting recognized could be trouble. The car in front of me floats past the barricades, and I idle forward slowly, making an effort not to look jumpy. Evening, ma'am. If you don't mind my asking, what is this about?
Routine crowd control. A lot of money out on these streets tonight. Mom thinks trouble's bad for business, so she sent us out.
Never can be too careful.
Glad you think so. Means this won't be any more unpleasant than it has to be. Open your trunk so I can take a quick look and send you on your way.
Do what you've got to do. I pop the trunk and wait for Marm's finest. The air is thick with anticipation among the crowd of ledgemen gathered at the docks. Looking for Luca Mazzi in the heart of Union territory isn't the smartest move I've ever made, but I need him. Goods from all across the globe come to New York across these docks. Spain, France, England, even the Kingdom of Italy makes an appearance. My Italian's a little rusty, but I think I recognize one of the brand logos. A bucking stallion. I look around to make sure all the dock workers are occupied with other things, then slice through the shipping seal on the crate. The lid slides off, revealing row after row of neatly packed repulsors. I claim a set for myself before sliding the lid back on and slipping away. A boxing ring has been erected here quickly, but the promoters have pulled out all the stops. The crowd is filled with rambunctious men eager for a fight. I carefully make my way through, minding my nose for a loose elbow. In no time, I find myself cornered by a sleazy bookmaker, flanked by a pair of union toughs. These men have seen nothing but trouble, and are practically begging me to start some.
Hey there, little sister. Don't be in such an all-fired hurry now. What's a fight without a little on the side to keep things interesting?
He's obnoxious and loud enough to be heard over the crowd, and on top of that, he's squarely in my path, blocking my approach. I have no choice but to deal with the leech. Between the lummox blocking my view and the rest of the crowd forming an effective screen, it's hard to make out any details. I crane my neck, trying to spot Luca. Maybe a little distraction to get the bookie looking elsewhere for a few seconds. Say, isn't that Apollo Diamond passing by the beer stand? Who's that leggy dame he's got on his arm?
What? This I gotta see.
With the bookie looking for a mirage, I peek at the action. The two fighters are going at it hammer and tongs. The bigger one is taking solid hits he should be slipping or blocking. Afraid I don't know the match. Who's on the card tonight?
Luca's best days are behind him. Big and tough, but he's a tomato. Dom is smaller, all right, but he's got a lot of pep and a lightning-fast jab. Now, you gonna bet or get lost?
All right. Keep your shirt on, for both our sakes. Experience counts for a lot. My money's on Luca. The bookie makes with a grin like a bent cop at a speakeasy. I might have made a mistake. The bookie steps aside, allowing me to edge in closer to the ring. Finally, I can see the fight without having to sneak a peek around a bunch of sweaty ledgemen. I might have thrown my money away. Luca looks halfway to punch drunk. Even as I watch, the kid crosses a left and right on the big guy's chin, hard enough that I wince.
Yeah, Dom! Show him what's what!
The bell rings, a mercy for Luca. I don't think he landed a clean punch the entire round. Furious faces in the crowd ring out, telling Luca he's a bum. Dom is celebrating with a victory tour of the ring.
See what I'm doing to this washed-out oldster, folks? Ugh. Best he throws in the towel. I'm not responsible for what happens next. I'm the new king. You hear me? Me!
Spittle flies from the firebrand's lips as he berates the crowd, who seem to be divided in their response. Some cheer the kid on, some jeer at the mismatched fight. Others just stare at their feet. Mercurial youth strides forth to meet the aging, immovable object at the center of the ring. It looks like Dom is saying something, but I can't make out any details from here. Thinking quickly, I move sideways from the crowd to an unattended janitor's cart. Some quick moves nab me a dirty bucket half full with water and a large sponge. Maybe this will buy some space. One side, people, one side. Medic coming through. I'm not sure if it's my walk or just a desire to keep their coats dry, but the crowd parts at my approach. I show up just in time to hear the kid murmuring to his elder.
Once you're down, Luca, you're all done. For good. You can thank...
Dom senses my approach and trails off. Luca is breathing hard. Blood oozes from a cut over his eye, crisscrossing a network of old scars so numerous, I can't tell where one starts and another begins.
Don't bother yourself with me.
The giant stomps back to his corner, forcibly paying me no mind, like I'm a street kid trying to sell him a subscription to the Post. Looks like I lugged this bucket of slop out here for nothing.
Final round, boys. Last chance of making some quick moolah. Luca or Dom? Who's gonna come out on top?
Once again, I find the bookie in my face, insisting on my custom. The shyster's eyes have fallen like he's just been called out on his bar tab after that disaster of a second round.
Come on, little sister, take a chance. Buy yourself some new earrings. What do you say?
Luca took a brutal beating in the previous round. I wonder if maybe I didn't flush my steak down the john.
So, what's it gonna be?
Still have a good feeling about Luca. I want to double down. The bookie clucks his tongue ruefully, as if to absolve himself of my decision. Something you want to say? He chortles like a kid at the circus as I hand over my cash.
Hey, it's your money. If you want to back a washed-up loser like Luca, who am I to say no?
The final round starts. Luca and Dom touch gloves. A disheartened spectator peels away from the crowd, giving me an opportunity to slip into his place.
Go get him, Fjord! Knock his teeth out!
Dom lands hits with impunity. Luca, apparently exhausted, lowers his defense and the onslaught begins. His sweat and blood spatter the canvas around his feet.
You ready, old man? Time for your nap.
The younger fighter comes in hard, his right already cocked to deliver a punishing overhand to Luca's temple, sure to turn out the lights. Luca's eyes shift up, suddenly sharp and alert. He lowers his hands, hunches down his body like a receding piston. The crowd clams up. Everyone at the venue can hear the thud as Dom's shoulders hit the mat. Floored with a single explosive uppercut, courtesy of Luca.
Luca! Luca!
Luca stomps off as soon as the 10 count is through. He slings a towel over his neck and stomps off into the crowd, who part for the old war machine. Dom lies in the center of the ring, sprawled face down. His corner man and 2 others beside take his arms. His toes scrape the mat as he's dragged away, a broken toy.
All right, take your dough. You got lucky on that one. Luca ain't long for the world, the way he's going. He throws himself into every fight head first, hoping it's his last.
The crowd breaks up amid a smattering of low murmurs. The bookmaker looks over his receipts for the day, grimacing. Maybe he wasn't expecting Luca to pull it off either. Speaking of, where in the hell did that hulking brute go? How could a guy that big and memorable disappear into thin air like that? Time to play detective. I spy a group of Australian sailors gabbing like schoolgirls, not far from where they watch the fight. They might have sailed the skies, but they're just out of short pants in my book. Hi there, boys. One of the sailors responds with a low wolf whistle, to the delight of his fellows. I pretend not to notice how many of them are blushing. Say, I'm looking for...
Us? Please say you're looking for us.
Mate, the PO says the only way you can get attention from a Dreamland Sheila is to put up your dukes. Mom's does don't give their time to weak sisters. Deadly beautiful, right?
These boys aren't dangerous, but they're not listening, and things could get out of hand. I better find a good way to play this. The sailors are as aggressive as you'd expect them to be on shore leave. Maybe a taste of their own medicine will throw them off balance. Now, what about my reputation? You can't expect me to just fold for the first big, strong sailor man to make eyes at me.
The lady knows quality, boys. And that's me. She's got that glit in her eye, though. She's up to something.
The strapping sailor advances on me, rubbing his knuckles. I know where this is headed.
I always wanted to land a date with one of the does. Best 2 out of 3, darling. Then maybe drinks and dancing.
Ugh, are you serious?
Fists or fillies. It's all one to me.
You boys spent some time in the East, then? I hear things are getting hot out in those waters.
You're not kidding, lady. The Nipponese are building up their navy something fierce. Reckon their harbors are more crowded with trade than anywhere.
Trade with the West, maybe? Or something more?
I saw more warships than freighters. I think they're gearing up for something big. Either that, or they're afraid of their neighbors. Now, are we gonna have us a Barney, or aren't we?
I crack my knuckles and fix the kid with a steely glare. While he wastes time trying to match it, I crouch quickly and yank down his pants.
Oi!
Are those hearts on your drawers, little boy? Did your mama pick those out for you? The sailor backs off, ears flaming with the laughter of his fellows as he pulls up his trousers. Seriously, I don't have time for monkey shines. You see where Luca Mazzi went?
The boxer? That guy fights dirty. Why would you want him?
Luca? You think he's dirty?
Were you watching the same fight, lady? He could have won any time he wanted. He was holding out to ramp up the betting. You can do better than him.
Don't be like that now. It's business, that's all.
Maybe once you're done with your business, you'll let me take you out for a drink.
I can't help but smile as they move along. They're incorrigible. Was I ever so carefree at their age? Apart from the sea of masculinity surrounding the fight, a couple pieces of velvet were working the crowd, with sultry looks and inviting over-the-shoulder glances. Maybe they saw where Luca went.
Time is money, honey. You want to hang around and gawk? I'll give you a rate.
I could feel their eyes running up and down, sizing me up. Was I competition? A jealous wife? I had their attention.
Or maybe you'd like to come in for some tea and a cuddle? We've got you covered. Whatever you need.
She's laying it on pretty thick. Business must be slow tonight. Sorry, ladies, but I'm not on the menu tonight. I'm looking for Luca Mazzi. Seen him? Big boy, dripping like a leaky pipe, mitts like power shovels.
Hey, if you want the skinny, show me the dough. Nothing in this life is free.
The ledgemen crowded around the bookie probably know the score. I head in their direction, and he notices me right away.
Well, well, if it isn't the lucky lady. Such a pleasure seeing you again. You here to rifle my pockets for change?
You got a line on Mazzi? I need to have words with him.
Oh! Did Mom send one of her famous doughs to shake down everyone's favorite tomato can?
You're all wet, pal. I'm not with Marm. I hawk and spit on the ground. The bookie's eyebrows raise, and I can tell I scored with that one. The ledgemen get ready for action, just in case.
So what's a pretty little thing like you want with a bastard like Mazzi anyway?
Everyone knows Dreamland is falling apart a little more every day. Maybe I can use that knowledge to my advantage. I'll level with you. I'm here about the Aether repulsors on the north side going on the fritz. I need Luca to round a few guys up, help me move the heavy equipment. It's a big job, so...
Oh! Well, you should have said so before, sister. Luca's the man to talk to there. You're welcome around here if you're helping him out.
I need to get out of this place. The longer I stay, the longer I stand out. Luca's got a lot of sharp edges for an operator. You know his story?
Luca's made some mistakes, but he's paid his debt and then some. The guy still blames himself for not being there for Marco. Probably always will. Is it any wonder he's always looking for pain?
Going into the fight, I heard Luca's goose was cooked, and then pow, Dom's out like a light. How did it turn around so quick?
Luca's got chin like I've never seen in the fight game, sister. It works against him because he wants to beat more than he wants to win. Yeah, he just got tired of dancing with the kid, that's all.
So long. The old man's breath rattles in his chest as he stares out into the sea of fog, his exhalations misting like a cloud of dust from a dilapidated house. Something in his stance gives me a glimpse back in time. His shoulders speak of a man whose blood once pumped with vitality and grace, stolen from him too soon. Hey, old-timer, are you doing all right? The old gent's roomy eyes clear incrementally as he finds his voice. He lives in memory now, with little regard for the waking world.
Anna, my sweet, sweet daughter. I knew you'd come.
My gut wrenches in an exquisite surge of pity brought on by his pain. This man has been hard done by in this life, and has retreated into the only safe place he has left. The odds aren't great, but maybe this old gent knows something about Luca. It won't hurt to poke around a little. Hello, Dad. I said I'd be back. What are you doing outside?
Oh, just watching. Waiting for something.
The old man trails off as he looks out into the shapeless fog. He mutters to himself before clearing his throat.
Do you remember when you were a little girl and we'd have lunch out here together? It was the only time I'd get to see you most days.
Worn shoes shuffle nearer the edge. This place is a tipping point where one can stare into the yawning ocean far below. A small mercy.
Such a good girl, Anna. I have something for you to give to your sister, Lucille.
Come on, Dad. Let's go give it to her together, and we can get away from this ledge. You'll catch a cold.
Oh, don't worry about me. I'm just talking with some old friends. Make sure Lucille gets this letter before it's too late, will you, honey?
Who are your friends, Dad? Going to introduce me?
Been a long time, hasn't it? Remember Nicholas? He used to bounce you on his knee until you laughed. And Ray, he let you work the crane with him when the boss was out.
The old man's eyes glisten with tears. Clearly, he sees something in the fog that I can't.
I'll tell the boys you say hello. They'll be tickled pink.
Dad, I'm looking for Luca. Remember Luca?
Little Luca Mazzi? Do you know his brother Marco? Now that's an impressive kid. Natural athlete, college-bound, real respectable. Going places, that kid. Oh, he's a nice boy. Follows his brother everywhere. But you can do a lot worse than that Marco Mazzi, Anna, if you really love him.
The old man's eyes fill with clouds. Just like that, I've lost him to his memories again. Where is Lucille these days, Dad? I forget.
Oh, Anna, you'd forget your head if it weren't attached. Maybe we should have put you through school after all, despite your mother's wishes.
The old man shuffles over to me and puts his palsied hand on my shoulder, pointing to the brothel just by the docks.
That big, beautiful hotel there? She must be doing well. She hasn't asked me for a dime in weeks. Oh, could you give her the letter for me, Anna? I want to see her later when she has time.
The old man presses the wrinkled letter into my hands and trudges away, each step heavy with the weight of history.
Well, well, if it isn't the return of the High Pockets peeper. You gonna make with some spinach this time, honey?
Sorry to bug you, ladies. An old gent asked me to deliver this letter to Lucille.
Oh, honey. Lucille died 20 years gone. Charlie there, he's chasing the ghost of his daughter. Ever since his wife passed, he hasn't been the same.
These tough, street-savvy ladies are genuinely shook. The bubbly one pulls a hanky from her handbag and sniffs into it a couple of times. The sudden lump in my throat makes it hard to come up with something flip. I look at my feet for a few breaths. I didn't know.
Listen, maybe we were too hard on you. Thanks for sticking your neck out for a perfect stranger. Why don't you come in a minute, cool your heels?
Luca Mazzi. I need a minute of his time.
Nothing there but bad road, honey.
Look, did you see him or not?
Please. You're not Luca's type. If you keep after him, you're just gonna go get your heart broke. Maybe your head, too.
It's not like that. I'm talking about business, not pleasure.
Oh, why didn't you say? Business. Look at the business woman. You look like any other round heels mooching around down here. Better make with some details.
I'm talking about the transportation business. Marm business, if you catch my meaning. Her eyes widen. Too late, I see the bubbly girl has pulled a two-shot holdout from her handbag. Without a hint of that giggling charm, she pushes the barrel up against me enough to hurt.
Not with the doors. That's clear from your outfit. That means if you're asking about Mom, you're looking to make trouble. Luca doesn't need your kind of trouble.
I'd better make a move, talk fast, or take a powder before my brains paint the wall. Whoa, no need for the hardware. I'm here to offer Luca a deal, not looking to start trouble with him or Marm. I'm here to make money, not trouble.
Enough of the Akamarakas, honey. Who are you and what's your pitch?
Look, I'm a runner by trade. Word has it Luca is having some trouble, and when I hear trouble, I hear the dinner bell ringing. Betting there's a way we can all get paid into the bargain.
Plausible, but only just. You're being watched, honey.
The talker nods to her faux airhead friend who lowers the gun. I exhale, not realizing I'd been holding my breath that long.
Sorry, but I don't know where Luca is. Just watch your step.
How about the Union? They make up your clientele. Do you know where they meet?
Congress Hall. When they're not out here breaking their backs.
So, what's with this place? Make a good living out here? The girls in my neighborhood mostly answer calls instead of working out of houses these days.
Yeah, but we cater mostly to ledgemen and sailors that come through, and you'll find them at the docks. Not that you'd find Luca at our joint. He's a one-woman kind of man.
Not looking for a cup of tea. Let's just say I could use 40 winks while things cool down.
Come right in. We'll take good care of you.
So long, ladies. Stay safe out there.
You too, honey. It's a tough world.
Hey, Pop. Can we talk? The old man swivels, but he looks right through me. Whatever was there before is gone now. Gone like his Anna. Someone must be working tonight, because a crane moves a giant crate out of the way. Behind it, I see a pair of intimidating figures in black, advancing on a cringing Dom. Dom's back is to a wall, looking for a way out. He stinks with fear sweat. Two of Marm's enforcers, deadly-looking ladies dressed all in black, have him cornered. I walk slow and sure, heel to toe, masking my approach. The soles of my shoes are drowned out by the endless churn and clang of industrial machinery.
I played it just like they said. I should have won. I had him beat.
Telling us you're incompetent isn't the terrific explanation you think it is. How are we supposed to sell Luca as old and feeble now, you worm?
I did as I was told. It's not my fault.
Oh, let's just fit them both for concrete galoshes and take our chances. This worthless punk makes me sick.
Tears stream down Dom's cheeks, and he gasps with choked sobs. He might be a tough guy when he's throwing punches, but he's got a spine of soft cheese.
The boys won't accept another disappearance like that. Not without it getting worse. Listen, we could still win the next election.
I'm careful to pull my 7-shot without making a sound, but the doe on the right sniffs, catches a whiff of gun oil. She spins around, raising her own piece.
Looks like we've attracted an audience.
The doe with the gun has me at a disadvantage, but I see an angle. No good, soldier. We're right in the middle of Ledgeman territory, and there are still plenty of old-fashioned Union men around. They stand for their own. The oldest game in the world is the staring contest, and I'm in one for my life. My next heartbeat takes an eternity to land, but the does finally blink.
Damn it, she's right. We were supposed to put a scare in the little worm, not blast him in a crowd. Hang it up.
Fine. You got lucky.
Even the stinking exhaust of the docks feels like fresh mountain air once I finally breathe again. The hollow, resonant sound of a glass bottle rolling across the ground grabs our attention. From the shadows cast by the lights of a passing barge, a hulking form emerges, swathed in bandages.
Step away from the kid.
Don't be childish. Dreamland business is our business, and this man failed to deliver.
There are rules. Only I deal with my own people. Dom will face up to his mistakes soon enough. You need to go.
Who are you kidding, Luca? You remember who owns these docks? Who owns you?
Luca wordlessly lifts his left hand in a balled-up fist. From all directions, I hear the actions of pistols and the cocking of shotguns. Suddenly, I'm standing in a no-man's land.
You might be able to take me out, but you two won't walk out of here if you do.
The does appear to weigh the consequences of Luca's threat. There's enough cover here on the docks that maybe they can get away with it if they move fast enough. Maybe. Luca and the does are wrapped up in their standoff, so I sweep the docks. I hear heavy breathing and catch gleams of metal, but a sudden glint of reflected glass is what catches my attention. Hang it up, ladies. They've got a long gun covering you from the top of a container stack. You won't make it 5 paces.
It doesn't have to go down that way. Just walk away.
Tension stretches out the silence until the does finally acquiesce. Their eyes hold 1,000 promises of retribution as they leave the vicinity.
How about you, miss? Are you another one of Mom's lapdogs?
You've got it wrong, big fella. I'm not with the does in any way, shape, or form. He looks me up and down. My words have fallen on deaf ears. To him, I'm just another piece of trouble he doesn't need.
Just a fight fan looking to make an easy score. Is that it?
Luca is in no mood for wheeling and dealing. Time to appeal to his better nature. Look, you got me wrong, mister. I'm interested in making everyone's life here a little better, and I need your help. Halfway through the first act of my hard sell, Dom jumps to his feet and makes for the horizon. Effortlessly, Luca grabs the fleeing Dom by the scruff of the neck with a grip as undeniable as a crane's hoist and hook.
Luca, I'm begging you. They didn't tell me what would happen. I was desperate. I got family.
Family? Look around you, Dom. Everyone here on these docks is family. They're your family too, and you almost sold them up the river.
Luca, forgive me. I won't challenge you again. I'll make it up to you.
Luca keeps eye contact with the kid. The silence grows thick. The bigger man's face is a study in anguish. His jaw flexes and releases like a bellows in an old forge.
Can't forgive you, Dom, because I'm the one who failed you. It doesn't matter what you did to me, but it's your family you put in danger today. You put them at risk for Mom's money in your pocket. So you're gonna go to every man, woman, and child you exposed to harm. And you're gonna make it right.
I will, Luca. I swear on my mama's grave, I'll make it good.
Dom backs away, then turns on his heel and runs like a dog beaten by a stern owner.
Now, why are you still here, miss? Do I have to show you the express exit?
I don't understand. You're just letting him go?
Blood for blood's no way to heal a wound.
I flinch as if he slapped me. There's something to that, but I don't have time to waste. Back to business. Aren't you worried he'll go to the does? Find another way to cut your legs off?
I'm not a sap. I know it's a risk. But we're a family. If I can't forgive and trust, you just become another mob like Mom's.
I've never seen a He-Man take a beating like what he dished out on you. Did you know he was trying to kill you in the ring?
This isn't the first time Mom or someone else has tried to take me out. They never get their hands dirty. Always pay off some kid too stupid to think things through.
But why did you take the beating if you knew the score?
I don't have to justify myself to you. Especially since you were willing to bet when you saw the slaughter.
I'm tired of dancing around the subject, and I'm betting he is too. Look, I can see Marm is looking to knock you down a peg. What if I offered you?
Better climb up, miss. You've been all over these docks telling people you want to go into business with me. That's as good as putting a target on your back.
Maybe I should have been a little more discreet, but it's not hopeless. Got to appeal to his better nature. This is for the greater good. A souped-up engine roars and a car skids to a stop in front of us. My piece is halfway out when Luca puts a mitt over it. These are friendlies.
Luca, we've got big trouble. It's a mess out there. I'm on it. Miss, you said something about the greater good? Time to put your money where your mouth is.
Luca springs into action, his creaky self-flagellation forgotten. He moves with purpose and grace, like a well-oiled machine. If I help out, maybe I can win his trust. For all his lumbering gait on foot, Luca sets a decent pace as I follow him to the waterfront, where an arms deal is supposedly about to go down. Luca and I slide in behind a couple of containers to get a lay of the land. Men in White Street uniforms are moving large munitions crates into waiting dock haulers.
Come on, man. Let's get these Aether weapons moved. On the double!
What are those Whitecaps doing here?
The Civil War has some of them playing mercenary. We call them Grey Caps. The Finks are selling their Aether guns in Dreamland. We need to see who's buying.
Something doesn't smell right. Men, prepare for an orderly withdrawal.
And there's our pigeon. Come on, boys. Don't let him get away.
As the Grey Caps scramble, another vehicle roars onto the scene. It's that group of sailors I saw on the docks earlier, looking for trouble. I shoot them a grin and their driver sketches me a mock salute.
Who's up for a bunny?
Right. Get at 'em, lads.
Hands off my girlfriend, you pillock.
Giovanna, I'm not long for this world.
My car's nearly wrecked! Not looking good.
remaining Greycaps beat a hasty retreat, leaving their payload behind. As Luca and I pull to a stop, a civilian car arrives on the scene. A burly ledgeman emerges, confused but alert. When he notices Luca, his face scrunches into a scowl.
Chano? What are you doing here, pal?
I bought these red Aether shooters fair and square. We need the firepower, Luca.
You've been buying from White Street behind my back? What are you thinking?
Look at what happened on White Street, Luca. The world's a more dangerous place. We need the guns to protect our own.
Jono, think about the future. You really want to deal with these mercenaries and killers? Letting them into our home? If we keep this going, things are only gonna get worse.
Luca, these things do as much damage to bystanders as they do to soldiers. You've got to get rid of them for good.
Yeah, I know. You're right. Jono, I hate to do this, but you've wasted your money.
In the distance, repulsors start to fail over a Ledgeman neighborhood. It's beginning to crumble, homes spinning into the void. Groups of residents are fleeing the other way.
Over there, Luca.
We've got to step on it. The place is falling apart.
You're getting your comeuppance, Mikey!
This has gone far enough.
What do you aim to do about it, Punchy?
My worst. Let's see how you like it.
It's time for you to have a little accident. The permanent kind.
So what's the play, Luca? Why even bother? Mom's got your number.
Help me!
Give it up, old man.
My car's total!
You've let down your people, Luca! Just give up!
Luca! Luca's here!
Come on, we don't have time to waste. Let's get you somewhere safe.
We lost a lot of good people while you were messing around playing cowboy.
Luca and I arrive on the scene and all is chaos. A runaway truck filled to the brim with explosives is weaving back and forth. Fireballs erupt along the road as the crates spill out the back. The truck driver is slumped over his wheel, out cold. The vehicle is out of control and whatever it's hauling is flammable as hell.
We've got to get that thing off the road no matter what. Run it off or blow it sky high before it can do more damage.
The words are barely out of Luca's mouth before another flaming crate flies out of the back of the runaway truck, igniting in a pillar of flame that shakes the ground.
This is getting serious.
Now or never. We need to stop that truck.
Help me! Help me! Help me!
Protect those civilians!
help me! Hey, I'm still paying off this heap!
Not doing so well.
Driver's coming too. Good job. Let's get this payload off the truck and away from the fire, quick.
My skin is crawling as we manhandle crates of explosives off the rig before they can go up in flames. I notice that the crates are stamped for delivery to Rogers Point. We enter Congress Hall, where Luca and the other officers call home. Cooking smells throughout are punctuated by the sound of children playing, of people talking in unguarded tones. Rapid footsteps announce a small woman with kind eyes who clings to Luca. The giant shares some murmured words with his wife. For the first time since we met, the lines on his forehead disappear.
Oh good, I'm glad you made it on time. I hate when you work so late you miss dinner.
After giving his wife a comforting squeeze, Luca looks up. He roughly swipes at some unshed tears before addressing me. I can tell I wasn't meant to see that.
I admit it, little miss. I was wrong. You did good today. I'm glad you were here.
Luke is a rare bird who practices what he preaches. A good man by any count. But I wasted a whole day helping with no profit. Was it worth it?
I'm gonna go get us some food. You stay here with Diane. Take a load off. You've earned it.
Luca changes his smoldering coat and hat for cleaner fare, kisses his wife, and is out the door.
Thanks for helping Luca. Not everyone is a helper, you know. Sit a while, let's talk.
I don't know Luca that well. I'd love to hear a story about you two.
We met at a block party when we were kids. I was with a different boy who brought me sweets and flowers. Halfway through, I went to go talk to some friends from school.
And?
When I returned, I couldn't find my date anywhere. Eventually, I found him in an alley, kissing Susie Carpenter. I started to give him a piece of my mind when he pushed me down.
That's horrible.
Out of nowhere comes this little fire plug of a kid, the Motzi boy from down the street. I had always seen him, but hadn't seen him, you know? He shoved my date, started swinging.
Even back then?
Even back then. He kept getting hit over and over and over, but he wouldn't back down. Eventually, he got in a lucky shot, and my would-be date left the party.
And he asked you out then, right?
Not hardly. Blood everywhere. Luca nodded at me like I was one of his buddies and left to find his brother. It took Luca a good 6 years to suck up the courage to court me.
How about you, Diane? Everyone talks about Luca and his people. How do you keep this place going?
Oh, well, where do I start? When I was younger, I wanted to be a nurse. My cousin was badly hurt in a fight with some countryside raiders using mustard gas left over from the war.
Ugh, that's awful.
He came to stay with us. I took care of him most of the time. His lungs were so bad, he could hardly walk more than a few paces. Couldn't talk. We wrote letters to each other in the same room.
That sounds like a lonely way to live.
Maybe so, but the experience taught me a lot about the value of kindness and hope. A little goes a long way, my mother always said.
Luca seems pretty invested in the Ledgemen. Was he always like this?
You have to understand, he lost someone a while back. Someone important. He swore he wouldn't let us down, and he hasn't. But he takes so much punishment. It's a hard life.
For some reason, I stop and think of Zio. Diane leans over and takes my left hand in both of hers. She offers me a smile free from guile or doubt.
Luca says you helped. That's what counts.
You two seem to really love each other.
It's not always easy. He's a man who has taken on a lot of challenges in his life, and I try to help him put his worries to rest so he can sleep at night.
I suppose I haven't known too many happy couples in my life. Isn't it hard?
Well, you know, when you find the right one, you can't help but know it. When we're alone, when he lets me in past the noise and mess, he makes it all worthwhile.
Mind if I look around?
Go right ahead.
I approach a group of people whose homes were set ablaze by the runaway truck. Is it okay if I sit here?
Hello there, lady. Come sit a spell. It ain't much, but you look like you've had quite a day.
Understatement of the century. But you've had quite a day, too.
Sure enough. Lucky to be alive.
Those blazes were something else. You could see them all over the island. Are you all right?
Could be worse, and that's a fact. Leastways, I'm breathing.
I can't believe Luca's still going. The fight, running around town, now out collecting food.
Like an old diesel engine. He can't help but plow ahead, even if he sputters and chokes his way through.
You think he's going to burn out someday?
Luca sticks his neck out for us, so we trust him. Not everyone's willing to treat everyone like equal members of the family, if you know what I mean.
Did the truck driver get out in time? I didn't see him once he was forced off the road.
The driver got taken by the meat wagon. Looks like he had some kind of seizure. Still, At least he made it this far.
Once he finds out what happened.
I don't know him, but if he's one of our guys in the community, we'll see to him. Accidents are accidents.
Well, now that you're safe, what will you do next?
Luca opened the labor hall to us, but some of the other ledge men don't want us here. Probably, we'll end up camping out until we rebuild.
That doesn't sound right. I'm sure Luca wouldn't want it to go that way.
Begging your pardon, ma'am, but Luca can't fight every battle for us. And he can't make people like us. That'll take time, and a lot of reaching out, on both parts.
It doesn't feel right to me, but I have no idea what it's like to live in his skin. In that case, you take care. It's a tough world, but there are good people in it too. What am I saying? I need to get out of here.
Yes! I'll call and raise you 5. Rats, I'm out. Come on, don't be a spoil sport. Another hand? I'll pay you back next week, I promise. I'll pay you back next week, I promise.
These are some of the people we saved from the crumbling chunk of the island. They've been given mugs of soup and blankets for now. How are you holding up? I've never seen anything like that before.
We're still alive. We can always rebuild our homes. Not so easy with our families.
So you got your people out in time?
Thanks to Luca, and thanks to you. It was a close thing. I know I'll be dreaming about it for weeks.
Have you been a ledgeman long?
All my life.
Do you know Luca well?
Not that well. We were from different blocks, but I've never had to worry about him doing the right thing. He just does.
The right thing, huh? What makes you so sure?
Because there are about 1,000 ways a guy like Luca can make a bent penny in his position, and he's never fallen for it. Every deal he's ever made has been to keep us going. That's a fact.
It sounds like a lot of you depend on him.
I'm not sure it has to do with us. It has more to do with what he thinks his brother would have done in his place. He can't let that go.
His brother?
I can't tell you about that. He wouldn't like it. But I'll tell you this for free. He wouldn't have rested until he did all he could for us. Even if it meant his life. Especially if it meant his life.
Hell of a thing to do after that beating he took.
I thought he'd drop before he got us out of there. I worry about him. But I would worry even more about us without him.
A group of men are sitting around a table, knocking back drinks and talking about the fight. I recognize Jono and his cronies from the fight with the gunrunners. Evening, boys.
Oh, it's you. What do you want?
Why, yes, I'd love to have a drink. Thanks so much for asking. What a gentleman. I grab an empty chair and drag it over to the table. Two of the men reluctantly make room for me, their chair legs scraping loudly against the floor tile. You took a hell of a chance today.
Everything panned out okay. No harm, no foul, right?
If you say so. It took cast iron balls to go behind Luca's back for those Aether weapons. What are you after?
Look, I think fast, I move fast. I saw an opportunity and I took it. I did it for all of us, not because I love the damn things.
What do you mean?
Look, these red Aether guns, they're out on the streets now. I don't intend for us to get caught with our pants down, at the mercy of some sleazy warlord just because we wouldn't get with the times. Thanks to Luca, if someone does come sniffing around toting his own set of Aether guns, we'll end up paying a higher price.
You must have known Luca a while.
Yeah, we grew up together.
Was he like this when he was growing up, too?
You wouldn't know it these days, but Luca was a happy kid. He always liked to scrap, but it was no hard feelings. Sure, he loved getting into trouble, but he was also the quickest to patch things up. Ever since, well, these days, he figures he owes for what he's done, see? There's nothing but hard feelings about who he is, what he's done.
What he's done? What do you mean?
Sorry, lady, but that's Luca's story to tell. If I were you, I'd leave well enough alone.
Luca seems rough around the edges, but he seems to put a lot on the line for his people.
Yeah, he puts his life on the line all right, but not because he's some kind of saint. I think he's counting on his luck running out, if you ask me.
So he really does have a death wish? You sure about that?
I've known the guy 20 years. He doesn't do what he does out of the goodness of his heart. He fights for us because he loves to get his teeth kicked in. Because he deserves it.
You don't really mean that.
Doesn't matter what I think or what he thinks. What matters to me is what he does, not why. He does his best to do right by us. That's enough for me for now.
The half-pint kid loiters in front of the phonograph at the center of the room, fidgeting. He eyes the phonograph's crank and sighs moodily.
Sorry, miss, but the phonograph is broken. Luca said he'll get someone to fix it, but it's been a while.
Let me have a look at it, kid. It turns out the fix was a simple one. The tone arm was just out of balance. A few minutes of fiddling and beautiful music poured forth.
Say, thanks, lady. One of the fellas brought in this album for me since I'm a fan, but I think you earned it instead.
The album is The King Porter Stomp by Jelly Roll Morton. Cress ought to love this. Thanks. I have a friend who is crazy about this stuff. So, what do you do here, kid?
I keep the player cranked. See what the mood's like in here, change discs to match. It's a good job for a guy like me.
What do you mean, a guy like you?
My folks died a while back. Luca says I can work the ledge once I'm big enough. But for now, I stay here in the hall.
So, what's Luca's favorite?
He likes everything by Benny Goodman. But...
What?
When he thinks I'm asleep for the night, he sits and listens to classical music. Impressionist stuff, like Debussy. Sometimes I sit on the stairs over there and watch him listen.
Why doesn't he ask you to play it for him?
He gets... lost. He just sits there and looks at his hands for a long time. I don't think he likes anyone seeing him when he's like that.
Take care, kid. Well, well, well.
Oh, it's you. I don't want to talk to you.
It's strange hearing such a petulant tone from a lean, muscled dynamo like Dom. It's like he's a little boy pretending he doesn't know what he did. Surprised they let you in here, seeing as how you're a traitor and all.
Lady, you don't know nothing about union business. Do you have to harp on me?
I pity the upstart, but only so far. He dug his own hole. It's up to him to find his way out. Why did you turn on Luca anyway? He seems to care about you. How could you throw that away?
The Does said Luca wasn't going to be around forever. Said I could be better than him. Partner with Mom. Guess I really screwed up.
What did she offer anyway?
Mom, she promised that she'd take care of my ma if I did this thing for her. My ma raised me alone since I was just a kid. After my pops died. She's in a wheelchair now. Life's hard for her.
And she promised you'd be the new boss down at the docks, right?
That too, yeah.
As he talks, his tone goes sour. He's realizing how Marm's promises would have gone unfulfilled. He never considered who would have lost by his gains. Want some advice from someone who's made plenty of mistakes? Give people something new to remember you by, instead of for your screw-up.
Yeah? What do you suggest, Big Mouth?
There are a lot of people hurting from those new islands being added. People I've talked to say you're like bottled lightning in the ring. Maybe put some of that energy toward helping instead.
Huh. Yeah, I guess sitting here isn't doing me any favors. I should go.
Okay, Mrs. Jackson made some of a sourdough, and Mrs. O'Hara made a beef stew. Mrs. Mignola brought in the yams.
Great. I'm starved. Your people really care. I can't stand it anymore, keeping my cards hidden, talking around the subject. I have to let down my guard, just for a few minutes. We need to fix the well. It's getting worse, lots worse, and plenty of people will die. The lowers will be gone like they never existed. Over whispered tones, I give Luca everything. Nellie, the underground, the heist. I had to. There's no world where I hold back and he joins up. And if he says no? Luca opens his mouth to retort, but Diane shakes her head slowly. She takes one of it. Diane leans over and whispers to Luca. He smiles, the first I've seen on his face.
You're right. She reminds me of him too. Before we go any further, I need to know something. Why don't you just leave? Just pull up stakes. Nothing's keeping you here, right?
I swallow hard, knowing my next words must be chosen with perfect care. I've got to come up with something juicy to inspire action. Talking about my motivations makes me feel like a liar anyway. Surely it's okay if I bend the truth a little. He'll believe greed. I've got interests, financial and otherwise, in Dreamland. I don't want to see them go down the drain. Even if I leave, I'll be in the poorhouse.
I see right through you, miss. Mom would never let it go down that way.
Look, Luca. I've been through fire and blood over this. I don't want to heist pandemonium any more than you do. I'm scared what happens if we don't.
Okay. I don't think you're telling me the whole truth, but there's something to what you're saying.
Diane nods to herself, then stands up and pours us cups of coffee. Luca folds his hands, eyes looking into the middle distance, contemplating.
Hell of a thing, but it makes sense. Anyone who was around when Lady Liberty went down the hatch. Down in our gut, we knew the well would be a problem, one day.
So will you help? I can't pull this off without you.
It's really not up to me. At least not me alone. We'll need to take a vote.
You're serious?
Either they send me or I don't go. I've got responsibilities here. I'll need to convince them. No time like the present.
Despite his resolve, I can sense the unease in the Iron Gladiator's approach. The direction he takes here in this moment feels important. This could change everything for Luca and the dogs. Luca, these people will fight for you, but they need to follow you into a future. Be more than the guy who puts out fires. They need a man of vision.
Do you know what you're asking?
You've got to let the past be the past. You can't ever make up for it or change it. You have to move on. Luca slumps back in his seat, head bowed. Diane walks over and puts her arms around him. He reaches up and touches her hand, looks up at her. Their eyes meet.
I would follow you, Luca. We all would.
I think everyone here would, Luca. Luca pats her arm and nods, resigned. The guttering spark in his furnace flares into flame. His jaw is set with determination. He stands and addresses the crowd.
Brothers and sisters, I have wronged you. I spent my time living in the past. Living in regret. I have acted as if the future is not as important as the past. But there is no solving the problems of today if we cannot embrace the future. I can't let the weight of the past hold us back anymore.
The crowd stirs. Clearly, they were not expecting Luca to speak this way.
Many of you have stood by me in my grief. I'm asking you now to stand by me as we move to solve a problem of tomorrow. The well puts us all at risk. We have an opportunity to end its threat now. I can't promise that we will succeed, but I can promise you that without your support, we can only fail. And I am through failing you, my friends, my family. Let's put it to a vote. What say you?
Yay!
Luca turns to Diane and I, his face triumphant. For the first time since we've met, his face is clear of doubt. His flame burns hot and clean, without the impurities of grief.
You have our support, little miss. Don't let us down.
As the assembly breaks, various ledgemen pass by, offering their hands to Luca. They even spare a smile or two for yours truly. Thanks for your help, big fella. I knew finding you was the right move.
Whatever happens next, little miss, you've got a home among us ledgemen. If everything else goes wrong.
Luca claps his hands together, calling us to action.
We've got a heist to plan. Diane, I'll be gone for a while. Don't wait up.
Come home soon, dear. Be careful out there. We need you.
I have every reason to be careful, love. I'll be back.
A faded Union poster, proclaiming the need for direct action now. A grainy photo of two boys at the shore, probably on vacation. They look alike enough to be brothers. The taller one has his arms slung around the shorter one's shoulders. I'm waiting for a green dot at a stop when the radio hisses in my ear.
Drop what you're doing. I have a job for you.
Hang on a sec. What's going on? The light changes. While I cut a line towards the side of the road, distant voices buzz through radio static like a kicked hive.
There's been a leak. We need to plug it quick. Otherwise, you, me, and all the rest are in the air.
Someone's gotten into our Dreamland network. They went fishing for info and hooked one of our people. Get yourself over to Coney Island and stop the sale.
How exactly? I'm not a spy.
You know what they say, sweetheart. Beggars can't be choosers. You're the one closest there, and you know how to take care of problems.
How'd they get into your network?
Broke into all our Dreamland drop boxes with a note. Payment for intel, Coney Island, wear a red scarf, limited offer, fill in the rest.
Anyone I know?
Would it matter if it was?
Maybe. But I sure hope not. Listen, Hollywood. I'll look into this, but I'm not your attack dog.
Sure, loud and clear. Just remember, if we swing, you'll be keeping us company. 8 shot. Now get going. The meet's at 12. Look for someone in a red scarf. Deal with them however you do, then meet us at the shop between the golden flowers.
The glow of high-beam flashlights and spinning caution bulbs plays across my windshield as traffic slows. Evidently, Marm has decided that a good old-fashioned dragnet will force troublemakers like me off the streets. The car in front of me passes the barricades, and I pull forward. The light from a flashlight dances across my face, and I feel flushed, squinting against the glare as I struggle to make eye contact.
Good evening, ma'am. Routine check. Where are you headed this evening?
Just heading back home. Got a place up near Klein-Deutschland, by the ferry terminal.
A local girl, huh? You ever play darts down at the Spritzen house?
I recognize the question for what it is, a test of my Dreamland bona fides. My mind races, knowing I'll have to give a detailed answer to avoid sounding evasive. The trouble is, I haven't got one. I don't spend much time at the dartboards. Too many sharks. If I'm going to give old Killmeyer my money, I expect a cold drink in return. The enforcer's hand moves for her hip, and I know I've been made. I keep my head as low as I can manage and stomp hard on the accelerator, crashing through the barricades and out onto the road beyond.
It's her! I've got each shot! After her!
Keep your head down, Zio always said, or there's a price to pay. Well, I'm paying it now. Clear of my pursuers for now, but I can feel the heat still clinging to me like a soft glowing coal fire. There's more where that came from if I don't cool it off somehow.
Hey there.
The kid gave this to me for fixing his record player.
Usually I'd say cash is better, but this is a good one. See ya.
How's everything going down here?
It's going fine.
Doesn't sound like it is.
I love my work, Gia. Almost everything about it. But sometimes I just wanna... I don't know. I've been staring at these formulas so long that all the stereoisomers look the same.
I offer Nellie a vacant stare. What?
That would have killed back at the lab.
Nellie slumps over her desk, her hands almost melting into the surface. She's exhausted, and not hiding it well. I don't know what she's working on, but I know it's important. But working tired is a good way to make critical mistakes. Nellie needs a break. Hey, kid. Get rid of the frown and come on. You ever been to the circus?
The circus? We're going? What should I bring? What does someone bring to a circus? Peanuts, I think? I don't have any of those. They should have some there, right? Are we going right now?
Are you in the middle of anything important? On her desk, a glass vial bubbles with blue liquid over an open flame. Nellie's eyes follow mine, then her face screws up into what she clearly believes is a convincing poker face.
Oh, nope. Let's go.
Finish up what you're working on and we'll go.
Oh, fine.
Hello. Goodbye for now.
Hello, miss. Clear skies to you.
Giovanna?
They ever catch who bombed the Hippodrome?
Not yet, no. The papers will tell you the investigation is ongoing, but we've discovered evidence that our villains fled to a neighboring island.
Giving Mar more support to expand further, I take it.
Yes. Believe me, I am aware. And once we put a stop to that, I intend to have a long conversation with her. Until next time.
Cress sits near the radio, staring dead-eyed off into some corner of the bar, listening intently to the voice desperately escaping its wicker cage.
We have reports from Miller's Grove in New Jersey. At approximately 6 a.m. this morning, local time, an object that astronomers have been tracking from Mars has landed in Mr. Orson's cow field.
Just in time, Gia. The world's ended. Just serve yourself. It's all on the house. I'm just gonna go lie down.
Oh, stop that. It most certainly is not. You would have known from proper sources, not this. It's some big juvenile prank, that's all.
What's going on?
Shh. Thomas, Alistair, all of you.
We can see it now. A shape coming out of the crater. What's that? It's carrying a small mirror. A jet of fire just sprung from the mirror. Dear God! It struck the approaching men, turning them into flame!
The wave of static amplifies the last words from the voice on the radio. Even Alistair starts to look concerned while hiding behind one of his books.
I assure you there are no such things as Martians. If there were, I know a handful of organizations that would have found proof.
Come on, Professor. There could be life. Schiaparelli's canals on Mars may have been disproven, but there's water in the polar caps and an atmosphere.
What's going on, Cress?
The broadcast started a little while ago. An astronomer named Dr. Verne had been observing strange things coming from Mars.
And this guy is a legitimate astronomer?
He most certainly is not.
I haven't heard of him or read any of his work. But free home archives aren't always the most up-to-date.
I see Thomas's feet sticking out from behind the bar. He believes it. Or he could just be going along with the joke. Mars can't really be attacking.
Ladies and gentlemen, I've just received word from General Hammond. He is pulling back his forces. Wires from San Francisco, London, Cairo, and Jakarta. The Martians have begun a planet-wide...
I have to make a few calls. Thomas, do you have a phone? Nope, don't get up. I'll find it.
Quiet, all of you. I need to listen.
For those of you at home, please, we are receiving word that we may soon have to go off the air. It's New York. New York is under attack in what survivors say is a fireball that fills the sky.
Ah, see? Just one of those radio stories. They play all the time down on the docks to pass the time.
Good. I'm glad that's settled. There are no such things as Martians. You can come out, Thomas. If New York was under attack, we'd know about it.
Thomas begins to rise from behind the bar when a small island tremor, something felt at least a dozen times a day, sends him back down. Maybe it's time to turn off the prank, Cress. Alistair's annoyed and Sophie might actually be worried.
Oh no need to turn it off. It's quite entertaining. I'm a fan of science fiction myself. Worlds of the future and all that.
Sophie enters back into the room, a shade of red you'd only find blooming in a rose patch. Fortunately for the rest of us, she wasn't a strain of the blossom sporting any thorns.
No need, Giovanna. Who would I be if I couldn't take a little joke?
Good heavens! There's something wriggling in the darkness. Are those tentacles? It's as large as a bear with skin that glistens like wet leather. Saliva drips from a lipless mouth.
Now I just feel silly.
No need to feel embarrassed. There's no shame in falling for a small, harmless deception. After all, Miss Carter fell for it as well.
I didn't fall for it. I was interested in how it played out, that's all.
We'll be hearing from the President of the United States soon as he addresses the nation and the world. We expect grave news. Please stand by.
What do you need? See you soon.
Zdravo. Happy hunting.
Hi, Gia. Goodbye for now.
Luca and Sophie lean over a table on its last legs. It's clean enough not to stain the faces of their cards, but only just. Sophie sighs dramatically, leaning back in her chair. She makes what, to the casual observer, might look like a sneaky gesture. To me, it looks like she's trying to get Luca to notice the ace she drops in her lap.
Hey, what the hell is that? You trying to pull a fast one?
Oh, come on, darling. Who needs to pull a fast one when you're so slow?
I've had enough of this. If you can't win without cheating, why even play?
The tone in Luca's voice raises my hackles. I've seen his anger before, and I'd rather he not try to punch Sophie in the gut. Stop. The two of you stop right now.
Hey, this isn't my fault. I'm just playing an honest game of cards, and this woman would steal from her own mother.
Correction, Luca. I do steal from my mother.
Sophie's toying with him. She clearly isn't playing cards to win, but to get under Luca's skin. Fine. You want a fair game? Slide me the cards. I'll deal.
Fine.
Splendid, Giovanna.
I shuffle the deck, watching Luca and Sophie. If I couldn't see their hands, I'd assume they both had pistols leveled at each other below the table. 5-card draw. I deal out 5 cards to each of them. Sophie asks for 3 new cards, but Luca merely shakes his head. Sophie scoffs and stares.
Holding your first hand? Really? You can't expect me to believe that obvious lie.
Sometimes you draw well, sometimes you don't.
What would you know about it?
My brother died trying to change a world that had it out for the working man. I almost ended up with him at the bottom of some lake. Everyone's out there betting on their lives. I spent years loading at the docks. I could have died a few dozen times, and here I am playing cards instead. I guess I drew a good enough hand.
Luca pulls up the edge of his cards, his face betraying wounds that haven't healed. Or maybe that he was bluffing about his cards.
Show me this good hand.
Jack high straight.
Fine. Maybe you know what a good hand looks like after all.
Gathering the cards from the previous hand, I watch Sophie out of my peripheral vision. But all the aces find their way back to the deck. Maybe this is doing some good. Games Hold'em. I deal them both 2 cards. and turn over 3 for the flop. Sophie smiles and pushes a small stack of coins into the center of the table.
I haven't seen a flop so pretty since I saw Metropolis in the theater.
You've got nothing. I raised by 5.
Oh? And what makes you think that?
I grew up in Dreamland, and I know those. You're always talking a big game for show. The only time I need to be worried is when you shut up about it.
Sophie smiles sweetly, pushing her cards face down into the center.
What? Come on, I had 2 pair.
What do you call it when someone is too honest to even have a tell? I can see the cards written on your face.
I riffle the cards, noting that Luca has relaxed his jaw, and Sophie has stopped staring at him like she expects him to upend the table at any moment. Hardly a blossoming friendship, but at least it's something. 7 card stud. I deal out 3 cards each to Luca and Sophie. Sophie's 3rd card shows the Queen of Spades, while Luca's shows the 6 of Hearts. Sophie glances at her cards and sighs.
My hand's awful. Giovanna, are you doing this on purpose?
Mine are worse. Those could rob a full house at gunpoint and still complain about being dealt a bad hand.
Oh, of course. How many times have you had to deal with a car bomb in the last week? Giovanna can attest that my count is higher. Has your mother ever gambled with your life? Tell me, when you were a baby, did she ever bomb stadium stands full of people to sow suspicion between you and your siblings?
The 2 of them pass the first round of betting, and Luca folds after seeing Sophie's 2nd upturned queen.
Sounds like you ought to pick your family better. Show your cards.
4 queens.
What? Gee, I thought you were gonna watch her.
I didn't see anything. 1 more hand ought to do it. Sophie seems to almost be enjoying herself, and Luca has relaxed into his creaky chair. We're playing high-low. I deal them both 4 cards. The community cards come out as 2 aces and a 5. Betting is fierce. By the river, both of them have pushed everything they have into the pile.
You're bluffing.
I'm always bluffing. It's the best way to win.
You ever think about just playing a fair game?
Players who play fair lose.
Players who play fair are more likely to get invited back to the next game.
Sophie shows a pair of 5s and takes the high pot. Luca shows 2 to 3, taking the other half. Evident from the grumbling, each had expected to win it all. Guess it's possible to have more than one winner here. Gathering up the cards, I set the deck on the side of the table. The 2 of them are still glaring at each other, but the stormy anger seems to have calmed to a squall. 4 hands, and I never saw Sophie attempt another sleight of hand. I don't know if that was out of respect for me, or out of some newfound respect between the 2 of them. I hope you 2 aren't going to murder each other when I'm not looking.
I don't think Luca is the type.
And I don't think Sophie wants to take more risks than she has to.
Luca sighs, leaning back in his chair. It offers a menacing creak, but manages to avoid collapse.
I'll say this, Sophie. You can play a hand of cards.
I guess you can too.
Whatever Luca and Cress are drinking, it smells like burnt carpet mixed with bleach. The side of the label says it's from Chicago.
Gia, join us. It's the anniversary of the Fahrenheit strikes.
Sit.
Luca's cheeks have gained some color, and Cress is swaying in her seat. I can't tell if they're drunk or merely poisoned by the concoction in the bottle on the table. Did I miss something, Cress? You two have some secret history?
Nah, I never met the little lady. But we both pay respects to the holiday.
The day when the rats and the legendmen fought side by side and won.
I hardly think that either side won.
Gardner's comment is scarcely more than a mumble from the corner. Neither of my companions seem to notice.
Come on, Gia. Drink.
Ugh, why does it smell so bad?
During the strikes, when everything was shut down, food was going bad. The Ledgemen and Aether had to pool resources. Came up with this drink. It was damn near industrial.
We called it hot lemonade. We had lemons. They had milk.
And we managed to scare up some, homemade hooch.
Solvent.
Heated it all up. Somehow that kept the lemons from curdling the milk.
It doesn't look like you're drinking that now.
Thomas didn't have any milk, so I asked him for something strong and disgusting.
I haven't heard of the Fahrenheit strikes.
There was this island where the Aetherians and Ledgemen went on strike together over working hours mandated at 14 a day.
It was really something. Went on for months. The Baron cut food coming in.
Because with the workers in revolt, the local economy was destroyed.
Neither of them look at Gardner, who appears to be nursing his own much more palatable drink in between turning pages of a book.
Eventually, the strike succeeded and the workday was cut to 10 hours. And no pay cut. Everyone won.
Except the Baron. I heard he fell off a ledge, or maybe got lost in a tunnel.
Hey, Professor, what do you mean that neither side won? The man looks up from his book.
Months of starvation, thousands dead. Baron Hofstadter declared bankruptcy within a month of signing concessions, and the barony fell apart within the year.
Bankruptcy was a ploy.
Perhaps. We'll never know.
I pick up the glass, watching the expressions on my compatriots' faces. Cress nods enthusiastically, while Luca appears concerned. As the liquid hits my tongue, I'm hit with a wave of nausea. I can only describe the taste as a cremation.
Salud!
Salute!
Is this supposed to be a practical joke?
I'm afraid they seem quite sincere.
Hey you, Professor, come here. Take a drink. Today is for everyone in this city, and everyone should remember.
Ah, no thank you. It's not my type of drink, I'm afraid.
Cress gets up and shuffles over to Gardner, holding a freshly poured glass of the foul liquor.
Cress, he's not gonna drink. Let it be.
He's going to. He's one of us now. Better start acting like it. Now drink.
Gardner's face wrinkles at the smell, or perhaps the implication of being part of the underground. He leans back almost comically, as though he could dodge the glass itself. Come on, Alistair. I'm sure Nellie would do it.
Nellie doesn't drink. I think she'd understand.
Maybe we should go get her and ask.
I assure you she'd have no interest.
Cress, Gia, come sit down.
You're gonna drink, old man. To all those dead rats.
No, thank you.
Could we just enjoy the evening? Why do you have to pull him into it?
Gardner remains steadfast. Cress and I return to where Luca has gone quiet, staring at the table. Cress shocks me with a giggle when I pour myself another glass of the foul tonic.
Need something?
Heard a number of rumors about you a couple of years back.
Yeah?
It true you used to do everything left side at the start of a season? Left shoe tied first, left hand to open doors. Whatever gossip the boxer was expecting, it wasn't that. He looks at me like I came to a fight with a feather duster instead of a pair of gloves, and then lets out a guffaw.
Never thought much of it. Sometimes I have a bad day, sometimes I don't. If the bookies wanted to read into it, that's on them.
So you aren't the suspicious type then?
I used to let Diane wrap my hands before a big match. Can't say it won me every one of them, but it kept my nerves calm.
Explain something to me. Marm's sending does to undercut your standing with the Union, but she's also paying you to move her loot. Why?
I run the best moving company in the barony. Doesn't matter if she'd rather someone knock me off my perch. She needs her goods handled properly. She has to go through me.
And you just go along with it, despite her handing out knives behind your back. Luca grimaces, weariness creaking into his wrinkles like worn seams on an overused engine.
There's rules. I keep the Union in line, Mom keeps her claws off. I take a contract, she keeps my people fed. And if I help the neighborhood in my own time, she can't complain. It's how Dreamland works, and Mom knows I'm honest enough to follow through on my end, no matter what rules she bends on hers. See ya.
We're adrift in a sea of fog. An opera of hazy shapes and ghostly light flit across a dark backdrop, accompanied by a tinny orchestra. The bell tolls. Someone beside me squeals as the curtain of fog pulls back. Coney Island, island of a million lights, never-ending thrills, and one red-scarfed traitor. We got a lot of ground to cover before noon. If we want any chance of hitting everything before then, we'll split the search.
I'll check the outside. You and Sophie take the inside.
Excellent. I'll go pay the local does a quick visit. Pearls to be avoided, of course, but Ellen and Penny won't worry themselves over a question or two.
I'm walking through a stained kaleidoscope. Peals of delight rattle past me while golden lights reveal fantastical sights with every twist of movement. But the lenses are ringed in shadow, slicking my palms with every skitter. Soft footsteps stalk mine.
Excuse me, miss, are you alone?
Is that a problem?
No, miss. Passing on a warning. Have fun, but mind your purse and watch your step. All the weirdos and pickpockets come out in this weather. Solar visitors are easy targets.
Thanks, I'll keep an eye out. By the way, I'm meeting a friend. You see anyone with a red scarf go by?
No, sorry.
11 chimes ring through the fog, warning me to hurry. Tightening my coat, I thank her for the warning, and venture off to find Red Scarf. A beacon of light, and an ominous reminder that noon's creeping closer. The boarded-up attraction doubles as a haunted house. The broken boards and darkened gaps offer no sign of life. So why are there dirty footprints on the sill? I wait for a lull in the crowd, push away a loose board, and vault inside. Dust and aged wood stifle my every breath, but I don't dare sneeze. I'm not alone. Amidst the shadows, something like a pale arm hangs around a corner. I wait for their move. 30 breaths pass. No movement, not even a twitch. Slowly, I exhale and ankle around the corner. I give the mannequin's arm a pat and continue the search. The attraction's a cluttered, dark mess. Anyone passing through wouldn't have much room to move. I soft step around debris and find a dirty footstep over a wire towards a tarp. I pull back the tarp and find a little hideaway. A bag, a compact mirror, and sheet music rest upon a makeshift mattress. I find the explanation in a half-written note. It's a familiar story scribbled in a shaky hand. Some kid apologizing to Mom for the fight and running away to seek her dream. The final half's a scrawl of raw, angry, sad words blacked out in dark ink. It cuts off mid-sentence. Hopefully, she's still in one piece. The boarded-up attraction doubles as a haunted house. A melancholic young woman looks back at me from the faded windows of her missing poster. Last seen at the park.
Have you seen this girl? She's my daughter. Oh, for goodness sake. Excuse me, please. This is my daughter. Have you seen her? Anything, please. Thank you. I hope so, too. Excuse me, miss. Have you seen this girl? She's my daughter.
Trembling hands, cracked and bloodied by harsh cold, thrust a poster towards me. The same melancholic girl from the Coney Island walls stares up, unblinking like a corpse at an open casket. Actually, I'm looking for someone too. Seen anyone in a red scarf?
Have I seen a... No, I haven't seen a red scarf.
Your daughter. Tell me about her. The woman's parched of hope. The question's an empty glass with only a few drops of hope at the bottom, but she holds it to her lips and waits.
Rosie, that's her name. 16, lovely wavy hair and green eyes. Always has her head in the clouds, but she's not a bad kid. She never gave me anything to worry about until recently.
Until what, exactly?
Nothing. Just, nothing. She's overreacting, that's all.
Sorry, no. How long's she been missing?
Weeks. I tracked her down here, thanks to a detective. But that no-good rat kisser took my money and then told me to give up.
She points, but her eyes drop like a lost pachinko marble to my feet, leaving only a curled, hopeless finger to highlight a man in a white coat across the park.
He's gotta know something. Mr. Harry's been here all day. She kind of just disappeared again.
The detective barely looks like he knows how to cure a hangover, let alone how to find a missing kid. But if he's been here all day, maybe he knows about Red Scarf. The devil's arms spread, beckoning us entry into the jaws of hell to witness the fall of creation. Hell might be on the nose, but what better place for a traitor to hide than with other wretches? I pay a woman wearing horns and go to take the devil up on his offer. The path takes us down, sloping into a slow spiral. Before we enter hell, we pass through paradise. The pastoral garden is pleasant but dull, accompanied by music to saw logs by. Then the imp creeps into the garden and pulls the lever. The fields split open and throw us below. We scream, but no one hears us over cackles and jazz music within the pit. The pit's ablaze, but hell's residents are having the time of their lives. A man downs whiskey while a dame dances with a horned shadow. Tables overflow with waxy food, and tempting sights tease peaks from flapping walls. But something's out of place. What's a mundane room doing in the walls with fool's gold and empires? The trick isn't to watch the walls, but what's hiding around them. I hear the snick of fishing wires and pulleys and follow them to a rotating mirror. I step through the mirror and into an alcove. It's 2/3 closet, 1/3 living space. Modest comforts shunt aside for gizmos, props, and costumes. Worldly posters paper the walls while a packed bag with a one-way ticket sways on a hook. The ticket's signed to someone calling themselves Sweetheart. Not a cheap trip either. I flip the mirror and return to hell. I follow the path upwards and descend back to Earth. As I catch my breath, I scan the crowds journeying in and out. No sign of Red Scarf. The devil's arms spread, beckoning us entry into the jaws of hell.
Red Scarf? Is this a prank?
Excuse me, young lady. A moment of your time?
I didn't need the doe's warning to be wary of weirdos. One look at the string holding up his aged beard flashes a caution sign. No thanks. Whatever you're selling, I'm not interested.
Oh, are you sure you're sure about that? I might have something you dearly want. Something about a red scarf?
The supposed old man slips me a boyish grin, dangling the answer to my search like a misshapen hair. What do you know?
Shh! How do you think I heard? There's ears everywhere. Come along. We'll talk in my tower.
The old man hums and leads me up the winding stairs, 2 steps at a time, into a fairy tale. Up the abandoned tower, above the fog and the lights, it's like we're floating. A memory floats of Mom telling me of wizards in the clouds as the old man stands tall along the ledge. With a flourish of his coat, he transforms before my eyes.
Ta-da!
I humor him with a deadpan applause. He takes it like I'm throwing him whistles and flowers.
Oh, thank you, thank you. It's not every day a tourist gets an audience with the king of the carnies, but I've always got time for a pretty lady in need. Call me sweetheart, Miss Snoop.
All right, sweetheart. You got me out here. And what does the king of the carnies want with me?
Every king's gotta look after his people, and you've been bothering mine with questions. Usually I'd ask the operators to make your stay inconvenient, but you don't act like one of Marm's fixers. So what's a pretty lady want with someone in a red scarf? Looking for company on a miserable day?
Someone asked me to find them. Sweetheart breathes through his teeth. The self-proclaimed king of the carnies paces back and forth along the ledge, head heavy in thought. On the 3rd spin, he snaps his fingers.
I think you and I can help each other. You scratch my back, I scratch yours. I got in a fight with a beautiful doe over monthly dues. She said we were short, I said count again, and before you know it, she's got my shoes.
Shoes? What, she lose her heels?
Maybe she likes the look. Anyway, it was cute at first, but now I really need them back. She won't give them up to me, but maybe she'll open up to a fellow dulcet voice.
You're supposed to be a king. Can't you order your subject to hand the shoes back?
Even a king has his limits. Mine just happens to be a stubborn doe who'd turn me down if I were king of Dreamland.
She must really have it out for you, huh?
I might have pushed it after 5 disguises. She'll forgive me eventually, they always do, but...
I doubt you're the only one who's seen them. What's stopping me from going to someone else?
Well, nothing. But you won't get anything from the carnies. They won't say nothing without my say-so.
And who crowned you king? Is there a carny pope around here somewhere I should be talking to?
Wouldn't you rather know how I became sweetheart? It started at the fire show. There was a fair-haired bird and a pack of louts. I enter from the right, and...
Yeah, save it for your subjects. I'm not here to trade pet names with some puffed-up pretty boy.
Ooh, ouch, Miss Snoop. You break all hearts that way? Or just the ones you like?
I'll think about it.
Until later. Hello. Interest you in a souvenir photo with my pal Jack? Only a nickel per snap.
Sorry, not here for any monkey business. I met your king earlier.
Sweetheart? How about this high, the Prince of Thieves himself?
Yeah, a real character, huh?
He's always been a little that, if you know what I mean. But the kid's all right. Handy with a broken fence or a doe.
Heard anything about a missing girl? Brown hair and green eyes. Her mom's looking for her.
Sorry, miss. Haven't seen a girl with brown hair anywhere.
Not a single brunette? Not even the kid holed up in the haunted house?
We get a lot of runaways. We don't ask questions. And neither should you.
Done up in clown makeup and armed with a triangle, the man stands like a barricade. If the girl's with the circus, they aren't giving her up, no matter what good intentions came with the ask. I'm looking for someone in a red scarf. Seen them?
Sorry, miss. I'm on shift. Please keep your questions related to the carnival.
Anything I should keep my eye out for?
Depends on your poison. You want thrills? Can't beat a visit to Hell's Gate. You want something exotic? Jaeger's Beguiling Beasts is that-a-way. Oh, you got some lucky lover? The Topsy Barrel's an excuse to get closer. Or you can take a photo with my pal Jack.
What the hell? Why not? The devil's arms spread.
What do you want? Are you here about the thing with the... Nope. Never mind. You're not one of mine.
Mr. Harry, right? Heard about you from the woman over there.
Criminy, that... Did she put you up to this? Lady, if I'd known she was persistent as a bad neck crick, I never would have taken the job.
The way she tells it, you took her money and skipped out.
Hey, watch the slander. I worked my ass off looking for her, kid. But the lady's running out of funds. She barely got enough left for half an hour, so I spared us both and cut the cord. So unless you got other biz, beat it.
I'm looking for someone in a red scarf. Sound familiar? Through the haze of poor choices and trite, pulpy cliches, he gives me a sudden look of clarity. If there's one thing Dreamlanders know, it's an opportunity.
Maybe we can work something out. That lady won't stop hounding me. I say no leads, she asks check again. I say she's only got enough for half an hour, she says she'll pay anyway. So get her off my back. Do that, and the info's all yours.
You even a professional? Or you just like scamming desperate folks out of their savings?
What did you say? I got a license, clients, an office. And I'll bet you that's more than what you got.
Yeah, you're looking real busy.
Hey, screw you! You want to know how many hours I've sunk into this? That's time I could have spent on something more than getting hopes up. You know my price. You want that info? You know what you gotta do.
I got something better. Tell me what you know, and I'll give you a lead on your runaway.
Okay, sure. Go on.
Found a hideout in the boarded-up attraction. Looks like it could be hers.
Not bad. I swung by earlier, but didn't find nothing. If you've already done the hard part of sussing it out, it couldn't hurt to take another look.
Under the tarp. Can't miss it. Now, what do you know about the person in the red scarf?
I spotted a sneak in a red scarf earlier. Slight build, oversized hat and coat. Shakier than a tremor. Ran before I could get a closer look. Don't know their business, and don't want to know. This fog's got no shortage of characters.
Mr. Harry told me what you did. Thank you so much.
Look, I didn't do much. All I did was talk to the guy. Hey, you know Sweetheart?
Me and everyone on Coney Island with a set of orbs. Don't tell me. Are you his latest fling? Did he sweep you off your feet and promise to take you to see the sights?
No, just doing him a favor. He asked me to get his shoes back.
Oh yeah? Did he tell you what he did to deserve it?
Something about the carnival being short on their dues.
No surprise the weasel left out some details. I only took his ugly shoes because he was handling the money when it disappeared. He can have them back when I get the cash.
So, he shorted you?
Mm-hmm. He said he's paid it all up and that some act of the universe must have spirited it away. He couldn't even resist pretending to be the new accountant while he said it to my face.
Say I wanted to take those shoes off your hands. How much would it cost?
Honey, you can do better than these gaudy things.
Let's just say I'm looking for something I don't care about getting mud on.
Fine. It's your money.
There you are. Any closer to retrieving my shoes?
So, I was looking around Hell's Gate. Found a room with something interesting.
Now, hold on.
His smooth voice breaks into a yelp with my approach. He's caught along a ledge without wizardry or honeyed words to help him escape. You got in a tiff with the dough because the carnies were short on their dues? Where'd the money go, sweetheart?
They're in my shoes.
And I was supposed to be your mule.
I can explain.
Then talk fast.
Yes, you got me. I'm leaving. But it's not about the money. I've been the king of the carnies for a long time. And it's been nice, but when you look at a map, Dreamland's rather small. So, why not disappear? Leave the park one more mystery to fall in love with, funded by the Dreamland Does.
Knowing there's lettuce lining a sole or heel, maybe I'll regret not holding on to them. But we've made a deal, and I need that intel. Here, just tell me what you know and get out of town.
You're the real sweetheart, Miss Snoop. Not just anyone would give up information like that. Tell the wrong person, and you would have seen me strung up on my very own tower.
Don't tempt me. Now.
I know, the information. But I want to give you something else as a token of my affection.
He digs around his pockets, jingling what sounds like a collection of keys an Aether might be jealous of. He finds what he's looking for and tosses me a strange-looking key.
Just promise me you'll take care of her. I can't take her with me. And she needs a new home.
Thanks, but now I really have to go.
All right. Carney Code says I can't name names, but I can tell you she's a sweetheart too. A bit naive, but who isn't at that age? She's trying to find herself, and I hope she does. You'll find her at the boardwalk. And Miss Snoop? Go easy on her. She's just a kid in over her head.
Sounds like Apollo's leak. Better get over there. Thanks. I'll try. A step off the midway, and the world becomes grayer. Absent of rides, absent of crowds, absent of all light except a lone lamppost. The fog throws a gloomy veil over the boardwalk. The clock tower silently ticks in the distance. 15 minutes until the meet. I let the fog roll over me as I slip behind a wall, waiting for a spot of red. Below the railing, waves dance along an artificial strip of sand without a trace of footsteps. Doubt Red Scarf's coming up that way. 2 figures. The only red around one of their necks is a smear of lipstick. Their faces go even brighter when they notice me and make a getaway down the walk. The clock tower's a silent sentry overseeing the proceedings. I wonder if Red Scarf and their mysterious buyer are hanging on its next toll, too. Footsteps approach. Red wool paints a splatter across the white-gray cloud, leaving a crimson trail in her wake. It stops at the bench as she sits and waits. The bells start loud. We sit up, prepared to move, but we're alone. The bells fade and the air grows colder, but the buyer doesn't come. I shake the sweat off my palm, pull my hat over my eyes, and break through the fog on an air of confidence. I'm here for the sale. What do you have?
The what?
Outside the confines of paper, Rosie's green eyes well not with sadness, but utter bewilderment. She doesn't have a clue of what I'm talking about.
Are you the one who paid me to sit here?
Paid you? Hold on. I hear a click of a gun pressing an icy brand against the center of my back. My throat squeezes, caught in a vice as the muzzle propels me towards the bench.
Your work's done, Missy. Best you were on your way.
The girl runs. Faced by an icy, scarred nightmare, I don't blame her. I'm frozen. A half step away from a bullet and a drop into Coney's waters. But the shot never comes. Why aren't I dead? What do you want, creep? If you're looking for Nellie, she's not here.
Oh, the Reinhardt job's in other hands. I wanted to chat. Off the clock. Professional to professional.
A chat? You've got a gun on me. The pause is like standing foot over grave, teetering until he yanks me back with the snap of holstered iron. Dufresne takes a spot on the bench. A heartbeat later, he gestures to the open seat. If Dufresne was going to shoot me, he would have done it already. I sit face to face with the scarred-up black hat. You set this all up.
You're sharp, aren't you?
So why the underground? Needed another job between terrorizing kids?
You think they're who this is about, smuggler?
Liquid metal flows off his smile. We might not be trading blows behind a windshield, but he's still a monster playing with his food. He's a patchwork of battle scars. From the missing ear tip to the jagged lines, it's clear he's had no shortage of scraps. Black ice stares back at me, followed by disappointment.
Still don't believe me, do you? That I came here to talk instead of tangle?
Honestly, Slim, I couldn't guess why. A file comes down on the bench. My heart nearly kicks through my ribs. My name, my history, my darkest deed, all spelled out with a few sheets of paper and Valentine's death photo.
The Underground's nothing special. Another ragtag posse aiming to change the world. Seen a dozen like 'em. Expect I'll see a dozen more. Only thing of note is their connection to you.
So you use them to get to me? Why? Dufresne frowns, gloved thumb rolling slow circles along the grain of the bench.
I don't usually encounter someone so often. Made me curious enough to start rooting around.
Giovanna 8-Shot Randazzo. Smuggler. Familiar to Astoria Bay and its info broker. Notable work includes the Ruby Hair, the Peacock Gala, and others. The rest, well, best heard from the horse herself.
Looks to me like you've done plenty of homework. What more are you expecting out of me?
Newspapers and third-party testimony only paint half the picture. And if you talk, I'll return the favor.
Fine, let's talk. You can start with who the hell
Not so fast. Let's talk terms. My past employers and their intentions for Dr. Reinhardt are off the table. You want answers, you gotta earn them. Question for a question. Oh, and my time's limited, so you best pick wisely.
How many questions do I get? A watcher above sounds off another solemn bell.
Until the next bell. Flip for first question?
All right, fine. Tails. The coin whistles through the air. It lands a perfect arch in the palm of his hand. Tails. My shoe itches. I might not know what Dufresne's planning, but I've got questions burning holes at the back of my mind, and not enough time to ask them all. The Underground had given me a job. There wasn't a leak, but they'd still expect something. But this was between me and Dufresne. I ask myself, if I leave something unanswered, which one? So you don't have any interest in the Underground?
None. So long as they stay out of my way.
All right. Then how the hell did you get into their network? Dufresne's slow smile resembles a beast with a mouse. Proud, assured, and well aware that the claws could come down with the drop of a wrist.
Simply know where to look. Groups like them leave their tracks all over the city, and the Underground scares easy. Just needed to control where they'd leap. Told them I wanted information. Gave them an offer good for 5, and 4 letters. The rest, well, you can imagine.
I could see it as clear as a dart against a bullseye. The Underground must have flipped over everything to find the 5th letter. When it didn't turn up, it wouldn't be hard to assume who had it and why they'd need me. Seemed pretty sharp for a hired gun. Might have made a half-decent detective.
Suppose I might have. Always had a knack for tracking things down. People, intel, personal effects. Shame it's too late. People like us don't retire quiet in this line of work.
1 question down. Satisfied?
Good enough. So, tell me, what was worth chasing me all the way to Dreamland? He leans forward, arms resting on his thighs, body stretching like a shadow under the turn of the sun.
What were you before you became 8-Shot?
Why would you care?
Lot of stories about 8-Shot. These days, a lot less about Giovanna Randazzo. You used to have a tighter name for yourself, didn't you? And wherever Alfonso Randazzo went, Giovanna Randazzo was sure to follow. Think you were happier a sparrow in a flock than a hawk flying solo?
The answer hurts, pressing on a still healing wound. I can still smell his cologne and the way he'd sweep me into his stories with a wave of his hand.
Always dream big, Principessa. Even when you fail, you still impress. How did she get out will make your name as powerful as how did she do it.
He wanted me to give him a run for his money. Had a pricey bottle set aside for the day I'd strike out on my own. We never got to open it. Yeah. Best damn years of my life. Had more than a good name. I had respect and a good crew. Used to feel like I could take on the whole world.
Must have been nice.
Surprised you'd think that.
There's worse ways to spend your better years. Shame they weren't meant to last.
Are you done?
Your turn.
So, why are you so interested in me?
You've been a pebble in my shoe.
Feelings mutual, pal.
Expect we have more than a few in common. You're professional, don't like to lose. And you've got pride, even when saddled with a cause you don't believe in.
Uh-huh. You'd know all about me with your fancy ride and clothes.
I know what it's like to grab the devil's hand to survive.
His glove picks at an exposed sliver, stripping away thin layer after thin layer, flick by flick.
Used to be a barony man. A mistake happened. Got me cut off. Stings, don't it? To lose everything that way.
But you came back from it.
Mostly. I know I'm not getting into heaven. Not all of us can afford wings. Can you?
I take a moment to absorb his answer while I brace for his next volley. So, what's next? If you're looking for dirt on my school days, I never went.
Interested in something more present? Rather hear about the job. Expect you know the one. Word is, you let things get personal. Traded the client's cargo to save a man. Was one man's life worth another?
The Valentine job changed my life. I still think about how it could have been for the better if only I'd made one in a million different choices. I could have picked another route, could have swapped jobs, could have talked to Valentine alone, could have not grabbed Needles' hand. He was my crew. I couldn't leave him.
And that was enough for you. Damn all the rest.
Screw you. You weren't there. I never asked for what happened.
But you know now. Still think you saved him. Knowing you were picking between your sweetheart, your reputation, and your family.
My answer clangs against my teeth. I want to say I made my choice. Instead, I see a pair of pained blue eyes asking why I saved him. Shut it. You won't tell me who your bosses are, fine. But answer me this. You done chasing Nellie?
Afraid that ain't up to me.
Then why shouldn't I just put a bullet through your head?
Oh, you can try to outdraw me. But it won't be over the doctor. The Reinhardt job wasn't personal. Only reason our paths crossed was because she stuck her nose where she shouldn't have.
Wait, you're talking about her research into the well, right? The thing that's going to save the lowers?
Now, where did you hear such a thing, smuggler?
Still haven't answered my question. Why's fixing the well a problem?
Can't say. I was hired to bring her home, and my pay covers not asking why.
And anything goes, as long as you get paid.
You prefer pretty packaging. Something to ease your conscience when you're told to do something foul.
The distant clock hand closes in on the bell. Dufresne breathed slow and calm, deciding where to place his final shot.
Losing the cargo wasn't enough to ruin you. You could have stayed clean. All you had to do was walk. But you loaded that revolver. You fired that final round and never stopped. Not till they were all dead. When it was over, what went through that pretty head of yours?
I feel the shots reverberate from my fingers to my ribs. I'd needed 8 shots for Valentine. By the time I finished with the rest, I'd used enough lead to mold a coffin. All because I couldn't accept a world where Valentine got to live, but Zio didn't. Realized it didn't fix a damn thing. I spent a year pulling myself up from the bottom of the barrel. For what? To lose it all to a warmonger with a cannon?
Makes you mad, doesn't it? And how many did your rage put down?
How should I know?
Enough to lose track, then. I've met enough like you. They kill until it becomes instinct. Until every threat deserves a bullet. Keeps going until the day someone puts the bullet in them.
His words hit like a rain of icicles, nearly shattering my control. My tongue moves to skewer him back, but I wasn't the only one who'd taken damage. His mouth set in a grim line. Sounds like you're speaking from experience. His fingers begin a slow, meditative roll, matching the beat of the black waters below.
I had a job go south, a long time ago. My then employers needed someone to blame. They lured me out, beat me black and blue, and trussed me up for the underline. Didn't even pay my last fare before they threw me over the edge.
How did you?
Lost some skin, then clung to the rope and dragged myself up. Took days before I saw surface side. Don't remember much after that. Not until they were all dead.
Doesn't sound like it fixed things.
Didn't do anything. Made no difference if I killed them or not. The world didn't stop turning without them in it. Only thing that changed were the faces at the top.
The city loves its tyrants.
That it does. The barons are only the tip.
Valentine was replaced within a year. White streets in civil war. I can only guess what Dreamland will look like when Marm's gone. For a moment, the gray world loses its tint of gloom. The smell of salt water, the soft glow of the lamppost, and the chord of shared silence. It makes my shoulders itch. When did I lean forward? Easier to keep your guard up when you're facing a shadow with a gun. Maybe that's what makes me risk a final question. You might be off the clock, but this is a lot of effort for a chat. What's your deal, Dufresne? I watch his form flicker and change, from monstrous shadow to a man of uneven shoulders, an aimless bloodshot gaze, and parted lips that have no words. The bell tolls, ending our parley at the quarter hour. The black hat stands, liquid metal streaming back into his posture and step.
I'll be on my way. Best we don't meet again.
Wait, that's it?
No. Got something else for you. This part is advice. Something to chew on. People like us don't change the world, Randazzo. We survive it. Be a shame you had to die because you didn't learn when to walk. And don't try to follow.
Dufresne steps into the fog's shadow, leaving me with only scraps for answers. None of it explains who his boss is, what their plans are with Nellie's research, or what's got me on edge. I curl my gloves around the bench and force myself still. I'd done Apollo's job and gotten out of it with intel. I wasn't going to risk a bullet for more. The last trace of his silhouette vanishes. I lean back, steeping in his words. They taste sour. I don't need some creep in a black hat to tell me what happens when you stick your neck out. The Underground's already got enough would-be heroes for that, and I'm not one of them. The walls of fog begin to thin. Shrieks of delight and happy foot patters penetrate the silence. I take that as my cue to go. Better let the Underground know how things turned out. My crew's waiting where we last met.
Gia, did you find anything?
I found something, but it's not what the Underground thinks it is. I'll tell you on the way. Apollo said to look for the shop between the golden flowers. I find a sagging shop ringed by a sunflower mural and give it a knock. The door opens. A dim lobby and a young Aether are there to greet me. She ferries me to a cracked door and a pair of muffled voices.
You want to know why you'll pull it off? Because those jumped-up fat cats won't see you coming. Now give yourself some credit. The plan's solid, old sport.
Apollo's contact perks up, soaking up the rays of praise. Apollo Diamond the movie star might draw adoration, but Diamond the leader makes you want to prove yourself.
I won't let you down, sir.
Good. Now chop chop. Those repulsors aren't going to jam themselves.
With a boost from on high, Apollo's contact exits the opposite door like he's ready to take on the world. Only once he's gone does darkness shudder across Apollo's face.
You didn't need to come, Apollo. You're wearing yourself thin. Not to mention the risk to your cover.
And what good am I in a shadowy room, eh? And speaking of wearing ourselves thin, how's that retirement plan coming along?
It remains a work in progress. There's still too much to do, and the well needs fixing. And after White Street, Cressa and the others need support.
That's the tricky part, isn't it? Something's always on fire. Suppose it keeps us busy.
There's a pressure behind those words that flattens the room. Apollo's demeanor dims while Sam roots still. And I'm about to add another load. I knock and enter. Am I interrupting something?
Not at all. Thank you for looking into our situation on such short notice.
How'd it go? Did you take care of it?
No, Listen, your network's safe. There wasn't any leak. The pressure tilts my way, threatening to drown me in questions. I could tell them everything, but it would also mean admitting who Dufresne's real target was. I'd either be giving them an honest report or a loaded gun. It's a risk, but I tell them everything. The setup, Dufresne's mysterious employers, and his motives. Each sordid detail feeds the fire, tempering a controlled rage across the matinee star's face.
Wonderful. You've got a stalker. Well, can't say any of mine have been so useful.
You're holding it together better than I thought you would.
Oh, I'm livid, darling. A stone-cold killer got the drop on us. He knows how we work. We can't let that stand, Sam.
Hang on a sec. What about the heist? Marm's birthday is right around the corner.
She's right. This man and the ease he got through our security is a concern, but we must have neglected the fires burning in front of us.
The reminder releases a valve, The pressure eases, releasing fury and tension to make room for purpose.
Well, that settles it. Gia, darling, you know your marching orders. Rob Marm, pay Kilmeyer, and get Nellie that core. Sam and I will look into this Dufresne fellow and who he's working for.
The leak might have been a fake, but nothing stopping Dufresne slipping back in and leaving something nastier than a letter.
It may be difficult to wall him out entirely, but measures are already at work. We will be relocating drop boxes, pairing all contact, and thanks to you, distributing a description of the culprit.
Not a difficult fellow to identify. Black hat, facial scars, and ice-cold eyes. As villainous as they come in the pictures.
Sounded like you two were already running ragged.
Comes with the territory. I can read 2 scripts, film a sponsorship, and jet around on a pot of coffee. Surely I can squeeze in a manhunt somewhere.
I have many islands to check in with. I'll ask around. Perhaps the Aetherians or our mutual friends may have heard something.
How are you going to do that? Dufresne's a professional. You don't pay his kind of confidentiality fee unless you've got steep pockets or serious skeletons to hide.
We know a few outside specialists. However, their services will not come cheap.
Still cheaper than a Bronson something or other. Good thing I have a new picture coming out. In the meantime, great work, Gia, darling.
A decent place to rest after spending a day at the circus. And a decent place to sit and have a snack, judging by the sealed packet of jerky someone left here. Huh. Looks like a fully stocked concession stand, but nobody is here. Could be it's only open during performances. And there's a candy bar just sitting on the counter. Nobody's watching, so I might as well.
It's not acceptable. You solve it now, or I'm shutting you down.
But where will the animals go if I shut down?
A butcher's block for all I care. You're causing problems, and you're going to fix them if I have to say it again.
I understand. Please, forgive me.
Handle it.
A fancifully dressed man stands despondent before a group of shrieking monkeys. It's the kind of contrast one normally only finds after a night that's stretched on too long.
Gia, look! Monkeys! I've never seen them in person.
Mm-hmm.
Can we?
All right, but be careful. Those monkeys don't seem friendly.
What am I? Oh, hello. Are you here to see Jaeger's beguiling beasts?
Ooh.
I take it you're Jaeger? My friend here wanted to see your monkeys.
Ah, but it isn't showtime yet. Of course. I don't know if the show will go on.
He slumps a little. So, are you a performer?
I am many things, madame. Performer, explorer, caretaker.
Nellie squeals in joy. One of the monkeys has grabbed the edge of her dress and seems to be trying to pull it off her to little effect.
Tamer and, trainer.
That's a lot of responsibility for one man.
Oh, but I am no normal man. I have been to the jungles of the Amazon to see the verdant tree frogs. And I have captured a Siberian tiger with only a butterfly net. I am the great Jaeger.
The monkey clutching Nellie's dress shrieks angrily, clearly upset that she hasn't surrendered it. Nellie's smile falters, and Jaeger deflates.
Animal tamer.
That woman you were talking to, Pearl, What did she want with you?
Ah, yes. Mistress Pearl is responsible for this part of town, and all the businesses here. It seems there might have been a minor noise complaint.
Nellie has crouched slightly, making a funny face at the assembled primates. Several turn to face her.
It was all a misunderstanding. You see, it just takes a little time to train. She will see my prowess on the stage, and all will be forgiven. I'm certain.
What was the noise complaint about? The monkeys scream in rage at Nellie. She stands up quickly and almost falls backward, clearly unaware that monkeys could scream in rage. So was I, for that matter.
These capuchins are just being a little difficult, is all. My animals came from a distant zoo, you see, and they are not all cooperative. But they will learn.
Do you train wolves? I don't know where that question came from. A vague image of glowing canine eyes flashes through my memory. A dream?
Funny you should ask. Normally, no. But I recently acquired one. Piteous beast that it is.
Piteous? Nellie reaches out a tentative hand to pet a monkey. The animal tamer gestures a quick wave of warning.
Please, miss, you should not attempt to touch the monkeys.
As Nellie pulls her hand back, one of the animals snaps at the air where her fingers were. She looks aghast and stares at her hand as though the teeth had gone clean through.
This I can deal with. But the wolf, it came to me in terrible condition. I would be surprised if it survives the night, let alone joined me on stage.
What's wrong with it?
They told me it was some sort of miracle wolf. Witch wolf. Aether wolf. Nein, just a sick wolf.
Is this wolf around here?
Yeah, just over there, in the cage.
Nellie, have you had enough monkeys for today?
More than enough. I'd like to go, please.
Nice to meet you, Jaeger. Good luck with everything.
Luck? Ha! I don't need luck. I am the great!
One of the capuchins has somehow found a shard of glass and is pointing it at Jaeger as though holding him at gunpoint.
Put it down, or I swear I will.
Let's go. The thing in the cage looks more like a fur coat dropped on a wet street than a wolf. It doesn't move as I approach. It doesn't even appear to breathe.
Is it alive?
I don't know. I'm no expert on wolves, but I don't think this one is long for this world. The animal's fur is falling out, and its skin is gray and sallow. Obscured below the fur are violent patches of purple. Someone has lashed the beast, and it clearly wasn't interested in taking orders.
Oh, poor thing.
Whether by some uncontrollable pity or some other innate urge, I reach out and try to comfort the poor creature. My hand nearly reaches the cage, and Nellie raises her eyebrows. I steel myself and let my hand pass through the bars. My fingers reach the wolf's shoulder, and I feel its warmth under the coarse fur.
Gia, the wolf! Be careful!
It's all right, Nellie. It doesn't mean me harm. Doesn't it? How do I know that? The beast looks directly into my eyes, and for a crazed second I think it's speaking in a low whisper. I lean closer to listen.
What was that?
Did those hellions come this way?
You mean the monkeys?
Of course I mean them. Who else?
Off in the distance, a cloud of smoke rises from the top of a multicolored tent. A child's voice rises in what might be a scream, or perhaps a shriek of delight. Something tells me to look in the opposite direction. Down an alley, a painted wooden ball rolls by at high speed, knocking over several wooden crates and spilling their contents. Tiny blurs of brown follow. I think I might have seen something in that direction.
Violent dunk! I should. Say, where's the beast?
I glance back. It's gone. The cage is closed but empty, as though the wolf was never there.
But it was just here.
She's right. It was here moments ago. In the distance, another noise erupts. Then, the sound of a woman's voice, like a klaxon.
Jaeger! Damn you!
Of course she's back. Look, it goes without saying, but we can't have a wolf running around free. Can you look for it?
You want me to go looking for a wolf? What am I supposed to do when I find it? I'm no hunter.
You said you saw it, yeah? Then you saw that the wretched thing could barely move. Just find it and come tell me where it is. It can't have gotten far.
He has a point there. I doubt the animal has strength enough to run, let alone fight. It should be safe enough to follow. Okay, I'll see what I can find.
Thank you. I'll be hiding.
Jaeger jogs off in a different direction than he came. Now, where did you get off to? Now, how on earth did you get out of a locked cage?
Maybe it wasn't locked?
I doubt that, but it's worth checking. There's not much to see here. Wisps of fur litter the cage, and an unchewed cattle bone in the corner tells me little. Nothing to suggest how it escaped. I examine the lock closely. Getting the obvious out of the way, the door is closed and the cage is locked. We're not getting in and nothing is getting out. But there's something else. There's a scratch on the inner edge of the keyhole, like it was picked with a penknife, or something else thin and sharp.
A claw?
You're saying the wolf picked the lock? That seems unlikely. Someone must have opened the cage for it.
But we didn't see anyone.
We did not. Here are the crates the monkeys knocked over. A cracked lid on one tells me it's full of booze, and the owner nowhere to be seen. A trash can toppled on the ground. Bits of discarded waste are scattered to the wind. I look closer at the strewn garbage. A hot dog wrapper, a torn purse strap. But there, by the edge of Hell's Gate, a piece of gum, flattened against the pavement. A wisp of hair pressed into it. Wolf hair. The wolf did this as it passed by.
But where did it go?
To a less trained eye, this would look like randomly discarded trash. but I can see the pattern. The gum has a partial track, suggesting a direction. There, a banana peel kicked and rotated, leaving a trail of slime as it skidded in the same direction the print was headed. It passed through this way, but we need to be sure. A young boy stands alone, tears running down his face. Hey, kid. See anything strange?
Oh, I hate seeing children cry.
He's hyperventilating. I'm not going to be able to talk to him like this if I want to ask him questions. I'm drawing a blank, but judging from how his eyes keep darting around in fear, I'm guessing he saw the wolf. Wait, Nellie likes monkeys. And kids, I think. They're more or less the same thing. Hey, Nellie, that face you were making earlier at the monkeys, think you could make it again?
Huh? Oh, yeah.
She bends down and mimics her expression from before. The kid looks at her, smiles, and stops hyperventilating. That's the ticket. Hey, kid, have you seen something frightening?
A big doggy, big and gray.
Uh-huh, just a doggy. Which way did it go?
That way.
He points down an alley behind Hell's Gate. As good a clue as I've gotten. That's everything. The wolf got out of the cage, ducked down the alley next to Hell's Gate, knocked over a trash can, and scared a kid.
Let's follow it before it gets away.
I head down the alley. Halfway down, along the edge of Hell's Gate, is a trapdoor. It's fully open, exposing a cavernous dark. Just peeking out, the tip of a ladder. What am I doing? A wolf didn't open this door or climb down a ladder. And if it did, I'd be crazy to follow. But this feels important somehow. Was the wolf really whispering to me earlier? What could it have been saying? I have to know. This is it. I've come this far. No turning back now.
Gia, maybe I should stay here and watch for the wolf? Keep a lookout?
Go look around the circus. I'll be back soon. I crawl down the ladder, carefully testing each step as I go. 10 steps later, I hit solid ground. The dark is a poison cloud filling my lungs. Shadows dance in my periphery. As my eyes adjust, I can see the vague outlines of abandoned objects along the floor and walls. The outline of devil horns along the top of the southern wall evokes the right above. Maybe some older version down in the dark. Abandon all hope, ye who enter here. To the east is a set of wooden doors that look like they open inward. Probably the end of the walkthrough, meant to be approached from the other side. To the south is an opening through a devil's mouth, leading deeper into its gullet. The dim lights barely function in here. Ahead of me is a short staircase leading to a dark opening on the far wall. Looking closer, the stairs are flanked by scenes of the damned descending into hell. The steps are old, and the first emits a threatening squeal when I put my weight on it. What am I doing here? Chasing a wolf in the dark down a rotted staircase? This is crazy. To the north is the exit through the devil's mouth, and to the south is an empty, dark doorway. This room is round, almost a circle from what I can tell. My eyes are beginning to adjust to the dark, but only so much. There's a bust of Socrates, Plato, some old philosopher in the center. This must be purgatory. It's not so bad here, really. I can make out a lot of gray. It's a boring sort of damnation. Still might be better than most of the boroughs. To the north is a dark, empty doorway. To the east is a bright red door on brass hinges. I step back into the room, showing the descent into hell. The rotting staircase threatening to send me there before my time. Just another day, I suppose. To the north is the exit through the devil's mouth, and to the south is an empty, dark doorway. I'm back at the entrance. The ladder sits in the corner of the room, jutting upward in a pool of daylight. To the east is a set of wooden doors that look like they open inward. Probably the end of the walkthrough, meant to be approached from the other side. To the seems like I skipped ahead to the end of the attraction. A bit of light spills in from the west, vaguely illuminating the outline of a statue of Caesar with a knife in his back. So I've reached the 9th circle. I've always wondered how many people in my line of work were destined for the lowest depths of hell. For their sake, I'm hoping Dante was wrong, even if they deserve it. Piotr's still kicking around, so I wouldn't see him in here if the lights were on. He still has time for redemption. To the south is a hole in the wall. Looks like it was burned through. To the west are a set of double doors leading back to the entrance. To the east is a black velvet curtain hanging in the doorway. The tables in this room are laid out across the floor like a bistro. Piles of rubber food threaten to roll off into the dark. One chair includes a seated mannequin wearing grotesquely stuffed clothes. This is the 3rd circle then, gluttony. Ironically, the rubber food on the tables is mostly fruit. The mannequin's sins must involve a lot of grapes. I hated most fruit as a kid. Not that there was much around, untainted by the wasting. I wonder if what Nellie's doing will help kids in the lowers, even the burrows. It's an opportunity they ought to have. To the north is a hole in the wall. Looks like it was burned through. To the south is something that looks a lot like a restaurant's kitchen door. To the east is a wooden edifice resembling a bank vault. The 9th circle. I think I'm... To the south is a hole in the wall. Looks like it was burned. It's pitch black in here. I feel my way along the wall to get my bearings. My right hand slides over... a face? A mask. Rictus grin reaching almost to the top. Similar masks line the walls, clicking softly as I brush by. I can only imagine that whoever designed Hell's Gate had trouble with depictions of fraud. As I make a circuit of the room, I realize that I'm drawing a blank as well. Maybe a nice fresco of Marm, or any of the other deceitful, blood-sucking barons. It's always been amazing to me that any of them managed to swindle their way into power. To the west is a black velvet curtain. To the south is a barely passable hole in the wall that looks like it was caused by a collapse. To the east is a door painted to look like a devil, with a long gold tongue. I step through the wrecked wall into a pile of debris. It's hard to tell what this used to be from here. No sign of the wolf yet. Not that I can see much, but it left obvious signs on the way here. Why am I not finding any signs of passage? Not even a scent. And what happened here anyway? Most of this attraction seems whole. Did a sinkhole open and swallow it up? Was there a fire? Why did they leave so much down here in the dark? As I'm considering that question, I spot something laying in the rubble. Huh. Crest should like this. The ways west and east are blocked by debris. To the north is a barely passable hole in the wall that looks like it was caused by a collapse. The darkness of the 8th circle. Perhaps it was always like this, to hide the weak theming. To the west is a black velvet curtain. To the south is a barely passable hole in the wall that looks the 9th circle. I think I'm feeling chilly. To the south is a hole in the wall. Looks like it was the 3rd circle. To the north is a hole in the wall. This room is painted in scenes you wouldn't describe in polite company. Tawdry flesh and skin on full display. I'd almost rather not look closer, but something about the painted scenes draws my eye. So many people. The artist must be saying something here about how easy the 2nd level of hell is to reach. People. Huh. It's strange, but I'm starting to feel like I have real friends. It's been a while. Working as a smuggler is a bad way to meet anyone worth trusting. Maybe this time they'll stick around. To the west is a bright red door with brass hinges and an unusual handle. To the north is something that looks a lot like a rest. Back to purgatory. Makes sense, since I hear this. To the north is a dark, empty, the second circle of hell. I don't remember what Dante said was the worst part of this circle, but I have to imagine it would. To the west is a bright red door with the third circle. Piles of rubber fruit threaten to the north is a hole in the wall. The bank vault door squeaks on the hinge behind me. I assume, kicking at a stack of wooden gold coins in the corner, that this room is supposed to be a hoard of wealth. Must be the fourth circle. It's hard to tell in the dark exactly what happened here, but there's a large amount of debris blocking the center of the space. No going further without a shovel and a few spare hours. Greed. Grow up poor and the notion seems like a distant fantasy. How can you be greedy when you're struggling to survive? These days I'm back to survival, but it's a different sort. One of the electric lights along the wall glows suddenly bright, followed by a soft pop as it shatters. I think I saw something, over on the other side of the rubble. I force my eyes back into focus just long enough to see a cardboard square. There's a record lying against the pile of rubble, but I'll have to try to get it from the other side. The path east is blocked by rubble. Back to the west is a wooden edifice resembling a bank vault door. The third circle. Piles of rubber fruit threat. To the north is a hole in the wall. The fourth circle of hell. The path east is blocked by rubble. The third circle. To the north is a hole in the ninth circle. To the south is a hole in the wall. The third circle. To the north is a hole in the wall. The second circle of hell. To the west is a bright red. The third circle. To the north is a hole in the wall. The fourth circle of hell. The path east is blocked by the third circle. To the north is a hole in the wall. Look, the ninth circle. To the south is a hole in the wall. The third circle. To the north is a hole in the second circle. To the west is a bright. The third circle. To the north is a hole in the wall. I'm back at the entrance. The ladder sits in the corner of the room. Jutting up to the east is a set of wooden doors that look like they. I step back into the. To the north is the exit through the. I'm back at the entrance. To the east is a set of wood. The ninth circle. To the south is a hole in the wall. I'm back at the entrance. The ladder sits in the corner. To the east is a set of wooden doors. None of this is worth whatever I'm going to find down here. I crawl back up the ladder into the bright day. Nellie walks up, holding a balloon and looking at me expectantly.
So, did you find it?
No. Nothing down there but bad dreams.
Huh?
Never mind. Did you get a chance to look around the circus?
Oh, yes! There's a man over there who can swallow swords. Not just one, Gia. 7 swords! And I just saw a woman wearing a leopard costume who...
As Nellie and I walk away from the trap door, I get the feeling that I'm being watched. But when I look back, there's nothing behind me but the gaping dark. I think I need a good night's sleep when we get back to the hole.
Gia?
Would you believe me if I said I found this in one of the circles of hell?
You went to hell? Sure, I believe you. As long as you keep bringing me records. See you soon.
Hi, Gia!
Circus everything you hoped it'd be?
Oh, Gia, it was wonderful. I'd forgotten what a difference getting away from the lab could make. It's too bad you missed the sword swallower and the cotton clouds, though.
It's fine, kid. I got an experience no one else can brag about.
Let me know if there's anything I can do to help.
I round the corner and find myself in the mother of all traffic jams. I strain my neck to see what's causing the gridlock, and spot a number of Marm's finest have cordoned off the road ahead. I breathe out slowly to steady myself. I'm not carrying anything explicitly illegal, but there's enough heat around me right now that just getting recognized could be trouble. The car in front of me floats past the barricades, and I idle forward slowly, making an effort not to look jumpy. Evening, ma'am. If you don't mind my asking.
Routine crowd control. A lot of money out on these streets.
Never can be too careful.
Glad you think so. Means this won't be any more unpleasant than it has to be. Open your trunk.
Look, the fat cats who party in this part of town hire girls like me to help sneak their social lubricant past the checkpoints. Can you turn a blind eye for the sake of letting a girl keep her job? The enforcer looks implacable for a moment, as if trying to decide how full of crap I am. Then she sighs.
You get caught by one of the others, you better not mention this. I want to keep my job too.
Not a word, sister. Silence is golden.